Owen's ancestors had enjoyed prosperity in the Clinton area for many years, when they successfully turned it into New York's hell. The current kingpin had already started to unite the criminal elements of New York. Beginning with drug trafficking at the beginning, he branched out into smuggling, selling stolen goods, special services, nightclubs, and high-end hotels. What was even more frightening was that the guy's reach had extended to major cities all over the country as he swallowed, fought or roped in others, increased his market shares and controlled the market price to obtain even bigger profits. They weren't nuts, they didn't want to go up against such a tyrannical bigshot at all. Owen, on the other hand, was in too much of a craze to notice his subordinate's sudden silence. He was still talking about how he would take back his family's glory. His subordinates couldn't help but exchange glances, as if they knew what they were all thinking. Perhaps, in a few days, they could think about the boss position which Owen currently occupied. Dead people couldn't be the boss. While Owen was arrogantly reveling in his ambitions and his covetous subordinates were waiting for their boss to die, someone suddenly knocked on the door. There were 3 crisp raps on the thick metal door before they stopped. The 2 criminals guarding the door raised their guns warily. After a brief pause, 3 more knocks rang out again. It was an unhurried tempo, like a stranger politely asking for directions. Owen waved his hand, indicating that all the guards in the hall should take out their guns and be ready to fire. Seeing that his men were ready, he gestured at the criminal at the door to open the door slot and see who it was. One of the criminals leaned forward, only to see the guard who was outside standing solemnly behind a man in a hat and a black cloak, pointing his gun at him. Only the bottom half of the man's face was visible, in the shadow of his hat, only the corners of his mouth and his mustache could be seen. He seemed to be smiling very happily. Stunned, the criminal asked, "For me, who's this?" "For me," the criminal outside, said solemnly, "Decker. He said that he's a big client and wants to talk to our boss in person." Decker asked, "Why did you let him knock on the door?" Fermi kept a straight face. He said that he would be polite. Decker frowned. "Did you search him?" Fermi raised his other hand to reveal a thick stack of $100 bills. This was the only thing on him. He said it was a deposit. Decker turned around and looked at his boss, Owen. "Someone said he wants to buy goods." Fermi searched him, and he only had a wad of cash. Of course, what Decker couldn't see from the door slot was how Fermi was sweating outside. Behind him was Selena, who had activated her optical camouflage. She was holding his clothes with one hand and pointing the barrel of a tranquilizer gun at his back with the other. Owen also heard the conversation at the door. He hesitated for a moment before he waved at the armed criminals. The criminals dispersed slightly, but didn't put away their guns. Decker opened the metal door and stepped back, pointing his gun at the man in black. The man in black wasn't flustered at all. He walked in unhurriedly and nodded at Decker. "Thank you." Decker immediately frowned. That sounded like a London accent. Was this guy here to die? As he was thinking that, the man in black had already walked over to the women who were packing the goods, as if to size up the merchandise. Owen was immediately annoyed. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The man in black didn't answer him, but said, "The dark night gave me dark eyes. I didn't use them to seek the light, but to look down at you rats in the sewers. Life really is too hard." In that London accent, it sounded like he was reciting a poem. "Owen, very good, when I dig out your eyes, they'll be dark, and your life will be even more difficult." Owen had been clearly getting more and more excited recently, and he couldn't control his emotions anymore. Also, this guy with a London accent had come to their nest in the middle of the night. Whether or not he was crazy, he had to die. Because Owen and the others were all Irish. Everybody in Clinton knew that they were an Irish gang. A cruel smile appeared on Owen's face, and he waved his hand at 2 of his subordinates, indicating that they should break the guy's hands. He didn't want to use guns because he didn't want the English guy to die so easily. Owen was going to torture him slowly. The two criminals grabbed two crowbars and smashed them at the man in black. Through his lenses, Luke saw Selena slip inside through the door, which meant they could start beating up people. Violence can also be used for good. Saying that, he drew two 30 cm long knives from under his cloak. A blurry shadow flashed through the air, and the hands of the two criminals felt cold as the crowbars were sent flying. The next moment, they screamed miserably. Two fine red lines appeared on their wrists, and it wasn't until a moment later that blood flowed out. Shoot him. Kill him. Owen was a gang leader who had been in the Clinton area for years, and he reacted quickly. Pa. 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 Gunshots rang out. But the man in black whom they had surrounded moved 10 meters away and brandished his knives again. Another gunman screamed as his hands drooped. In the face of villains, we have to resort to extreme measures. The voice was magnetic and slow, like from a BBC documentary. Even the deafening gunfire couldn't drown it out. The black knives slashed at a criminal's hands again, and the man tried to hide behind his partner. However, when Luke passed him and swung, the criminal's partner also screamed as his hands drooped. We must not yield, and must step forward bravely. As he spoke, two knives flew out. Two criminals who were shooting with rifles were pierced through the right shoulders and screamed. Spare no effort in uprooting the wicked and eliminating evil, and uphold justice. Luke pushed off of his feet lightly as if he weighed nothing, and turned in the air. He then reached for his waist, and two more knives appeared. Only in this way can good people be victorious and the villains lose, and the world be at peace. This soliloquy, which sounded like a recital, wasn't interrupted by the bullets or screams. From beginning to end, the tempo of the recital never changed. When Luke said the last sentence, the four leaders with Owen all stepped back in fear. Only the boss, Owen, didn't back down at all. His glare was hard, but he couldn't help but look down at that gray knife. There were no stains on it, but Owen could smell the thick scent of blood. That sharp blade was pressed to his throat, and he didn't even dare swallow. Doing his best to stop shaking, Owen tried moving his lips without moving his throat. Who are you? An identity is but a formality, and what I am is just a man in a mask. Luke smiled. Now, I'll ask the questions and you'll answer them. As long as your answers are to my satisfaction, tonight will be a good memory. Owen's heart sank. What do you want to know? First, who caused the explosions with the Russians? Second, who is the Black Mask making trouble for? Third, who incited the police to capture the Black Mask? Asked Luke. The Irish gang was older than the rest. While they weren't well off, they still had a lot of information. The other forces were just as well informed, but the so-called Asian and Russian gangs were involved. When it came to the Black Mask, the Irish gang as a bystander was a little more objective since it didn't really involve their interests. They were the easiest to talk to. Those who could be leaders in Clinton even as they lived under the shadow of Kingpin were smarter than the rest, those who weren't as smart were already dead. Owen hesitated in the face of these questions, but it was only for a moment before he felt pain in his throat, and something warm trickled down his neck, followed by the smell of blood. He gave in decisively. It was probably Kingpin who caused the explosions. Recently, the Black Mask stole several batches of goods from the Russians which belonged to Kingpin. Kingpin wasn't happy, and wanted them to make up the loss, but the Russians didn't want to pay for it. Using his multiple abilities, Luke confirmed that the guy was telling the truth. At least, Owen believed it. He nodded slightly, and the knife withdrew a millimeter from Owen's throat. Two more questions. As soon as Luke said the words, Owen was already speaking quickly and smoothly. From the information I received, the Black Mask is actually looking for trouble with Kingpin. He only targeted the Russians because they were helping Kingpin transport the goods. He then looked at Luke. Luke nodded again. One last question. It's Kingpin again. Owen gave the answer that Luke had expected. He's the king of the underground here. His words carry more weight here than whatever the mayor of New York says. Many of the cops are his men. The Black Mask has been harassing Kingpin a lot recently, and the Russians can't catch the Black Mask. Kingpin probably wants to use the power of the police to dig out the Black Mask. He then looked at Luke. Luke thought for a moment before he asked, "Do you know how many people the Black Mask has killed?" This time, Owen hesitated for a long while, but in the end, he shook his head and said, "My men have seen him a few times, but he only beats up people with his fists and sticks. He hasn't killed anyone, and he doesn't use a knife or a gun. I've never heard of him killing anyone. Even with the Russians, only dozens of people were heavily wounded or hospitalized. None of them died." Luke nodded. "Thank you for your cooperation." He then turned around, his cloak fluttering behind him. Only then did Owen breathe a sigh of relief, glad to have escaped. However, a shadow flashed in front of his eyes, and his wrists burned with pain. He lowered his head and screamed, just like his subordinates. How could Luke let the gang leader go? He didn't kill Owen because he wanted to leave a permanent impression on the gangsters in the neighborhood. V didn't necessarily kill people, and liked to abide by the rules of a deal. It was like with the Black Mask, few people would fight him to the death because they knew that they would be beaten up at most. Of course, the Black Mask didn't kill people, but he often broke one or two bones of dishonest people. None of the gangsters wanted to suffer like that. Most of them would admit defeat after a few punches to avoid any additional physical pain. It was the same for Luke. In fact, these people weren't badly injured. However, after their injuries healed, they would find that their hands shook. It wasn't a problem in daily life, but it would be difficult for them to beat up people or use a gun. By the time they confirmed that their hands were crippled, it would be at least a month or two. They might not be able to stand here anymore. In keeping with this persona, Luke didn't destroy the drugs here either. He would switch to another identity tomorrow to deal with it. After all, a Black Mask who was New York's Batman had already appeared in the Clinton area, so it wouldn't be surprising if there were a few more characters who liked to beat people up. After leaving the nest, Luke and Selina went to a building near the river. Looking at the night view of the Hudson River, the two of them discussed the intelligence they had just obtained. If Owen isn't lying, this incident was caused by the conflict between Kingpin and the Black Mask, said Selina. Luke nodded and said, Owen is basically telling the truth. After all, it has nothing to do with him. Selina said, I remember you saying that Bullseye is one of Kingpin's men, right? With the Black Mask making so much trouble, why hasn't Kingpin's #1 hitman appeared? Luke said, it seems that Bullseye hasn't shown up in New York recently. He disappeared not long after he returned from Los Angeles. He felt some regret over this. A few days ago, when he heard that the Black Mask was targeting Kingpin, he thought he would have the chance to run into Bullseye. Listening to Owen today, he could confirm that Kingpin and the Black Mask were indeed locked in fierce conflict, but Bullseye never made an appearance. There were many possibilities. Bullseye was dead, or had run away, or it was possible that he had left Kingpin's command. Either way, it meant that Luke couldn't deal with Bullseye and obtain his abilities. Luke had never forgotten Bullseye's abilities. He had thought the monk wouldn't leave the mountain, but he now realized that the monk had probably returned to a normal life and gone home to start a family. However, there were plenty of superhumans in this world. Luke felt some regret, but not so much. As long as he stayed in New York, and in Manhattan, the center of the Marvel world, a lot of superhumans would come knocking. What Luke needed to do now was to accumulate enough experience and credit points to increase his basic attributes and meet the prerequisites. This was the way to improve his strength. While they were chatting, Selina asked, What's this? Why does it look like ninjas? She shared the connection to the drone she was responsible for with Luke. When Luke received the feed, he saw 7 or 8 people rushing out of a dilapidated warehouse next to the river. They were all wearing dark red ninja uniforms and slashing at a man in black. The two parties fought among the shrubs and trees by the river. After only a few glances, Luke knew that they weren't cosplaying or playing street games. Whether it was the 7 or 8 ninjas in red or the man in black, they were quick and skilled, especially the man in black who was surrounded by the ninjas. He was only using 2 staves, which couldn't compare with the long blades of the ninjas. Even so, outnumbered as he was only at a slight disadvantage, and the ninjas couldn't take him down. However, his situation wasn't good either. The wounds on his body weren't fatal, but they were still bleeding. He would be defeated sooner or later. Selena asked, "Who should we help?" "I hate those ninjas." Luke found that strange. "I remember you watch a lot of ninja movies with Gold Nugget. Why do you hate them?" Ninja culture was pretty popular in the United States. Selena said, "The ninjas in the movies are often shot dead by the protagonist. It seems interesting." It wasn't until then that Luke remembered that almost all the ninjas in the movies she watched were shot dead by the protagonist. He smiled. "Let's check it out." He gestured, and the two of them left the roof and descended quickly. The jets on their backs activated almost at the same time. Drawing arcs in the air, they flew toward the battle by the river more than 200 meters away. At that moment, the man in black was trying his best to keep moving quickly so that he wouldn't be surrounded by the ninjas. He was alone, and his injuries were increasing. Once he was surrounded, he might not be able to escape. He had known that the old warehouse was a trap, but he hadn't expected the other party to be able to fool his ears. He had been focused on finding someone, and finally suffered a setback. Blood soaked the cloth over his rib injury. He knew that he couldn't hold on for much longer. Finally, he was too slow. A long saber broke through his stave defense and slashed at his neck. Alarmed, the man in black fell back desperately and barely avoided the dangerous attack. But the next moment, he heard the sound of rushing wind behind him. From the sound of the trajectory, the man in black knew that things were bad. A weird sickle slashed at his waist. Attached to the sickle was a long chain, and on the other end was a ninja in red who had suddenly attacked from the side. The man in black roared and abruptly turned to roll out of the way. He escaped the hook, but the tip of the blade still brushed past his waist. The man in black grunted and staggered back. He couldn't help but cover his waist with one hand as another cut appeared and blood oozed out. The consequences of this injury were severe. He staggered as he retreated, his speed severely hampered, and the group of ninjas seized the opportunity to surround him. The ninjas stopped. The ninja with the thin chain and sickle was obviously the leader. He walked into the circle unhurriedly and slowly spun the sickle in his hand. "You're an admirable warrior, Mr. Black Mask." The man in black panted as he stared at him silently. The ninja circled the man in black and continued, "Choosing us as your opponents was the stupidest decision. Perhaps you wanted to do the same thing in New York, with Batman appearing in Los Angeles. It's a shame that you overestimated yourself and underestimated us. Even if Batman provokes us, he won't live for more than a month." The man in black suddenly smiled. "I've been looking for trouble with you since a month ago, but I've survived until now. You're just full of hot air." The sickle ninja smiled coldly. "You're wrong. Today is our first time dealing with you. As a warrior's show of respect, I'll leave you an intact body and bury you. Watch my blade." With a roar, he charged forward like a tornado, and the sickle lashed out at the man in black, who was kneeling in the middle. The man in black raised his stave to fend him off. However, his face suddenly changed. There was the strange sound of jets coming in at an angle from the sky, and they were picking up speed. In the world constructed by his keen hearing, 2 people suddenly appeared in the sky. They sounded like Stuka bombers whistling downward, and the landing point was here. The ninjas in red didn't notice anything, including the sickle ninja. He was waving his sickle as he lunged at the man in black with a dark smile. The man in black, on the other hand, held up his staves as he tried to retreat. Bang! A dull noise rang out as Luke kicked the sickle ninja in the back. The sickle ninja was thrown forward and ate dirt as he hit the ground. Bang! Bang! Two ninjas were kicked in the back by Selena, and they were thrown forward. When the ninjas were distracted by the surprise attack, the man in black suddenly jumped into the Hudson River. Invigorated by the cold river water, he did his best to follow the current as he swam. On the battlefield, Luke tilted his head and looked at where the man in black had jumped into the river. The man in black wasn't stupid. He hadn't jumped in before because he was the ninja's only target. He was heavily injured, and if he jumped into the river, he would only be putting himself in a passive position. Luke and Selena, on the other hand, had come out of nowhere and taken down 3 ninjas, including the leader, so the man in black finally had a chance to escape. As for why Luke and Selena were here, he didn't have the time to think about it. Since he was seriously injured, he needed to protect his own secrets rather than uncover the identities of these 2 strong characters who had disrupted things. Luke looked at the struggling sickle ninja. "How should I address you, Mr. Ninja?" "Kill him." The sickle ninja didn't answer the question, but directly gave the order to the remaining 5 ninjas. The 5 ninjas in red lunged forward as 3 came at Luke head-on and the other 2 attacked Selena from both sides. Clang! Clang! Bang! Poochie! Poochie! Poo! 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 In 2 seconds, a series of noises rang out as Luke and Selena fought the remaining 5 ninjas. Then, it was over. 2 of the 3 ninjas who had charged at Luke had been stabbed in the neck, and could only struggle on the ground. One of them was kicked in the face, and his face caved in. The 2 ninjas who had charged at Selena didn't react at all, they had been hit by the tranquilizers from the gun Selena was holding, and fell to the ground. The sickle ninja stopped struggling and looked at Luke and Selena in disbelief. "Who are you?" Luke chuckled. "Right now, I think I'm the one with more right to ask that question, Mr. Ninja." The sickle ninja's eyes glittered coldly. "You'll regret this. We'll find you. You and your people won't be able to escape being hunted." Looking at the system notification, Luke raised an eyebrow. "Is it the hand that gives you this courage? Then I'll wait and see." The sickle ninja was stunned and fell silent. Since the other party knew his identity, he had nothing to say. Luke stepped forward, and the sickle ninja stared at him. Whoosh! Pft! A dagger appeared in the head of the sickle ninja. There was an astonished look on his face as he went limp and collapsed unmoving on the ground. Luke continued swiping at his waist. Whoosh! 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 All the ninjas in red died instantly. Luke's expression, however, grew solemn. Selena found it strange. You. It was very strange for Luke to suddenly kill all the ninjas without a word. It was rare for them to kill outright like this when they went out. The ninjas in red were bad guys, but they could leave some alive to be interrogated. It was a waste to kill them all. Luke raised a hand to stop her asking, and said, "Let's go." A few hundred meters away, Luke installed a camera at the corner of a building and aimed it at the ninjas. Only when he was done did Selena ask, "What happened?" Frowning, Luke read the system notification. "System, you have defeated Shin, a hand leader, and have received a list of his abilities. Shin's abilities: basic combat, basic cold weapons, basic firearms. Elementary self-hypnosis, 20 mental strength, 1000 credit, basic hibernation, prerequisites, elementary self-hypnosis, 20 strength, 200 credit. System, defeat Shin, a hand leader, and his ninja subordinates. Mission accomplished. Total experience, 4000. Total credit, 4000. Contribution rate, 70%. EXP plus 2800. Credit plus 2800. Selena has defeated Shin, a hand leader, and his ninja subordinates. Host's experience, 72,500/100,000. Credit, 90,200. However, after stabbing the sickle ninja in the head, the system didn't indicate a kill. Luke had a faint thought, and stabbed all the other ninjas in the head. Sure enough, the system indicated that they were defeated. But according to his various abilities and monitoring equipment, the ninjas were indeed dead. Also, these ninjas gave him a strange feeling. Except for Shin, who was a little more normal, the rest of them had lifeless expressions, like zombies. I don't know, but there's something wrong with these ninjas. You have to be more vigilant if you run into them in the future, said Luke. I'll see if I can use their bodies as bait to track down their leader. It was truly rare for the system not to indicate a kill when the person was clearly dead. Luke didn't need to think to know that something was wrong. As he spoke, he controlled another drone to follow the man in black who had jumped into the river. Selena was also watching the feed, and asked, "This man should be the Black Mask, right? What's wrong with him?" Luke chuckled. "Don't you find this figure familiar?" Selena's reactions were quicker now, and a moment later, she suddenly said, "Is he our new neighbor?" Luke said, "It should be him. Have the drone follow him and see where he's staying." Selena was uncertain. Would he be that careless? When she and Luke went out, they always put safety first, and had an entire procedure for covering their tracks so that nobody could make any connections. She didn't think that the Black Mask would be that careless. Luke shook his head. He's not careless. He's just confident in his abilities. He probably doesn't know how powerful the best drones are. Selena still shook her head. But what's with his clothes? The support system already matched his build. Is that really alright? Luke sighed. His targets are mostly gang members, and he likes to hide from the police, so he should be fine for now. Selena said, "Should I remind him not to go out in such plain clothes?" Luke said, "Let's watch the situation here first. If we don't get anything, I'll go and meet this new neighbor. You can watch the video feed from a distance." Selena asked, "Why?" Luke said, "If I'm not mistaken, his superpower is a little tricky." Selena was curious. "He even has a superpower, what is it?" Luke said with a smile, "God closed one door for him, but opened 3 walls." Selena asked, "Then isn't he living in a greenhouse every day?" Luke was stunned for a moment, before he nodded solemnly. "That's why he's full of fire, and has sworn to give back to this land he loves." Selena said, "But the criminals he loves with his fists and sticks don't seem to appreciate it." Luke chuckled. "It's fine. He'll be a lot more relaxed in the future." The two chatted for half an hour on the roof. Selena suddenly alerted him, "There's chatter on the police channel. The 15th precinct has sent a patrol car over." Luke shrugged. "It seems that the hand won't be collecting the bodies tonight. Let's go drop in on the new neighbor." Leaping down, the two of them walked for about a kilometer before they found an old building by the river. Luke told Selena to stay outside, and climbed in through a window on the 2nd floor. After he entered the stairwell, he quickly changed into ordinary clothes and sprayed his body with a unique scent cleanser. A moment later, he put on a pair of sunglasses and shared the video signal with Selena, before he went to the 3rd floor. Opening a door, he saw a dark figure on the floor. "He's unconscious." Luke sighed helplessly. "It seems I'll have to perform minor surgery on him first." Activating Sharp Nose, Luke quickly found a first aid kit in the room. He then picked up the person on the floor and put him on a long table before turning on 2 lamps and angling them as he did his best to put together an operating table. 20 minutes later, he stopped what he was doing. "Mr. Black Mask, now that your injury has been treated, you don't have to pretend to be unconscious anymore. Or do you want me to call you New York's Batman?" The person on the table still didn't move. Luke sighed. Whatever the case, I saved you. Are you sure you want to act like this with me? The man in black finally turned around and asked in a low voice, "Who are you? How did you find me?" Luke shrugged. "I saw you when you went ashore from the pier. You've gotten quite famous here recently. I only followed you here to take a look. I didn't touch your mask, so you don't have to care who I am." The man in black was silent for a moment. "You should still have a name, right?" Luke said, "You can call me Puncher." The man in black asked, "Why did you save me?" Luke crossed his arms. "As a basic courtesy, shouldn't you give me a name? I can't keep calling you Black Mask or New York's Batman, can I?" The man in black was lost for words for a moment before he said, "You can call me Daredevil." Luke chuckled. "That indeed suits you. You're truly a daredevil for going out to fight for justice in just a black hood." Daredevil frowned. "You've seen me before." Luke suddenly smiled. "Daredevil, you do have sharp ears, but please don't use them on me. It's not a good habit to pry into other people's privacy." Daredevil's lips moved, but he didn't know what to say. "There's no need to deny it." Luke continued, "With your face completely covered like that, anybody can tell that you're blind." Daredevil said nothing. "If I were you, I would first make a helmet and add 2 lenses to hide the fact that you're blind, so that the enemy will think that you're relying on your vision to fight," suggested Luke. Daredevil was silent for a moment before he couldn't help saying, "I'm not a tailor. I can't make a helmet for myself." Luke, on the other hand, chuckled. "Then what about your clothes? You can't hide your height in ordinary clothes, and your real identity will be easily exposed. You're truly inferior to Batman." Hearing the name, Batman, again, Daredevil couldn't help but say, "I'm not Batman. I'm not doing this to imitate him." Luke tilted his head. "That's a given, your imitation isn't even as good as the cosplayers." Pausing for a moment, he then continued, "Since you're not a copycat, make yourself special equipment to hide yourself better so that you're different from the original Batman." Daredevil was speechless. The equipment which Batman used had been analyzed countless times by the newspapers and magazines. Daredevil wasn't an engineering major, he couldn't compare with Batman. Luke put the first aid kit aside and looked out the window at the Hudson River. "Tell me, why would a blind man be a vigilante? Is he relying on the fact that his hearing is better than an ordinary person's?" Daredevil didn't say anything. Luke didn't turn around. "You're blind, but you're talented. Apart from your extraordinary agility, your sense of hearing and smell are also very sharp. I told you not to pry into my privacy with your hearing, so you switched back to your sense of smell. Are you trying to remember my scent so that you can find me later?" Daredevil's body stiffened, and he suddenly felt like a child that had been caught doing something bad. Luke turned around and looked at him. "This world isn't as simple as you think. You're not the only person with superpowers in New York. If you want to live longer as a vigilante, you better learn from Batman." Daredevil frowned. "I'm me, not anyone else. I'm telling you to be careful." Luke continued, "You may have to face more than just gangsters in the future. If the organizations investigating Batman are interested in you one day, information about you will appear on their desks in a few days." Looking at Daredevil, who was silent again, Luke smiled and threw a blanket at him. "That's all I have to say. May you have pleasant dreams tonight." Daredevil finally couldn't help but say, "Wait. Luke, why did you come to New York?" Daredevil asked. Luke chuckled. "New York isn't yours or mine. Enjoy your last free moments, kid. You'll be busy after this. We might meet again." Then, he quickly disappeared. Daredevil gritted his teeth and lay back down after a moment. If Puncher really wanted to kill him, he had had countless opportunities just now. The fact that Daredevil was still alive could only prove that wasn't his plan. Daredevil had lost a lot of blood. He was dizzy and exhausted. He barely covered himself with the blanket before he fell unconscious. After changing back into his clothes, Luke left the house and looked at the window on the third floor. He shook his head and left. After meeting up with Selina, they went home together. Selina asked curiously, "Is Daredevil's sense of hearing and smell very good?" Luke said, "Basically. That's why I didn't let you approach him, in case the new neighbor finds out about our hobby." Selina asked, "But you got close to him just now. Won't that be a problem?" Luke chuckled. "Do you think I would have dared approach him without being prepared? Remember to always clean up after yourself, or you'll easily be found, like this daredevil." Selina, on the other hand, frowned. "We'll definitely run into him again at night. Won't we also risk being exposed then?" Luke said, "I'll modify your armor and figure out how to solve the problem. The new neighbor should be resting for a few days. We have time." Selina nodded, then suddenly sighed. "New York is a lot more unbelievable than Los Angeles. We've only been here for a few days, and we've already run into all these weird people. There will be a lot more like what happened tonight." "Don't get careless," Luke warned her. In the next few years, there would be a steady stream of heroes and villains stirring up wave after wave of trouble in New York. When that happened, these weird people and events would pop up like mushrooms everywhere, like a market sale. Luke felt that this kind of life was a little exciting. The next day, Luke and Selina left for work before 8 o'clock to avoid the terrifying morning rush in New York. They walked into the hall and saw two detectives walking out. The man who was leading the way was called Joe Lambert. Behind them was a woman with short, curly blonde hair called Connie Kowalski. Luke and Selina stepped aside and said, "Good morning, Joe, Connie." However, the two detectives stopped, and the middle-aged man stretched out his hand and gave Luke a half-hug. "No need to be polite, we're colleagues now, Luke." Luke patted his shoulder and said, "Of course, Joe." Only then did Joe say, "We still have work to do. Let's get a drink after work. How about in 2 days?" Luke smiled. "Sure." The four of them said their goodbyes again. That was what being a detective was like. There was no time for idle chit-chat. Of course, the two of them didn't exchange greetings with Luke and Selina for no reason. They were the colleagues who had been with John McClane yesterday. Now that they knew Luke's background, they naturally had to get to know him. Otherwise, how they treated him would be the deciding factor when they ran into a situation later. Several people greeted them when they entered the hall. They were all people who had been with John yesterday. They nodded and went to Dustin's office. Inside, Dustin was talking to someone. Luke was about to wait at the door, when Dustin waved at him. "Come in. There's a case here that I need the both of you to follow up on." Luke and Selina greeted Dustin politely. With other people around, they couldn't act too casual. They had to uphold Dustin's authority in front of his subordinates. Dustin nodded. "Walter, John killed another suspect yesterday. The suspect's family has come to the police station to complain about his abuse of power." Walter said, "Director Hammer, you know that the guy had a bomb on him." Dustin raised his hand. "I know. Do you think I want to send John home? But even if this is for his future, the best is for him to rest for a couple of days until the department comes up with a verdict so that we can send the family packing." Walter had nothing to say. Dustin then pointed at Luke and Selina. "You, Detective Luke Coulson, and Detective Selina Hayek will take a look at the case today. They happen to be familiar with the place, right, Luke?" Luke nodded. As for what that place was, he wouldn't ask. Dustin was new, and compelling these veteran officers to obey him as his subordinates wasn't easy. Also, this Walter Cobb was a veteran lieutenant who was only one rank away from becoming a captain. Walter looked at Luke and Selina, then at Dustin. He could only agree. "All right, I'll show them around first." After Walter left, Luke winked at Dustin. It wasn't easy for him to lead this team. Dustin sniffed and threw a file at him. Don't be careless. Also, make sure Walter doesn't get killed. Luke bowed and said, "Yes, sir." He then left without another look at Dustin's face. Selina put the paper bag on a chair not far from the door and left with a smile. Seeing the two of them follow the dark-faced Walter, Dustin sighed and closed the door, before he picked up the pastries which Selina had brought. He took one out and took a ferocious bite, then cursed in a low voice. "Damn it, it's still my people who are useful. These B***stards are a pain in the ass." Naturally, these B***stards were referring to the detectives here. It was never easy to be a chief. On the other side, Luke quickly flipped through the file as he followed Walter. "Inspector Cobb, are we headed over now?" Walter Cobb was a middle-aged Caucasian man, and he had led the operation with John yesterday. The most eye-catching thing about him was his neat and thick mustache. The suit, tie, and white shirt he was wearing were of average quality. Although they weren't clean and tidy, they did show that he wasn't a slovenly middle-aged man like John McClane. In fact, if Dustin hadn't come out of nowhere, Inspector Cobb might have become the chief of the Detective Bureau. Given Walter's seniority in the Detective Bureau, strong-willed Dustin still had to talk reason with him since he, as a newcomer, couldn't suppress Walter. Walter looked at Luke as he walked. Seeing that he was reading the file, Walter couldn't help but curl his lip. "Kid, just reading the file won't solve anything. I'm told that you're very good at fighting." Luke raised his head and smiled at Walter. "Normally, I prefer to reason with people." Walter's eyebrows twitched. Initially feeling impatient, he calmed down. He stopped and turned to look at Luke. "Really? That's not what John said." Luke gave the file to Selina and said, "I'm a police officer, we represent the law. So, I usually try legal measures first when dealing with a suspect." The corners of Walter's mouth twitched, and he suddenly patted Luke's shoulder. "Kid, based on your words, John should be calling you sir in 5 years." Luke smiled. "That doesn't seem like a good thing." Walter, "Oh." Luke said, "As a commanding officer, you have to worry about your subordinates all the time. Inspector Cobb, you know what it's like." Walter's face fell. "It's fine as long as you don't make Dustin worry in the future." Luke smiled. "I'll do my best not to cause any trouble for you." Seeing how serious Luke was, Walter could only snort. Thinking of the B***stard who caused trouble for him every time he did something, his emotions were a little complicated. After this first round of sounding each other out, the three of them went to the parking lot. Walter's partner, a detective in his 40s who wore glasses and was called Ricky, was waiting for them there. After greeting Luke and Selina, Ricky left with Walter, and the two of them followed behind. They hadn't gone far, when their cars got stuck on the road. Bored, Selina took out a cake from the food box in the back and took a bite. The traffic here is really something." Luke shrugged. "This is New York, and this is Manhattan." Selina asked, "What if there's an emergency, and we're caught in a traffic jam like this?" Pondering for a moment, Luke replied, "Why don't I put 2 bicycles in the car?" Looking at the traffic outside, Selina thought for a moment before she nodded in agreement. "That's true. Bicycles are still the most practical." Luke nodded with a smile. He had initially been joking, but not entirely. One had to consider their physical strength when using a bicycle, but they didn't need to do so for a motorcycle. At most, he could modify it. As Luke was pondering various means of transport, Selina alerted him, Walters turned on the lights. Luke casually turned on their police lights and squeezed onto the bus lane. "The inspector's in a hurry. Let's catch up." Selina smiled. "They sure are impatient." Luke said, "It's a gridlock every day. How can they not be anxious?" In the end, the cars hadn't gone 500 meters before they stopped again. Ricky got out of the car and deftly wrote out a fine before giving it to the young lady in the driver's seat. He then had the lady, who had a twisted expression on her face, move her car so that the police cars could pass through. Luke and Selena clicked their tongues as they went past the young woman, and even heard her curse. B****, I'm going to file a complaint. I already got out of the lane, and you still gave me such a huge fine. Selena burst out laughing. Don't tell me that the detective bureau also has a ticket quota to meet. Luke, however, nodded solemnly. You can go give out tickets later. Selena said, huh. Luke gestured at the long line of cars next to them and said, in this sort of traffic, giving people tickets is absolutely more useful than police lights. Selena understood. The ticket was just a prop for scaring people, but she could write one whenever she needed to. While the Detective Bureau's main order of business didn't include infringement notices, the detectives had the authority to issue tickets. This way, relying on their lights and fines, it took the two cars 40 minutes to get to their destination. Selena stayed back to watch the cars. It wasn't safe to leave police cars unattended here. Looking at the old apartment building in the rundown units, the three of them didn't have good expressions. Finding room 307 on the third floor, Ricky knocked on the door. Nobody answered, but the door fell to the ground. Ricky felt his head hurt. Don't tell me I have to pay for the repairs. Walter said helplessly, if you were that strong, why would you become a police officer? Go and become the world boxing champion. Ask the neighbors and see where she's gone. Ricky could only lift the door, and with Luke's help, put it back in place. Ricky knocked on the neighboring door, and a wary Latino man asked through the crack, what do you want? Ricky pointed at his badge and said, NYPD. It's fine, relax. We're just here to talk to Elena Cardenas. Sweat broke out on the Latino man's forehead. She probably went to the lawyer. Ricky asked, where's the lawyer? The Latino man said, Nelson and Murdoch Law Firm. Just turn left and follow the road for 200 meters. The three of them soon arrived at the law firm. This time, Selena got out of the car as well. They were familiar with the environment since their new place was 20 meters away, and they knew that there was a much lower chance of theft here. Also, the law firm was on the third floor, and they would be able to see anything that happened below. When they got to the third floor, they looked inside the old unit and saw all kinds of people sitting around. Walter was stunned. This law firm's business is so good. Ricky was also puzzled. The people here have money to hire a lawyer? Luke and Selena didn't say anything. Many people in the room couldn't afford a lawyer, but a lawyer who was willing to help them was another matter. When the four of them walked in, everybody looked at them. Both Walter and Ricky were wearing suits and ties, but they didn't look like office workers. Luke and Selena were young and good-looking, but they were dressed casually. When they saw the badges on their chests, many people got strange expressions on their faces. Two men wrapped in bloody bandages had already straightened nervously and slipped out. Ignoring them, Walter scanned the room and focused on a young woman nearby. He walked over and showed her his badge. Hello, miss. Are you the receptionist here? The young woman had long, straight blonde hair and a delicate face. She was wearing a blue dress and a black jacket. Hearing Walter's words, she stood up with a smile. Hello, Lieutenant. My name is Karen Page. I'm a clerk here. How can I help you? Walter said, we're looking for Elena Cardenas. The young woman named Karen nodded with a smile. Please wait a moment. I'll see if she's still here. A moment later, an old lady in her 60s followed her out of the room. She looked at Walter and said something in Spanish. Walter asked, can you understand English? All Elena said was, a little. Walter felt a little helpless. They were going to ask questions, but their words could be ambiguous, and sometimes it was troublesome. More and more people were speaking Spanish in the United States, and most police officers needed to know a little. Walter could understand everyday conversation, but he struggled to speak it himself. Selena said in a low voice, "I know Spanish, sir." Walter nodded. "You translate." After a few words, they followed the old lady to a quiet place in the corridor and started talking. It actually wasn't complicated at all. The case that Walter was investigating was, of course, the series of explosions in the Clinton area a few days ago. The old lady's apartment was across the street from the explosion site. Half the place had been turned upside down that night, and the door that Ricky knocked down with one fist was the result of the explosion. Previously, the old lady had reported that someone had come to threaten her, and even smashed up her apartment. The 15th Precinct's conclusion: the old lady had misunderstood. It was just an apartment renovation dispute. The matter was settled. However, Walter clearly wanted to make an issue of the explosions. If he could obtain enough merits, it would put more pressure on Dustin. He was just short of becoming a captain. As long as he made great contributions during this period of time, whether it shook Dustin's footing and he was forced into another department, or Walter was promoted to another department, it wouldn't be a bad outcome either way. That was why he had been very reluctant when Dustin put Luke and Selena on the same case. If there was a breakthrough, Luke and Selena would get a share of the credit. Everybody knew that Luke and Selena, who had transferred from Los Angeles, were Dustin's people, which meant that Walter wouldn't be able to put pressure on Dustin even if he solved the case. This was the sly way in which leaders worked. Of course, an old fox like Walter wouldn't give up easily. He had 100 ways to clear the case without Luke and Selena's help so that in the end, they wouldn't get any share of the credit. So, he didn't panic at Dustin's interference, and simply followed his own plan. As the old lady spoke excitedly to Walter and the rest, someone walked out of the office. The man was stunned when he saw Luke. "Luke? What are you?" Luke greeted him with a smile. "Good morning, Foggy. I'm working." Foggy looked at the two men and saw their badges. He then looked at Luke. "You, too?" Smiling, Luke pulled out the metal chain from inside his jacket and revealed his badge. "Let's reintroduce ourselves. Luke Coulson, a new detective who reported to NYPD yesterday." Foggy gaped. "You? A detective?" As a lawyer and a native of New York, Foggy certainly knew a lot about NYPD. In his opinion, although Luke was mature, that was more likely a result of his upbringing. He didn't even look like he was 20 years old yet. He was under 20 but had joined NYPD as a police officer, and was even part of the detective bureau, where all the sly foxes were. Luke smiled. "Most of your classmates are still interning in law firms, but you opened your own law firm and are your own boss now, aren't you?" Foggy smiled bitterly. "All right, quit joking around. Luke, why are you looking for Elena?" Luke briefly explained the situation. Foggy frowned. "You're only here to look for clues, and you might not be able to solve Elena's problem." Luke sighed, then looked meaningfully in Walter's direction. He lowered his voice and said, "When I went to work today, I was put on this case. That Lieutenant Walter is the one in charge of the investigation, so you understand." Thinking about the detective title on Luke's badge and Walter's lieutenant rank, Foggy couldn't say anything. It was just like how an intern at a law firm couldn't tell a senior partner what to do. Of course, a minor detective wasn't qualified to instruct a police inspector on a case, not to mention that Luke was new. Looking at his face, Luke continued in a low voice, "But if we find any clues, it'll be better than settling the renovation dispute for Elena, right?" Foggy was intrigued. "Is that so?" Smiling, Luke patted his shoulder and said, "You can go over now and see what Lieutenant Walter has to say. Since coming to NYPD, I haven't even spoken to him for 5 minutes all up." Foggy didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You're too good a newcomer." However, Luke's attitude improved his mood. As expected, this young man didn't have the hypocrisy that Foggy hated. Someone with principles was always more likable than someone who sat on the fence. Luke wasn't selling Walter out, because what happened to Elena had nothing to do with Walter. He was investigating the explosions, not the small matter of Elena's apartment being smashed up. Elena called the police, and the 15th precinct concluded that it was a renovation dispute. The old lady indeed should thank Walter for his meddling. That way, she could at least look forward to the 15th precinct's conclusion being overturned. Foggy wasn't stupid. Anyone who could be a lawyer couldn't be stupid, or they would very quickly be taken of. In the time it took him to walk over, he had already sorted out the key points in the information that Luke had divulged. He walked over with a smile and began to help the old lady, Elena. In fact, it was precisely because of this renovation dispute that Foggy had gone over to Elena's place to talk, so he had been in the apartment on the night of the explosions. Foggy had a clear head and spoke in an organized manner. He was clearly a better witness than the old lady, and had been able to notice certain details. Walter had initially been afraid of trouble and didn't want to talk to the young lawyer, but after talking to Foggy for a while, he couldn't help but ask more questions, and the old lady was left alone. Luke simply gestured for Selina to call for him if something happened. He took a few steps forward and returned to Nelson and Murdoch's office. Now that he was examining the so-called law firm, he shook his head. The two young lawyers seemed to have encountered the most common and biggest problem when starting their own business: money. Money was always a big problem for most people in the world. The two young lawyers had started their own business, but had taken on a lot of cases from the poor when they needed money the most. The only way to make a lot of money from the poor was basically through lawsuits claiming damages and compensations. The New York subway and signboards had 888 phone numbers along with two smiling lawyers who specialized in this sort of service. These two young lawyers, however, didn't take on lucrative jobs like these. Their current cases involved either obtaining new work visas for migrant workers or reducing the punishment for poor people who couldn't pay the fines and didn't want to go to jail. Also, they were helping Elena negotiate with the landlord about fixing the apartment. These people couldn't afford an hourly lawyer fee of $100. What they gave the two young lawyers in return was just cheap food and fruit. They were piled in a corner of the room, but it wasn't a lot. It would last the three of them 2 days at most. Alright, a certain lawyer might only be able to eat 2 meals at most. After all, those who liked to engage in physical labor would be more exhausted. The blonde, Karen, noticed Luke. Like her, it was very hard to ignore Luke's looks in a place like this. She asked curiously, "Is there anything I can help you with?" Luke smiled. "I'm a friend of Foggy's, but I've never been here before. Do you mind if I take a look around?" Karen smiled awkwardly. "That's fine, but we only have 3 rooms." Luke looked at her and shrugged. "It's never easy starting a business. Don't worry about me, I'll just take a look." As he spoke, he walked to the door of the room that should be the office of the two lawyers and looked inside. There were 2 desks and a cabinet full of files, and an antique computer connected to an old printer. Looking at the old scratches on the printer, Luke felt that the printer might be as old as Claire. On one of the tables was a stack of envelopes that were very familiar to most Americans. They were urgent notifications from various companies. Judging from the thickness of the stack, there had to be a lot of things at Nelson and Murdoch that needed to be paid, like the electricity, the landline, rent, property management, and so on. But food and fruits clearly couldn't be used as payment. Luke shook his head and left. Miss Karen was clearly paying attention to his actions. He was afraid that the woman would rush over to stop him the moment he stepped into the office. He turned around and went to the other side. It was obviously a small kitchen. Apart from some used cups, there wasn't much else inside. Even the coffee machine only had a small amount of dregs in it. It hadn't been used in at least 2 days. It wasn't because Miss Karen was lazy. There was an empty coffee powder bag in the trash. It wasn't like the coffee machine could boil water out of thin air. To make matters worse, it was already past 10 in the morning. Foggy and Karen were the only ones in the office, and Mr. Matt was nowhere to be seen. No matter how one looked at it, this was doomed to fail. Luke sighed. In this world, it was hard to be rich if you wanted to be a good person. After Luke looked around, Walter's voice came from outside. "Let's go, Luke." "Coming," said Luke. He smiled at Karen again and left the office. Foggy was still outside, talking to Walter. Walter was a little impatient, but he had just learned a lot about the situation, so it wasn't good for him to turn hostile now, and he simply hummed carelessly in acknowledgement. Seeing Luke, he promptly said to Foggy, "I'll let you know if there's anything new on Elena's situation. Don't rush when you do things, kid." Then, he patted Foggy's shoulder and left. Luke winked at Foggy before he followed Walter downstairs. Foggy watched them leave, then exhaled. "I hope you find something." Karen suddenly popped up behind him. "Is that Luke, your new neighbor?" Foggy said, "Yes, right across the street. The one who was renovating a few days ago." Karen said, "Why didn't you say that he was a detective? He's so young." Foggy said, "We just met a few days ago. We were in a hurry to get to work and didn't have time to chat with him, but I think he's a nice guy." Karen hesitated for a moment before she said in a low voice, "But why do I feel like he was looking around as if he was at a crime scene?" "Foggy, the crime scene is the CSU's purview, Karen." Karen stared at him in amusement. "I know. I'm just saying that he's like a detective at a crime scene, he's the kind of detective who looks at details." Foggy spread his hands. "All right, then what do we have here?" "The two gang members outside have already slipped away, leaving only one woman whose visa has expired." Karen was lost for words. When Foggy said that, she suddenly didn't think that there was anything worth coveting in this shabby office. Except, herself. However, the young man didn't look at her the way most young people did when they saw a beautiful woman. He simply observed her from the corner of his eye. How did Karen know? Because she had been secretly watching the young detective. At that thought, she sighed. "I was overthinking it. He said that he's your friend, but he's never been to the office, so he wanted to take a look around." Foggy slapped his forehead. "Jesus, he didn't come into my office, did he? My desk is full of payment notices we received in the last few days." Karen said, "He didn't go in. He was just looking from the door. He shouldn't know about our embarrassing dire situation." After a brief silence, Foggy shook his head. "I need to find a big client, at least enough to pay the bills for the next 2 months, which will give us more time." Karen nodded with a bitter smile and returned to her desk in the lounge. Looking at the clients in the room, she wondered if it was possible to find a big client here. Downstairs, Walter just said, "Selena will explain the situation to you later. You can visit the 2 victims of the explosions and see if they have any information." Luke said, "Inspector Cobb, this is a little rude, but I have to ask, where are you going?" Walter didn't look happy. "Do you want to be my boss?" Luke wasn't flustered at all. He simply said, "I'm just making sure that you're not on your own in Clinton. After all, my biggest responsibility is to ensure your safety here." Walter got even more upset. "Do I need you to guarantee my safety?" Luke was unperturbed. "If it was anywhere else, of course not. However, if even the chief wanders around here alone, we wouldn't be able to guarantee his safety." Walter's mouth moved, but he was unable to retort. This was Clinton, known as Hell's Kitchen. Listening to Luke, Walter suddenly realized that Dustin might not have asked Luke to follow him to steal his credit, but to ensure his safety. The man in front of him could fight dozens of monsters. After a brief silence, he nodded and said, "Ricky and I are going back to the police station to do research, okay?" Luke said, "Then that's fine. If you need to come here again, you can call me anytime, Inspector Cobb." Walter snorted and got into the car. Nosy. Ricky gave Luke a helpless look. He had quite a good impression of Luke. Most of the people who had interacted with Luke didn't hate him. Walter's attitude toward Luke was clearly because of Dustin, and had little to do with Luke himself. The car started, and Walter suddenly rolled down the window and said, "Don't be so stiff-necked when you're out doing things. Use my name in the future, understand?" Luke smiled. "All right, Walter." Walter looked away and waved, and Ricky drove off. After a moment, Ricky suddenly smiled and said, "Boss, this newbie is very conscientious." Looking at Luke's car in the rearview mirror, Walter snorted. "Just drive." Ricky laughed even louder. "Boss, don't be stubborn. This guy is quite likable. He puts me in a much better mood compared with that piece of sh*t John." Walter couldn't help but rub his forehead. A person's true value could only be determined through a comparison. Compared with Luke, his subordinate, John, was a tough nut to crack. After figuring out Dustin's intent earlier, Walter was surprised, but he was also jealous of Dustin. A subordinate who could fight as well as carry out orders was simply perfect. If John was as obedient as Luke, Walter couldn't help thinking that he might have become the chief of the detective bureau long ago, and Dustin wouldn't have come into the picture. Luke didn't know about Walter's complicated feelings, and wouldn't care too much even if he did. It was unlikely that Walter would actually fight Dustin. If this senior inspector couldn't accept the situation, he would be transferred to another department. At the very least, he and Luke would be colleagues for a few months. Luke could tell that Walter wasn't a mean guy. He was only competing with Dustin for a promotion, and certainly wouldn't make the captain suffer. After Walter and Ricky left Clinton, Luke and Selena turned around and looked for the two families based on the addresses which Walter had given to them. The questioning didn't go smoothly, and there was almost a gunfight at the second address. The man at the second address grew nervous when he opened the door and saw Luke's badge. Sensing that something was wrong, Luke took out his gun behind his back. He kicked the door open. The edge of the wooden door slammed into the man's face, and he passed out. Looking at the gun on the floor, Luke sighed. "Why can't you talk nicely?" Instead of going in, he simply said to Selena, "Call over the patrol officers from the 15th precinct." Then, he leaned against the door and took out a chocolate lollipop. He wasn't interested in wasting time interrogating such a nobody. It was better to leave it to the police of the 15th precinct. But half an hour later, the man who had been knocked out by the door was awake, and the patrol officers still hadn't arrived. Luke wasn't in a hurry. He had anticipated this of the 15th precinct. If the 15th precinct dared to say that they were second last in professionalism among all the police stations in New York, nobody would dare claim they were last. Looking at the man who had woken up, Luke smiled. "You're awake. Then be good and answer my questions." The man only felt that his head was hurting, and he didn't pay any attention to Luke's words. Luke said, "If I'm satisfied with your answer, then you weren't holding a gun when you attacked the police. If I'm not satisfied, the gun was fired, understand?" The middle-aged man was confused, and it took him a while to figure out the difference. Shooting a cop was different from hitting a cop. He didn't want to be set up by the police, and wanted to face a judge even less. In less than 10 minutes, he told them about the night of the explosions. Also, this man had some useful information. He had seen something that night, but didn't mention it because he didn't want to cause trouble. However, Luke had sensed with his telepathy that he was hiding something. After being interrogated a few more times, the man could only come clean. "Are you saying that the car which delivered the goods to the Russians exploded a few minutes later?" Luke confirmed. The man nodded. "That car always comes between 7 and 8 p.m. I've seen it a few times." Luke understood. The leader of the Irish gang, Owen, was probably right. The explosions were most likely caused by Kingpin. Because Kingpin was the largest drug dealer in New York, he was the one who supplied the Russians with the goods. If his own assets were blown up, Kingpin wouldn't just sit back and watch. He would definitely send someone to find out who had moved his goods. A rumor that the Black Mask was the perpetrator wouldn't fool Kingpin, so it could only be a rumor spread by Kingpin himself. Luke and Selena were sucking on their lollipops as they asked the questions, and it was another 15 minutes before the patrol officers from the 15th precinct arrived. The two officers spoke to Luke and Selena in a businesslike manner, and were about to lead the man down. Raising an eyebrow, Luke stopped them. "Officers, you should check his place." The patrol officers glanced at him. One of them, who was almost 40 years old, nodded carelessly. "We have to escort him back first. Just cordon the place off." Luke was amused. As expected of New York's most rotten branch. They didn't even bother to conceal the fact that they were just going through the motions in front of their HQ colleagues. As the saying went, be a monk for one day, strike the bell once a day. If these two patrol officers became monks, they would probably be lazy pigs who ate and slept every day without touching the bell at all. "Officers, do you need me to remind you that someone else is in the apartment?" asked Luke. The two officers were stunned. "Someone else? Then why didn't you go and take a look?" Luke said, "Isn't this your territory? But it seems that you're too busy, so forget it." Then, he gestured at Selena and they walked into the apartment. After opening the bedroom door, they quickly helped a young woman out. Looking at the woman's expensive clothes, the two officers knew that something was wrong. The woman didn't look like she was from around here, and it was impossible for her to live in this shabby apartment with the hooligan. So, was this a kidnapping? Luke hadn't paid attention to the woman before because he sensed that she seemed to be sleeping. But it was a little strange that she didn't wake up even with the commotion outside. Given the unusual situation, he didn't want to hand the girl over to the two unreliable police officers. He simply got into the car with Selena and went straight to Metro General Hospital. "She's just a girl, right? She doesn't look old enough." Looking at the girl in the back seat, Selena sighed. "The people of the 15th precinct are less reliable than I thought. Their law enforcement is so crap." Luke said casually, "Once you become used to deceiving yourself and the outside world, you become a garbage existence." In comparison, even in a big city like Los Angeles with huge gang numbers, most of the police officers at least acted professional on the surface. It was only 11:30 a.m. The two patrol officers hadn't been at work even 3 hours, but seemed to be in a hurry to have lunch. As expected of the 15th precinct as the worst police station in New York. Luke and Selena often skipped work, but that was because they had already done more than required, and they never dilly-dallied or shirked work. After that, Luke and Selena weren't interested in discussing the lousy 15th precinct. When they arrived at Metro General Hospital, they sent the young woman to the ER. 10 minutes later, a nurse with long brown hair walked out and said, "Detectives, the patient is in a semi-conscious state. We're not sure what her condition is like, and she can't be questioned for now." Luke nodded. "Do you have some time? We need to know a little more about the victim's injuries." The brown-haired nurse said, "I have 5 minutes." Without wasting any time, Luke asked, "Does she show any signs of drug abuse?" The nurse shook her head. "It doesn't look like it. She doesn't have any old needle marks on her arms, and there are no drugs in her blood." Luke asked, "Any external injuries? Scratches, beatings, knife wounds, and so on?" The nurse said, "Basically none." "Are there any signs of assault?" asked Luke. The nurse's expression turned dark. "Her clothes are still intact, but..." Luke and Selena waited patiently. "But, her clothes don't look like what a minor would wear," the nurse said. "Also, ID Saryeri isn't cheap. A lingerie set costs at least $500. Luke glanced at Selena, his expression asking if she had heard of the brand. Selena nodded to indicate that the brand was indeed expensive. Only then did Luke nod. "I'll call people from the SVU over. A forensics team will come by later to collect evidence. Please tell the doctor not to clean her up for now." The nurse said, "Okay." Luke said, We'll be following up on this case, too. We might need to ask you about it. How should we address you? Christine Palmer, ER nurse. The nurse went back to work. The two of them called the Special Victims Unit and handed the case over to them. They then prompted the forensics department to come and gather evidence, before finally leaving the hospital at 2 p.m. The girl might have had an unfortunate encounter, but in New York, which had a population of 8 million, there were many similar encounters. She was already very lucky to be rescued in one piece. There were thousands of similar cases in the SVU, and Luke and Selena couldn't handle all of them. Looking at the gloomy weather, Selena stretched. It feels like it's going to rain. I'm sleepy. Luke said, you can stay at home with Gold Nugget this afternoon, and look at the files while you're at it. I need to do something. Selena asked, what is it? Luke said, arrange things for 3 problem girls, and visit an old friend. Hearing the emphasis on old friend, Selena stopped asking. Luke didn't have many old friends here, more likely, it was some professional he was acquainted with, or an enemy. This wasn't something that should be discussed. The sky in New York was gloomy at 5 p.m. Luke arrived in New Jersey in a second-hand Ford. He walked to a 2-story building and took out a key. After checking the facilities, he nodded in satisfaction. This was a house which he had gotten a renovation company to fix up through an intermediary. It was some distance from the Hudson River and there weren't that many people around here, which made it a suitable location. Most of the facilities in the house had already been installed by the company's workers last night. He simply took out various equipment and materials from his storage space and quickly installed the necessary facilities. It only took him an hour to do everything. Looking at the gloomy sky and the drizzle that had already started outside the window, he keyed Butterfly's basic programming into the house, and sent it a message to inform Stacy and the twin sisters to come to this new base in New Jersey. The 3 girls had entered a second month of basic training, but they didn't complain. It was time for them to start a new life. After changing his clothes, Luke left. He drove to the remote bank of the river opposite his house, and made a call. I'm here. There was a man's voice on the other end of the line. Head 500 meters northeast. Harem Garbage Disposal. We're there. Luke hung up and drove off. A few minutes later, he clicked his tongue inwardly as he moved between piles of garbage. The meeting place was simply out of a movie. If it were anyone else, they would definitely suspect that the other party was going to silence them in this place. Walking past a pile of abandoned cars, Luke's nose twitched, and he looked at a large garbage disposal unit nearby. Still busy? Huh, you're here, V. The voice of a young girl rang out. A small figure in a purple wig crawled nimbly out of the control room of the disposal unit, grabbed the metal railings on both sides of the stairs, and slid down. Looking at her short figure, Luke was lost for words. You don't seem to have grown much, Mindy. Mindy, who had been quite happy, was instantly dealt a heavy blow when she heard this. Hey, I grew an inch taller, okay? She even gestured at her head to indicate the clear progress. Luke was lost for words. You should be more worried about the future at this rate. He dropped the subject. While Mindy currently wasn't getting taller, she also wasn't growing sideways, which was her greatest fortune. It would be a tragedy if she put on weight and not height, and turned into a stocky girl in the next few years. Where's your father? He asked. Mindy pointed at the control room. He's taking care of the garbage. Luke nodded and gave her a box. It's been a long time. Here's a little gift for you. Mindy was delighted. Thank you. She opened the box and was stunned. Taking out a few thin items and examining them, she asked, "What's this?" Luke said, "Additional protective casings for the titanium phone. There are 7 colors in total. You can use a different mood color every day of the week." Mindy thought for a moment and found it interesting. They're very simple, but interesting. Thank you. As they spoke, Damon came out of the control room. However, he wasn't as reckless as Mindy. He climbed down sedately and stopped before Luke. "It's been a long time, V." Luke shook hands with him and said with a smile, "I didn't interrupt your business, did I?" He had smelled blood just now. It was obvious that the garbage Damon was cleaning up was human. Damon chuckled and looked at the crushed car. "It's fine. I was finishing up when you called." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "You said that you needed something. What is it?" Luke said, "I think you might be one of the people in New York who knows the most about the drug cartels here." Damon wasn't too surprised. The first time he met the mysterious V, both of them had set their eyes on a drug gang. Although he didn't know what V had been doing recently, it wasn't the first time he had asked for such information. Damon nodded quickly. "It's hard to explain in a short while. How about you come over to our place and we'll talk there?" Thinking for a moment, Luke shook his head. "This might be a little hurtful, but I have to remind you it's best not to reveal your real address to anyone, not even me." Mindy snorted in dissatisfaction. Annoying. Damon also felt a little awkward, but still said, "We trust you." Luke sighed. "If I were you, I would only trust each other. What you do is too dangerous, trusting others too much isn't safe." Seeing that the father and daughter were silent for a moment, Luke pondered before he said, "Let's go. Let me see what your place looks like." Mindy snorted again and left. Damon didn't know what to say. He simply gestured for Luke to follow him, and the three of them left the garbage disposal factory. After they left, they drove south and arrived at an old house. The automatic garage door opened, and the two cars drove in before the door closed. Luke got out of the car and followed Damon to the living room. Damon walked to one corner of the living room and entered a passcode on a panel. The liquor cabinet then swung open to reveal a secret room. Damon and Mindy entered the secret room and began to take off their equipment. Damon asked casually, "Want anything to drink?" "There's beer and juice in the fridge." Luke said, "No need." He then walked over to the windows and looked outside. After a brief look, he shook his head. The only reason the father and daughter had chosen this place was probably because of the location. It wouldn't take more than 5 minutes to reach the Lincoln Tunnel from here. When the weather was good, even Luke's 5-story house could be seen. Past the Lincoln Tunnel was Manhattan's Clinton area, which had a lot of drug traffickers. Passing through the narrow island of Manhattan in the east, they would reach the border between Brooklyn and Queens. To the northeast, they would reach Queens, and to the southeast, Brooklyn, which wasn't very peaceful either. Also, Manhattan was surrounded by the Hudson River and the Harlem River, and they could get to these three most chaotic areas of New York by water. Unfortunately, apart from that, there was no other advantage of this place. The neighbors were too close. The closest house was just 20 meters away. There were quite a few residents here, and it was a well-maintained neighborhood. Many people were familiar with each other. Going out and about here, you would run into a familiar face. Of course, Damon and Mindy probably usually changed their clothes outside before coming back here, but they had brought him back with them today. But overall, this wasn't a suitable base for Damon and Mindy. Damon and Mindy took off their gear swiftly. In less than 5 minutes, the father and daughter came out in skin-tight clothes. Mindy was also wearing the bulletproof vest which Luke had given her. "How is it here?" Damon asked with a smile. Luke said, I have some ideas. I'll tell you later." Without wasting any time, Damon asked, "Let's deal with your matter first. What do you want to know?" Mindy also opened the laptop which she had brought out of the secret room, ready to search for more information. Luke started asking questions. There were some things that Damon and Mindy wouldn't record down on the laptop. For example, it was difficult to quantify their subtle understandings of the different forces, and there was no ready answer. These were basically Damon and Mindy's speculations based on their own experiences after hearing his questions. The three of them talked for almost an hour before they were done. Damon even asked Mindy to copy a bunch of information for Luke. Taking the USB drive, Luke stood up. "Sorry to bother you today." Damon said, "It's fine. You can come over when you're free. Let me thank you for your information." Luke raised his hand. "This place isn't suitable. You should find a new place for your base." Mindy's face fell. "You're at it again." Looking at her, Luke said calmly, "What you're doing is very dangerous. You can't be too careful when it comes to your own safety. There's no need to entrust your security to someone else's carelessness." Then, he looked at Damon and said, "I'll give you the blueprint for a secret base and a batch of professional equipment to safeguard the security of this new base." Stunned, Damon and Mindy asked subconsciously, "How much?" Luke smiled. "Like I said, this is my gratitude for providing me with information." "Really?" Mindy found that hard to believe. "Really?" Luke said, "I'm not telling you to give up this place, but most of the stuff in your secret room can be put in the new base." He had seen a box of grenades just now. Who the hell knew what was wrong with the father and daughter? Weren't they terrified, sleeping on a bunch of dangerous items every day? For example, Luke himself only had a few registered guns in the house, and he wasn't worried if anyone investigated him. Furthermore, the amount of firearms they had could start a local war. What was the meaning of stacking them up in this suburban home? Even if their enemies found this place, the father and daughter would only be able to use 2 or 3 firearms and 10 clips at most. There was no need to place these firearms here. In addition to increasing the risk of exposure and the difficulty of safekeeping them, there really weren't many advantages. There wasn't even a shooting range here, and they would have to take so many guns out with them when they trained. What if, like that second-generation heir Alex, one of them was stopped by the police because of a broken car light, and the car was searched? How would the father and daughter explain the firearms in the car? Presumably, there were a lot of records about the bullets fired by these guns in NYPD's database, since Damon would have killed a lot of gangsters with them. Seeing that the father and daughter were considering his suggestion, Luke gave them the biggest surprise of the day. "Actually, you only need to have one thing, and it won't be a problem for you to move safely in an emergency situation." The father and daughter asked, "What is it?" Luke said, "Wait here." "Yes, that means you, Mindy. Don't follow me." Mindy's foot paused just as she had raised it. Watching Luke leave, she muttered, "How did he know I was going to follow him out?" Damon said, "Maybe because it would be strange if you didn't." "Mindy." Luke returned with a flat black box. He walked over to the table and opened the small box, in which lay a set of black armor. He picked it up and beckoned Mindy over. When she was standing in front of him, he put the armor on her. Mindy hurriedly said, wait, I'm still wearing the other set." After the black armor was put on her, it suddenly expanded and covered her body. But Damon frowned. Why did it look like a nightgown? The armor on Mindy hung loosely, like pajamas on a baby. Sensing that something was wrong, Mindy said regretfully, "Is it too long? Did you give me my father's?" Luke patted her head with a smile, and the loose armor was suddenly put away. "It has an instruction manual. You can read it later. Simply put, it's bulletproof, has basic optical camouflage, and has an anti-electronic surveillance function to a certain extent." Both father and daughter gaped. So awesome. The armor which Luke had provided them with before was mainly bulletproof, and the other functions had to be made with external components. In the last half year, however, it had also allowed them to repeatedly escape the ambush of their nemesis, Frank D'Amico, and to even kill many of his subordinates. Now, such thin clothing had even better functionality. It's best to dress quickly in an emergency. There's a separate bulletproof tablet in the box, and you need to carry it with you when you're gearing up. If you don't bring it with you, the armor will only stop small caliber bullets, large caliber bullets will still hurt. Also, the optical camouflage and anti-surveillance functions are rather ordinary, and can only prevent you from being detected by ordinary equipment in an emergency. You'll still need to bring your professional equipment with you when you're on an official operation. Mindy was already jumping around the room. Wow, it's so light. It's much more comfortable than what I was wearing before. Damon was too experienced. After hearing Luke's introduction, a thought suddenly popped into his head, and he asked, "How much does it cost?" "Around $1 million for 2 sets, said Luke casually. Actually, not even including the labor costs, the materials for the 2 sets of armor already cost almost $1 million. Damon said, "Well, our money." Looking at his face, Luke smiled and said, "Just put in on your tab for now. I trust you." Relieved, Damon said with a bitter smile, "Wait." Then, he went to the secret room and came back out with a large box. "This is $1.5 million. Everything we owe you from before is here." Damon opened the box and gestured. "I didn't expect you to give us the armor, so." Luke closed the box and said, "I'll have the blueprint and equipment for the base ready in a week. If you have time, look for a suitable location." It's fine that both of you know the place, you don't need to tell me where it is." Damon nodded silently. They were all people who worked in the dark. It was best to keep some things still secret. However, he still felt a little lost. He had always wanted to pull V into his team. Given V's ability to defeat Bullseye and cause the man to flee, as long as he was willing to help, Damon was confident that he could destroy Frank D'Amico's nest and kill that nemesis of his. But V's attitude was very clear. They had talked for a long time in Damon's house, and even when the father and daughter took off their masks and equipment, V still had no intention of taking off his mask. "It'll be very difficult to get this person to help out, huh?" Damon murmured to himself as he watched the car disappear into the night. Suddenly, he heard someone sigh. Damon looked at Mindy, who was also standing by the window. "What's wrong? Dad, are we going to be poor for the rest of our lives?" Mindy's face was full of sorrow. "V's equipment is indeed very good, and he even gave us a huge discount, but we're going to be broke at this rate." Damon scratched his head at the practical question. At the beginning, the 2 sets of armor had sold for $500,000, but now, the price of 2 sets was at least $1 million. V's production skills were improving rapidly, and the price was skyrocketing. Not buy. That was impossible. However much money they saved was useless if they lost their lives. The father and daughter didn't care much about money, they were too focused on killing their nemesis to indulge in a lavish lifestyle. But a lot of the small gangs in New York had gotten smarter recently. They had been concealing their tracks in recent months, and the money would be handed over beforehand. Damon and Mindy weren't crazy enough to openly fight with a large number of gangsters, so they had to give up on the vaults which were heavily guarded. Suddenly, Damon's expression changed. "Do you remember the group we targeted last time?" Mindy tilted her head. "Which group? Didn't a bunch of people become arrogant again in Hell's Kitchen recently?" "I heard that their prices increased by 30%, said Damon. Confused for a moment, Mindy's eyes suddenly glittered. "You mean? Now that we have new armor, let's familiarize ourselves with them tomorrow and get rid of that gang while we're at it." Damon fiddled with the new armor. "And in passing, clean up the cash in their inventory," he added inwardly. Mindy cheered. "Oh, yeah. We can finally kill those B***stards." Damon said helplessly, "Did you forget again?" "Don't swear." Mindy stuck out her tongue and made a face. "Sorry, Dad. I'm going to the training room to test out this new armor." She then ran off. Damon, who was left behind, shook his head helplessly. In the end, she was still a child. She was only thinking about the new gift, and forgot that the new armor had increased their household debt once again. But thinking about V's usual habits, Damon did his best to convince himself and put this problem aside. Although V was very clear about the debts, he had never been enthusiastic about collecting them. Damon knew why. So, when V asked for information on the gangsters in New York, he simply gave him all the confidential information he had. Only by returning the favor could they maintain a good relationship. Thinking that, he picked up his armor and went to the training room. He was as curious about the new armor as his daughter, except that he was better at controlling himself. After Luke drove for a while, he put the box of cash into his inventory. He had to take the money. It didn't really matter to him, but if he didn't take it, the other party would start to harbor excessive expectations, and it would hurt when he made any outrageous requests in the future. Habits were terrifying. It could subconsciously change a person's understanding. Luke didn't want the father and daughter to misunderstand him. For the time being, at least, he couldn't help them unconditionally. Their current relationship now was fine. At that moment, it was already 9 p.m. The sky was completely dark, and a light drizzle fell, adding a slight chill to the autumn night. Luke drove northwest until he reached a small river that flowed into the Hackensack River, one of the main rivers in New Jersey. Next to the river, there was a faint light in an old castle-like building. Luke stopped the car 2 kilometers away and took out a medium-sized drone. Looking at the metal sign which read number 17 textile mill on the gate and the guards everywhere inside, Luke smiled and said, "It seems this is the right place. Nice to meet you, fraternity." With a thought, all his V equipment disappeared, and the Big Dipper armor appeared in his hands. Luke quickly on the Big Dipper armor, and then ran forward, turning into a transparent shadow in the misty night. There were no surveillance cameras in the factory, for the sake of keeping things secret. This bunch was in the business of killing people, and it wasn't a good idea to record their criminal activity on tape. These people all had outstanding strength, and they trusted their own abilities more than electronic equipment. Luke's shadow figure entered the building through a loading bay, right under the nose of the guards. The factory was still busy. The sound of the textile machines made the place noisy as workers moved materials and finished products. It was indeed a textile mill. The textiles it produced were said to have originated in Europe 1,000 years ago. They were rare and of excellent quality, and were a luxury that many people of the upper class and church priests liked to use. Wasn't it good to do this sort of honest business with good prospects? Why was there a need to go out and kill people? As Luke criticized the fraternity inwardly, he carefully avoided the busy workers. They seemed to have better physiques and movements than ordinary people. These people were at the bottom of the fraternity's ladder. They did the odd jobs for the middle and high levels, and were a necessary existence in order to maintain the textile mill's facade. Before they were promoted as famous hitmen, most of them had to undergo training here as their restless minds were tempered by the dry and onerous physical labor. Rebecca and Bloodmint had once worked as spinners or weavers here for a long time. Standing in a corner for a moment, Luke shook the water off his armor and jumped up, grabbed the edge of the second floor, and headed for his destination. None of the workers on the bottom floor noticed him moving quietly above their heads. Making his way through the factory, Luke chose a dark corner. Standing in the shadows, he scanned the second floor and activated Sharp Nose to search for his target. Soon, he moved again and entered a hallway not far away. When he reached a door, his expression changed, and he jumped and propped himself up with hands and feet on both sides of the hallway. The door opened at that moment, and an old man walked out. In the doorway, he paused and looked around suspiciously. Except for the faint roar of the machines, however, he didn't notice anything. "I'm old and jumping at ghosts," he murmured to himself as he walked toward the back of the building. Above the door, Luke looked at the old man thoughtfully. He was certain that this old man with sharp senses was the current leader of the fraternity, and the person Rebecca and Bloodmint feared the most, Sloane. Nobody knew what Sloane's real name was. But judging from his codename, Sloane, his dream was to be rich. Given the color of his skin, however, he couldn't become a rich young master back then in his youth. Luke didn't follow Sloane. Instead, he opened the door and walked in. Looking around the room, Luke felt helpless. It was exactly as Rebecca had said. Bookshelves and old wooden filing cabinets lined the walls. But there wasn't even a computer here. There was only an old typewriter. Without a computer, that meant that the files here were in the form of paper records, which couldn't be copied quickly. But Luke was already here for the fraternity's secret files, and couldn't just leave. He quickly searched the room, but didn't find the information he wanted. That sly old fox hadn't put something like that in this office-like room. As expected, it wouldn't be easy. Without further ado, Luke left the room. Luke walked through the hallway that Sloane had taken earlier, and he reached a hall where several people were standing around a young man and Sloane, as if they were watching a show. The young man's face was red. He seemed to be holding something in one hand and waving a gun around with the other. "Get out of the way. Don't come over. I have a gun. See that? I have a gun." Some of the people watching were indifferent, some had their arms crossed and some had mocking faces. The young man yelled and ran out of the hall in a panic. The people below watched the young man run away without any intention of stopping him. After the young man ran out of the factory, a brown-haired woman with big eyes asked Sloane, "Are we just going to wait for him like this?" After a brief silence, Sloane nodded. "He'll come back. At least the money's real." He then turned around and returned to his office. Everybody looked at each other before they left. Watching everything, Luke didn't move as he used the armor support system to record the appearances of these people. Actually, from the moment he entered the factory, every person he saw was recorded by the support system. In case he couldn't find a detailed list of fraternity members, he would use this record as a substitute. It was easy for Luke to kill Sloane. He could even wipe out the mid and high-level members of the fraternity who had gathered together earlier. But that wasn't the best choice. According to Rebecca and Bloodmint, the fraternity claimed to be an ancient organization that had existed for thousands of years. Luke didn't know how much of it was hot air. He felt that it was probably like the 1982 La fight that was actually produced in 2018, a fake wrapped up in pretty packaging. However, a search of the fraternity's history revealed that it was still at least more than 50 years old. An organization that had been operating diligently in hiding their strength for 50 years, and which had at least 200 people, wouldn't be simple. If Luke chose at that moment to kill the upper echelon of the fraternity, and even everybody in the factory, that would shock the smaller branches of the organizations. Without Sloane and the other senior executives, these branches would most likely disappear before ultimately reappearing again elsewhere. If Luke wanted to clean up the branches later, he would have to waste more time searching for them, which would be too inefficient. So, he couldn't kill Sloane and the others for now. Thinking that, Luke snuck out. After making a few turns in the dark hallway, he arrived at a large, brightly lit room. He didn't go in, but looked through the window and took in everything in the spacious room at a glance. An enormous but old loom, which looked like an ancient cultural relic, was at work. After watching for a moment, Luke left. He was very interested in it, but could only leave it until last. Given the size of this thing, it wouldn't be easy for the fraternity to secretly move it away. He wasn't too worried. After personally confirming that the loom was a sacred item that formed the spiritual pillar of the fraternity, Luke snuck into another spacious room. Unlike where the loom was, this place was dark, and there weren't many things in the room. There were 3 long pits in the ground, as if for coffins. A man was busy at a table in the corner. Luke slowly walked over. The man didn't know he was there, and carried on with his business. After observing the man for a long while, Luke's lips ticked up. Looking around for a moment, he then fished out a small device and activated it behind the man's head. The man stiffened, and Luke slapped him in the back of the head. His vision turned dark, and he slumped forward. Luke grabbed the man by the collar and arranged him on the chair so that it looked like he was sleeping. "System, you have defeated the exterminator and have received a list of his abilities. The exterminator's abilities: basic combat, basic firearms. Special medicinal bath mix, 1000 credit points. Looking at the special medicinal bath mix in the system notification, Luke smiled and immediately learned the ability. Thinking for a moment, Luke frowned and looked at the bottles around the table. With a thought, a bit of the item in each bottle was placed in his inventory. After wandering around the room, he took out 2 miniature drones and set up a fixed operating schedule for them in 2 corners outside the room. After that, Luke left the textile mill and returned to Manhattan. It wasn't even midnight when he got home. Selina was sitting at the dining table on the 2nd floor in her home clothes. Gold Nugget was also sitting in its special seat. It was now qualified to eat at the same table as the Fiend. In any case, they had separate plates, so Luke didn't mind. While she was going through the files on the laptop, Selina was eating a tub of strawberry ice cream. There were even more things in front of Gold Nugget. Apart from a huge tub of ice cream, there were also many empty boxes and packaging. When the Fiend wasn't home, Selina didn't bother with it, and it could find its own food. This included junk food, seafood, ice cream, pastries, and drinks. If Selina was in a slightly better mood, it could even put steak and chicken into a smart kitchen aid and make itself supper. At most, it just needed to press the right buttons on the smart kitchen device and choose the cooking method. It was much easier than elementary math. Like now, there was aluminium foil from 2 pieces of roast chicken in the trash in front of it. It had been entrusted with the responsibility of looking after the new house for the past 2 days. There had been no mishaps, and Selina had been telling it all sorts of stories. Gold Nugget saw Luke arrive at the back door on the surveillance feed on the tablet, and its paw swept a pile of trash on the table into the trash can that was under the table. The dog jumped down from its special seat and brought the trash can down to the 1st floor. After cleaning up the scene, it waited at the stairs on the 1st floor. Luke soon came out of the garage on the 1st floor and rubbed the dog's head with a smile. "Gold Nugget, you didn't clean your mouth. How much did you eat tonight?" Gold Nugget subconsciously licked its lips, but it didn't feel anything other than saliva. Luke laughed and went upstairs. He was only teasing the dog. Gold Nugget had a clean mouth. On the 2nd floor, Selina asked lazily, "Finished everything?" Luke nodded and sat down. He took a spoonful of ice cream and said vaguely, "Yes, everything went smoothly." Selina glanced at him and said, "You're probably in a good mood. Then, let me give you some bad news." Luke raised an eyebrow. "Your logic is very strange." Selina switched to a web page on the laptop. "First of all, there's no news on the 8 ninjas who died by the river last night." Luke raised an eyebrow and took another bite of ice cream. It was cold and sweet in his mouth, but unpleasant in his ears. "I also checked the police department's internal records. The police who were dispatched by the 15th precinct last night said that it was a false alarm. Naturally, they didn't find the bodies of the 8 ninjas." Seeing Luke's calm expression, Selina sighed and said, "So, the forensics department never got the bodies of the 8 ninjas. At least, they don't exist in the police station records." Luke smiled. What a bunch of good and conscientious colleagues. Selina didn't say anything. Pondering for a moment, Luke said, "We have to be careful when it comes to the 15th precinct. Those guys have no bottom line." Selina nodded. "They've probably been bribed by Kingpin. They might even be co-conspirators. They truly can't be trusted." Looking at her, Luke asked, "What other bad news do you have?" "The girl we rescued this morning woke up. Her name's Molly Johnson. She's 15 years old and a high school student." Selina paused for a moment before she continued, "She came to New York 3 months ago for the National High School Games. Not long after the competition, she left on her own. She called her family and school and just said that she wanted to travel solo." Luke frowned. Why would a 15-year-old girl go on a trip for no reason? Also, where did she get the money? Selena continued, her parents and the school called the police and suspected that she had been kidnapped, but they've never been able to find her. In fact, nobody would have known that she was Molly Johnson if she hadn't said her name. Luke nodded thoughtfully. When they found the girl, she was dressed like a college student in her early 20s. If they didn't know who she was, most people wouldn't associate her with a 15-year-old high school student. However, this news couldn't be considered too bad, and wasn't worth an explanation on Selena's part. Selena said, I just received a call from the nurse, Christine. She said that the SVU hasn't filed a case over Molly. They just said that they would investigate it, before they left. Luke asked, why? Selena said, apart from saying her name, Molly hasn't said anything about the last 3 months. Apart from the fact that her mental state isn't right, there's no evidence that she has been assaulted. The SVU can only conclude that she ran away from home 3 months ago and went missing. Luke nodded, not surprised at all. The SVU's conclusion wasn't without basis. After all, Molly had reappeared in one piece, and she herself hadn't said anything. In this sort of situation, it was unlikely that the police would file a case. NYPD was very busy. Molly's slightly suspicious circumstance wasn't enough for an investigation. What's the problem? Asked Luke. Selena said, Christine suspects that Molly is suffering from severe trauma, which is why she can't tell us what happened. She wants us to go to the hospital tomorrow. Luke said, we're not psychiatrists. Why does she want us there? Selena said, she said that she's asked a friend to help with Molly's psychiatric treatment tomorrow at 10 in the morning. We might be able to get some clues from Molly then. Hearing this, Luke simply nodded in agreement. All right. He and Selena were the first to discover the girl. Since the SVU didn't care, they could certainly take back the case. Investigating cases was their job to begin with. As long as they didn't break any rules, there was no need for them to justify themselves to anyone. If a nurse like Christine could help a complete stranger, Luke also wouldn't be stingy with his time. After that, Selena went to rest. Luke returned to the basement. Looking at the new, spacious workspace, he sighed in satisfaction. Now this is the workshop I want. Walking into a separate space, he took out some of the unknown materials that he had obtained from the fraternity and began to examine them. What did the fraternity have that was worth Luke making a move? The very first thing naturally, wasn't experience or credit, but the product made from the unknown materials he had obtained, a medicinal bath. According to Rebecca and Bloodmint, the medicinal bath with unknown ingredients could accelerate the recovery of the human body. Injuries such as bruises, cuts, and fractures would basically heal in a few hours with the medicinal bath. When Luke heard that, his first reaction was that he had to get it. This was definitely the fraternity's most valuable item. It was far more valuable than their hitmen business or that clacking antique loom. Even the fraternity's curve shooting and physical outburst weren't as good as this amazing medicinal bath. Saving someone was always more difficult than killing them. Luke could easily kill most people in this world, including those with superpowers. But when it came to saving people, he only had 2 choices. One was to let Gold Nugget combine with the other party and heal them before withdrawing. The second was to use that unknown ruby red liquid which he had snatched away from the mouth of the giant octopus on the ocean liner. Both methods were problematic. Gold Nugget's identity had to be kept a secret. It would be troublesome if the Doghead's alien identity was exposed. Luke also hadn't made much progress in determining the source of the unknown red liquid, as well as its composition and side effects. Also, while he had a fair amount of the liquid, he wouldn't waste it randomly. On the other hand, this bath could be created and used multiple times. Rebecca did say, however, that the materials for the medicinal bath were limited, and only the middle and upper echelons were qualified to use it. There were more than 20 famous hitmen in the upper rank, while the mid-ranked hitmen were newcomers with potential. According to Rebecca's description, however, while this type of medicinal bath was rare, it was used no less than 20 times a year on average. As a life-saving trump card, that was a lot. With such a miraculous treatment method, it was truly such a waste for the fraternity to use this only to train hitmen. Luke had to obtain this as a life-saving trump card for his family, teammates, and future allies. He had been looking for two things in Sloane's room tonight: a list of the fraternity's hitmen and the formula for the special medicinal bath. Unfortunately, he found neither. It wasn't until he knocked out the exterminator and obtained the special medicinal bath mix from the man's list of abilities that he was pleasantly surprised. After learning the ability, Luke checked the bath formula. In the end, the exterminator only knew the process for the medicinal bath, but didn't know the key ingredients. The unknown materials were all given to the exterminator at a fixed time by Sloane, and the exterminator only knew to add the prescribed amounts in order to create the medicinal bath. Just like how assembly line workers didn't know how to make all the parts, the exterminator was just a pharmaceutical dispenser. Luke was slightly disappointed, but not too surprised. How could a cunning man like Sloane simply give such a good thing to his subordinates? If it were Luke, he wouldn't divulge the secret of the raw materials either. Other than Robert and Selina, he would only give the others the finished product. He needed to be even more cautious when dealing with Sloane. As the leader of the fraternity, Sloane had enough power to keep the processing of the raw materials separate. The old man might not necessarily have the ability to manufacture the raw materials. If Luke killed Sloane directly, the formula might be lost. As Luke pondered how he was going to clean up the fraternity's foundation, his hands never stopped moving as he put all the raw materials into various equipment for analysis. It would take some time. Putting that aside, Luke began to add new functions to Selina's armor. Daredevil would rest for a few days at most before he set out again. If they ran into each other again, it would be troublesome if he knew who Selina was. The next morning, Luke and Selina went to HQ early in the morning and gave Dustin the results of their investigation into the explosions yesterday. Although they could give it to Walter directly, it had been Dustin who gave the case to Luke. As Dustin's loyal subordinate, Luke certainly had to give the information to his boss first before he gave them to Walter. There was nothing wrong with this operation. Luke had contacted Walter yesterday. Walter and Ricky wouldn't be going to Clinton today, so Luke didn't have to be a bodyguard. After explaining to Dustin what they had found yesterday, Luke and Selina went straight to Metro General. It was around 8:40 p.m., and the streets of New York were congested. Luke decisively turned on the police lights and swung into the bus lane. This was a necessary skill for New York police. He had to familiarize himself with it as soon as possible. The two of them were lucky today, and didn't run into anyone trying to save time by using the bus lane. Their luck lasted until a block away from the hospital. Finally, there was a jam, and even the bus lane wasn't moving. Looking at the two women confronting each other, Luke pulled out his badge and said, "Take out the notebook from the glove compartment. We have to deal with this obstruction." Taking the notebook, Selina got out of the car as well. "What's this for?" Luke said, "We haven't issued a ticket yet. Cover your hand and pretend you're writing the ticket." Selina took out a pen from her bag and held it in her hand. She adjusted her expression and followed behind Luke with the cold expression that officers usually wore when giving out tickets. "Our main target is the middle-aged woman. She's the culprit and the troublemaker," said Luke in a low voice. Soon, they reached the two female drivers. Luke coughed, attracting the attention of the two women. He raised his badge and said with a smile, "It seems that the two of you are having a dispute. As a police officer, how about I save some precious time and directly handle it?" With a wooden expression, Selina stood in front of the middle-aged female driver with her hand already raised above her notebook, as if she was about to start writing. The woman's face changed, and she shouted, "Wait, officer. We're dealing with it. It'll be done soon." Luke nodded, then looked at the other driver, who was a beautiful blonde. "What do you think?" The blonde woman said casually, "This lady just asked me to compensate her." Luke and Selena looked at the two cars and then turned to stare at the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman flushed and murmured, "I'm sorry. I didn't understand the situation. It was my fault. We'll go through the standard insurance procedure." She had noticed the police lights behind her, and had been in a hurry to squeeze into the normal lane from the bus lane, only to collide with the blonde woman's car. Without a doubt, she was the one who had broken the rule in the beginning. However, when the middle-aged woman saw the blonde woman and the red Lamborghini, she was inexplicably angry. It reminded her of a certain young woman who made eyes at her husband and often drove a red sports car, and she couldn't help scolding the blonde woman. In fact, the blonde woman hadn't even wanted to bother with her. When Luke and Selena arrived, she had already been prepared to call the police. Hearing the middle-aged woman admit defeat, the blonde woman didn't waste any time. She took a picture of the two cars with her titanium phone as evidence of the accident. She put down her phone and saw that Selena was taking pictures with her own phone. She could tell at a glance that it was a titanium phone, but that amber-red casing was gorgeous. Frowning, she glanced at the recently released silver special edition titanium phone in her hand before she stuffed it into her pocket. In less than a minute, the accident was dealt with. Luke simply smiled at the female drivers and returned to his car with Selena. After the middle-aged woman moved the car into the normal lane, Luke's police car drove over. The blonde in the Lamborghini looked at him. As they traded looks, Luke smiled and mouthed, "You're welcome." Stumped for a moment, the blonde's lips curved up as she murmured, "Not bad, I thought you had a bad memory." In the car, Selena said, "What a coincidence, running into her here." Luke shrugged. "It seems she's a New Yorker. To run into her out of 8 million people in New York really isn't easy." Selena clicked her tongue in wonder. Luke said, "That's because she's pretty. If she were a regular passerby, you might not notice her even after a while. What everybody in this world cares about is looks." Selena was lost for words. This was rush hour, with people everywhere. If a person didn't have any distinguishing characteristics, how would she be able to pick out a face in the crowd? As they chatted, they finally drove into the hospital's basement parking. Parking the car, they then went upstairs to room 404. Opening the door a little, Luke looked inside, then knocked twice lightly. A woman turned around and saw his face through the gap. She immediately stood up and went outside. Luke extended his hand. "Hello, Miss Palmer." The woman shook his hand. "Hello, Detective Coulson. I only know you two detectives, so I could only trouble you to come here." Christine Palmer was the emergency department nurse whom Luke and Selena had talked to yesterday. At that moment, she wasn't wearing the green scrubs, but a pair of jeans and a jacket, and looked like a girl next door. At first glance, she wasn't stunning, but upon closer inspection, she gave off a friendly feeling. Her lips were naturally curved, and when she smiled, 2 huge dimples appeared in her cheeks, making her even more likable. Luke pointed at the ward and asked in a low voice, "Anything new about her?" Christine nodded, then shook her head. "I tried to ask, but she rarely speaks. There was only one time when she said, 'He told me to do it.'" Luke asked, "Who told her to do what?" Christine shook her head again. "I don't know, but that was when I mentioned that her parents were very upset about her running away." Pondering for a moment, Luke asked, "That's it?" Christine nodded helplessly. "That's it." Seeing that he didn't say anything and seemed to be thinking, she couldn't help but add, "She's in a very poor mental state." "That's a big problem." Luke raised his head. Christine said, "I've never studied psychology, but I've found a professional psychiatrist to help examine her. You might find that more useful." Luke wasn't bothered. That was the nature of the police. If it wasn't necessary, the extent to which they investigated something depended on their mood. He looked at his watch and said, "You're meeting the doctor at 10, right?" Christine knew what he meant and explained, "She's already on her way, but she was delayed by a traffic accident near the hospital." Luke nodded. That's great. When the doctor asks Molly later. You guys are also here. A surprised female voice suddenly rang out. Luke and the other two saw a blonde woman walking over. She stretched out her hand. Long time no see, Detective Luke Coulson. I didn't think you would actually transfer to New York. Haley Cohen, nice to see you again. Luke smiled and shook her hand. Just call me Haley. The blonde woman shook hands with Selena as well and used Selena's full name, amply demonstrating her excellent memory. Haley Cohen's sister was Margaret Cohen, a former art student at USC, who was once Margaret Johnson. Margaret's husband, who died a few months ago, was the boss of an LA real estate group, William Johnson. Rebecca had shot him in the head for his involvement in her sister's murder. Later, Margaret was targeted by the LA gangs because of William's underground dealings. When they met at sea, Luke and Selena had saved Margaret and Haley. Both Luke and Selena still remembered Haley Cohen, who was supposedly a New York psychiatrist and doctor. After the three of them exchanged greetings, Christine asked in surprise, "You know each other?" Luke and Selena simply nodded and didn't say anything. Haley, however, explained, "Luke and Selena helped me a lot in Los Angeles, but I was too busy dealing with my sister's matter to thank them." Christine nodded and said to Luke and Selena, "That's great. Haley's the psychiatrist I invited." She then turned and looked at Haley. "It was Luke and Selena who found the girl, so I asked them to come over, in case they could help her." Haley nodded. "Is the girl inside?" Christine nodded. Haley said, "Then come with me." "Luke, Selena, can you wait here?" Christine hurriedly said, "Haley, this." Luke, however, raised his hand and said, "It's fine. This is a psychiatrist's code of practice. It just so happens Selena and I want to get something to drink. Our voices are a little hoarse yelling at the female driver who broke the law earlier." Christine didn't understand what he meant, but Haley raised an eyebrow. She looked him up and down, as if she had found something fun. However, Luke simply smiled at her and went to look for a vending machine with Selena. After the two of them disappeared around a corner, Christine immediately said, "Haley, what are you doing? Nobody from the SVU wants to bother with this. When I asked Luke and Selena to come, I was afraid they wouldn't care very much." "You." Haley grinned, revealing white, even teeth. "Don't worry. I know better than you how professional these two detectives are." Christine was stumped for a moment, before she was suddenly enlightened. "You know them from LA, aren't they? NYPD? Right, you said they transferred here." Haley said, "All right, these two detectives aren't that petty. Let's figure out the girl's situation as soon as possible and not waste everybody's time. The New York detectives are busier than I am." Christine agreed. Two of them were detectives, one was a psychiatrist, and one was an emergency nurse. None of them had time to spare. It would be a crime to waste four people's time. Luke and Selena went straight to a vending machine and bought a bottle of juice each. They didn't plan to waste any time at all. Selena said in a low voice, "This Dr. Haley isn't simple." Elsa mentioned her sister, Margaret, before in conversation. "That super-rich woman has disappeared from Los Angeles. Nobody knows where she went. Thinking about it, it can only be that sister of hers who arranged everything." Luke said casually, "When they were being hunted by armed criminals back then, Haley even steered a yacht while they were running for their lives. She's quite bold and careful." Selena agreed. Most men would react abnormally when they ran into gangsters with guns, let alone take a yacht while running for their lives, but from beginning to end, Haley had been unusually calm. This psychiatrist truly wasn't any ordinary person. "What about the girl, Molly?" Selena changed the subject. Luke said, "There's indeed something wrong with her mental condition. We might have to follow up on it. Now, we're just waiting for a professional answer." A little over an hour later, Christine and Haley came out of the ward. Looking at the good-looking man and woman whispering to each other with lollipops in their mouths, the two women couldn't help but look at each other, finding the scene rather ludicrous. Luke didn't want to waste time on pleasantries. He had been listening outside the door the whole time, and hadn't missed a word. However, he still wanted to hear Haley's opinion. He asked, "How is it? Any clues?" Haley nodded and shook her head. "There's indeed something wrong with Molly, and it should be related to some he. However." She hesitated. Luke said, "Haley, you have doctor/patient confidentiality, but this is also our case. We won't be able to find a suspect if we don't know anything, right?" Haley was silent for a moment before she said, "What I'm going to say is just my speculation and may not turn out to be true. You need to investigate it, okay?" Luke said, "Okay. Molly has indeed been with a man recently, and it's possible that this man had Molly under hypnosis for a long period of time," said Haley solemnly. Haley paused and thought for a moment, before she continued, "This man is quite daring. He actually didn't order Molly to stay silent. So, it should just be a matter of time before Molly can tell us what happened in the past few months, including whatever she knows about him." Luke nodded silently. "He's either a lunatic or confident in his hypnosis skills. You better be careful if you investigate him. His hypnosis skills might be very good, and definitely have a much stronger effect than that of an ordinary psychiatrist." Luke raised an eyebrow. "Can you break the hypnosis he put on Molly?" Haley hesitated for a long moment before she nodded. "I can try and take it slow. Ultimately, time is on our side." Luke nodded. "Thank you." Everybody was about to leave. At that moment, a young woman walked over. She surveyed the people at the door, and her eyes finally stopped on Christine. "Excuse me, are you Nurse Christine Palmer?" Christine nodded. "That's me. Can I help you?" The young woman gestured at her, and they walked away. She said in a low voice, "Do you have a Molly Johnson girl here?" Christine was stunned. "You are?" The young woman said, "Her parents hired me, and I've been looking for her for a while. I heard there's a Jane Doe who matches her description who was brought here yesterday, so I came to take a look." After a brief hesitation, Christine waved at Luke and the others. When Luke and the others arrived, she introduced them to the young woman. "This is Detective Coulson, Detective Hayek, and Dr. Haley. They should be able to help you." The young woman frowned and turned around uncomfortably, and her expression wasn't great when she looked at Luke and Selina. Luke stretched out his hand. "What should I call you?" "Jessica." The young woman ignored his hand and simply gave him a name before getting straight to the point. "What do you want with Molly?" Luke looked at Christine and Haley, and after exchanging glances, he said, "Miss Jessica, I need to confirm your identity in purpose first." Jessica repeated what she had said to Christine. Luke nodded. "Can you prove it?" Frowning, Jessica took out a picture from her pocket. "Her parents gave this to me." Luke looked at the picture of a happy family of 3 in front of a birthday cake. The girl in the middle was indeed Molly Johnson. Flipping the photo around, he saw a line of words on the back, "Happy 15th birthday, baby. May you always be happy." After handing the photo to Selina, he looked at Jessica and asked, "Jessica, you have Molly's parents' number, right?" Jessica hesitated, then nodded. "Can you give it to me?" asked Luke. "You found her. Her parents will probably still pay you, but I can't hand Molly over to you since you're not her guardian, can I?" Jessica glared at him for a moment. "Where's your badge? I need to confirm your identity." Smiling, Luke pulled out his badge. After making sure that Jessica had seen it clearly, he put it back. Selina did the same. "This is my badge." Jessica only glanced at her badge before she looked away. Luke's badge was fine, so it didn't matter if Selina took hers out or not. Jessica took out a business card. "This is her phone number. Her father's name is Richard Johnson, and her mother is Novena Johnson. Luke gave the name card to Selena and returned the photo to Jessica. Molly is in the ward, but she's in bad shape. You'll have to ask for their opinion on how long you can talk to her and what you want to talk about. He gestured to Christine and Haley, who were on the side, then walked over to listen to the conversation between Selena and Molly's parents. On the other side, Jessica talked to the ladies for a while before she was brought into the ward. Relying on his keen hearing, Luke didn't hear Jessica ask too many questions. After confirming Molly's identity, she walked out and asked Christine and Haley about Molly's condition. "Is that man called Kilgrave?" Jessica suddenly asked. "Someone who likes to wear suits and has an English accent." Everybody immediately looked at Jessica. After a moment of silence, when Luke didn't say anything, Haley spoke first. "We don't know who he is yet, but it's possible that he has an English accent." When Molly mentioned him, she used certain phrases that were clearly English. Noticing the awful look on Jessica's face, Luke suddenly asked, "Miss Jessica, do you know who he is?" Jessica shivered, and her face changed for a moment. She suddenly turned around and left. "I'm sorry. I have something to do." She staggered and almost fell. However, she didn't stop. Instead, she sped up and soon disappeared at the end of the hallway. Christine looked at Luke. "You're not going to stop her?" Luke shook his head and looked at Haley. "What do you think?" A thoughtful expression flashed through Haley's eyes. She should know something. Her reaction was a little excessive. Her eyes met Luke's. After a brief silence, they both looked away. Luke said, "All right, at least we found Molly's parents." Haley suddenly said, "This might be a little troublesome." Christine was puzzled. "What's wrong?" Luke explained helpfully, "Molly's parents are already on a plane back from San Francisco. They might arrive at the hospital in the afternoon. It'll be up to them whether or not Molly stays." Christine was confused. Their daughter went missing in New York, but they went to Los Angeles. They live in Massachusetts, right? Luke said, "They've been looking for Molly for the past few months. They rushed over when they heard that a girl's body was found in California." After a brief silence, Christine nodded. At least they can relax now. For a daughter to still be alive to reunite with her parents was better than being turned directly into a corpse with only her remains to say farewell. After that, Luke talked to Haley for a while to learn more about him whom Molly had mentioned. It was only a few pieces of information, but Haley's explanation was very detailed, and she took half an hour to finish. "That's all I can do for now." Haley exhaled. "The rest is up to you, Luke." Luke smiled. "I believe you can find more clues, Haley." Haley looked at him and said, "That depends on whether or not Molly's parents are willing to accept the treatment." In other words, it wasn't that she wasn't capable, but that she needed time to demonstrate her abilities. Luke nodded and looked at Christine. "Let me know when her parents arrive. I'll see if I can get Molly to stay here a while longer or be treated here." Christine nodded. Okay. Everybody had some confidence in this matter. After all, Metro General was one of the best hospitals in New York. Few hospitals in Massachusetts could compare with it. As long as Molly's parents weren't strapped for cash, staying in New York was better than returning to Massachusetts. Everybody dispersed. No matter how pitiful Molly was, everyone had to carry on with their work. It was impossible for them to watch over her. After they left the hospital, Luke drove home. After fiddling with the tablet for a while, Selena suddenly said, "Got it." Luke asked, "Who?" "Jessica Jones, 24 years old. She doesn't have a criminal record. She has a private investigation firm under her name," said Selena. "However, this lady doesn't have a good temper. In the past 2 years, she's had 15 disputes with people in the police department. Most of them accuse her of using violence and threatening other people. There are also several complaints about trespassing. Luke wasn't bothered. It's perfectly normal for a private detective to use violence or sneak into the target's house. However, she certainly doesn't have a good temper. Shouldn't a regular private detective have more complaints against them about trespassing? If she likes beating people up so much, why hasn't she been sued? The Hogarth Benowitz law firm took care of these minor problems for her, said Selina. They're a well-known law firm in New York. Luke thought for a moment, then said, check if Miss Jones was involved in beating up people in any of the firm's cases. Selina waved her hand and exclaimed, you're too smart. According to the database, at least 3 people sued clients of this law firm. Luke shrugged. So, Miss Jones is both a private investigator and an investigator for this firm. She's probably a top-notch investigator, after all, she's good at beating people up. Selina didn't care about that at all. She was good at beating people up, too, and was far more merciless than this Jessica lady. There was nothing to be envious about at all. She simply said, based on this Jessica's history, there shouldn't be any problem with her. Molly isn't someone the law firm is investigating. Luke nodded. It was better to be prepared than to be tricked by someone with ulterior motives. Molly's matter wasn't that simple. It didn't hurt to be careful. They drove home and then took Gold Nugget out with them to find a place to have lunch together. After several turns, Luke drove to a Cantonese-style roast meat shop. Looking at the shop that looked more or less the same as a year ago, he sighed. Gold Nugget didn't feel nostalgic at all. It was the first time it had been to New York, but it wasn't the first time it had eaten roast meat. It was quite fond of the greasy and sweet dish, and was already urging Luke to buy it. Luke walked into the shop and waved at the boss. Takeaway, please. The boss no longer remembered him. He asked casually, what do you want? Luke said, give me 3 whole portions of everything, and double the amount of suckling pig and char siu. Pack a small portion of those in a separate bag. The boss was stunned. Are you sure you want whole portions? 3 small portions of each type wasn't unusual, but 3 whole portions meant almost half of the meat in his shop. Luke smiled. Yes. I was here a year ago, and you gave me a roast goose head for free. The boss looked at him again and had a faint memory of their meeting. He smiled. What's this for? Treating someone to a meal? Luke shrugged. More or less. No need to cut them up, just pack them for me. With so much meat, it would take the boss at least half an hour to cut it up. He and Selina had hands, and Gold Nugget didn't spit up any bones at all, it was still good not to waste time. A moment later, carrying several big bags of roast meat, they went to Central Park. The weather was still gloomy, and there were much fewer people in the park. The 3 of them went back to the same corner from before for lunch. Selina and Gold Nugget attacked the suckling pigs like crazy, while Luke enjoyed the chicken. Where are we going this afternoon? Selina asked through her full mouth. Luke said, we'll head over to the 15th precinct and bring out that Louis Paul. We need to figure out how Molly appeared in his house. Louis Paul was the tenant of the apartment where Molly had been discovered. Luke had smacked him in the face with the door yesterday when the man had tried to attack them. Back then, Luke had thought that Molly was Louis's girlfriend. Judging from Molly's attire, however, he could only suspect that Louis had kidnapped Molly. But Molly's matter now faintly confirmed that Louis might be a scapegoat. Without any concrete clues about that, for now, Louis would at least know how Molly had appeared in his house. Luke didn't regret tossing Louis to the 15th precinct yesterday. When a suspect was being apprehended, it wasn't unusual for their girlfriend to also be at home at the time. Luke couldn't do a detailed investigation every single time. He had dealt with hundreds of such small fry in Los Angeles before. After lunch, the 3 of them got back into the car. Gold Nugget was still drooling over the remaining 2 bags. Luke simply said that it was supper, so the dog cheerfully lay down for a nap. Selena also got a bit of shut-eye. An hour later, Luke got Lewis out of the police station and threw him into the back seat. Gold Nugget opened its sleepy eyes and shifted its special cushion away from the smelly guy in disgust. Selena opened her eyes and examined Lewis in the rearview mirror. "What's wrong with him? You only hit him with the door yesterday, didn't you?" Luke said. He bragged too much to the scumbags in the detention center, and was punched. "Well, maybe it was a few punches." Hearing the words from the front seats, Lewis lowered his head in shame. The two officers from the 15th precinct were too dirty, and had deliberately said out loud that he had assaulted a cop when they threw him into the detention center. The rogues in the detention center had thought that a super ruthless person had come, and were very cautious around him. After they flattered Lewis and tricked him into telling them about his attack on a police officer, they immediately felt that they had been deceived, and their pride was hurt. Infuriated, they beat up the pretentious Lewis. Thankfully, Lewis had quick reflexes and rich experience. He decisively pretended to be a dead dog to protect his vitals, which saved him from serious injury. Even so, he was disheveled and covered in blood. He looked like a homeless tramp. He was more than happy to let Luke take him away. He swore that if he went to another detention center, he would never mention again how he had been arrested for assaulting a cop. He would just say that he had run into a damn cop who had abused their power. "Don't piss off the guy next to you. He's an old K9 fellow. He can bite off one of your hands," said Luke. "Be good, Gold Nugget. He's too smelly and not tasty at all." Luke soothed Gold Nugget, in case it really was annoyed enough to bite Lewis. Gold Nugget didn't have a good temper. Nevertheless, he and Selena had taught it not to bare its teeth at ordinary people. However, it and Selena had looted a lot of hoodlums, and it knew that criminals didn't have human rights in Luke's book. It wouldn't be a problem even if it bit the criminal, as long as the criminal wasn't crippled. Lewis looked at Gold Nugget in horror. Gold Nugget grinned at him. Lewis decisively plastered himself to the car door on his side, not daring to provoke the fierce old dog at all. After bringing Lewis into an interrogation room, Luke asked, "If you tell me the truth, I'll take you in for carrying an illegal firearm. Otherwise, it'll still be for assaulting a cop. Deal?" "Deal." Lewis agreed without hesitation. Luke nodded in satisfaction. "Tell me, where did you kidnap the girl?" Lewis quickly shook his head. "No, I didn't kidnap her. A man passing by said that he would give her to me, and she followed me home." Luke and Selena looked at each other and asked, "So, you accepted it just like that? A stranger suddenly says that he's giving you a rich girl home, and she goes home with you. Don't you find that strange?" Lewis was stumped. He thought for a moment, then shook his head a little blankly. I don't know. The moment the man spoke, I did what he said. Is there a problem?" Luke and Selena looked at each other again. Luke asked, "What does the man look like? Anything special about him?" Lewis looked like he was recalling something. He was a little skinny. He was wearing an expensive tailor-made suit. There wasn't anything special about him. Luke said, "How about when he spoke? Did he have an accent?" Lewis said, "That's right, it sounded like an English accent." Luke and Selena looked at each other for the third time. After that, Luke interrogated Lewis for an hour and confirmed all the details of he who had delivered the girl. After putting away the recorder, Luke suddenly remembered something. "You didn't touch the girl?" Lewis murmured, "Detective, actually. I'm gay. How can I touch her?" Luke and Selena were lost for words. No wonder Molly's tests indicated that she hadn't been assaulted recently. Molly wasn't bad-looking, and she had been wearing above-average attire. For nothing to happen to her when she was in the place of a hoodlum like Lewis, this reason made sense. At least, Luke didn't think that it was because Lewis was soft-hearted. If it was a regular hooligan, he might even invite a bunch of his friends to share the pie that fell from the sky. From the looks of it, although Molly had suffered terribly, she hadn't ended up in the most tragic situation at the final stage. After throwing Lewis, the scapegoat, into the detention center, the two returned to the office, and the phone on the table rang. After picking up the call, Selina simply said, "Let's go. It's the boss." Luke unwrapped 3 lollipops, one for each person, and had Selina bring 2 of the takeouts with them as they went to Dustin's office. It was already the afternoon, and there weren't many colleagues in the hall. They weren't afraid of people paying attention to the fact that they were going to the boss's office with takeout and lollipops. Dustin ignored the takeout box which Selina put next to the coffee machine in the corner of the office. He asked Luke to close the door, before he said, "You need to be more careful about the case Walter's on. Your responsibility is just to make sure that he isn't killed." Luke raised an eyebrow. Someone wants to silence a police inspector. Even though the door was closed and there wasn't anyone outside, Dustin subconsciously looked outside before he said in a low voice, "This case is a huge cesspit. Anyone who steps into it will be buried alive." Luke said, "I thought you wanted us to take note of Walter's progress." Dustin said mockingly, "Progress? Sure, but it's not progress on the case, but on how fast he'll die." Luke sighed. "Kingpin?" Dustin nodded. "You already know him. You fought his top killer, Bullseye, before. You know how scary he can be. What's more troublesome is that the crime scene is in the 15th Precinct's jurisdiction. It's only a matter of how many moles Kingpin has in the precinct. If Walter and Ricky investigate a case there, they might disappear without a trace at any moment. It's not the first time that detectives have gone missing, but those detectives seem to have vanished into thin air. Even if HQ knows that something's wrong, they have no way of continuing the investigation." Luke nodded. Investigating a police homicide and a missing cop was different. If it was made to look like the cop had fled in order to escape being convicted, it would be even harder to investigate the matter. This also wasn't difficult to carry out. The sudden appearance of tens of thousands of dollars in the account of a police officer or his family could make the police suspect that he had been paid off. And it was impossible for the missing officer to cooperate with the investigation and clear themselves of suspicion. Hesitating for a moment, Dustin said, "Last night, Brad gave me a call and hinted that I shouldn't stick my nose into this case." Seeing that Luke was deep in thought, he continued, "Also, he specifically mentioned you and told me not to give you too much pressure. Do you understand?" Luke smiled. "That's a good thing. After all, I'm a newbie." Dustin got up unhappily and picked up the takeaway box that was next to the coffee machine. Opening it and seeing the roast meat inside, he swallowed before he took a bite. Luke and Selina remained silent. Dustin swallowed 2 pieces of char siu. After considering things for a moment, he wiped his mouth and hands with a napkin. He turned around and said, "Given my years of friendship with Brad, I'm sure that it wasn't his idea, but it was definitely a request from someone he couldn't refuse." Luke and Selina exchanged glances and realized what was going on. Brad was NYPD's first deputy commissioner, on par with NYPD's police chief. His only direct superior was the commissioner. If it was above that, the only people who could give him orders were the city councilors and the mayor. Had Kingpin's power already expanded to this extent? Luke and Selina were a little surprised. An underground power stepping into the light was truly a huge difference. It was no wonder Kingpin had remained as steady as a mountain in the face of multiple investigations by federal and local law enforcement. His circle of collaborators didn't include just gangs, but also government allies. No matter how big the LA gangs were, none of them operated on this large a scale. Kingpin was indeed a formidable leader. Dustin poured himself a cup of coffee and sat back down. Looking at Luke, he said, "It's good that you know." He sighed. "This is New York." The 3 of them fell silent as they lamented inwardly. It really was hard to survive in the center of the world. Director Brad, who had been able to protect his subordinates in Los Angeles in the past, had become someone else's mouthpiece in less than a month. But thinking about how this first deputy commissioner had sworn to return to New York, Luke didn't feel sorry for him. Maybe this was the life he had always dreamed of. After a brief silence, he asked, "Walter doesn't know about this?" Dustin said, "He should have heard rumors, but he's John McClane's boss." Luke nodded. "With someone like that for a subordinate, do you think he's a slick character?" Dustin smiled. "Walter really thought that I nicked this position from him through connections. What he doesn't know is that he never had the chance. Neither his boss nor his rivals want him to be promoted, but he doesn't know that." Dustin paused for a moment before he continued, "Some people know that I don't like trouble as much as he does. That's why I'm sitting here. If you can become the chief by cracking cases, the person sitting here right now should be John McClane." Luke sweated. There really was nothing wrong with this logic. Based on cracking cases alone, John McClane would be more than qualified to be an NYPD boss, but he had only just become sergeant with much difficulty, and his first promotion had been 8 years ago. "Make sure you stay safe and do your best to protect Walter," said Dustin. "I don't want to have to give your family a medal after just arriving in New York." Luke nodded and left. On the way home, Luke's phone rang. Christine simply said, "Molly's parents just arrived. They're talking to her." Luke said, "We'll be right there." The car turned around and sped toward Metro General Hospital. 20 minutes later, they knocked on the door of the ward. A moment later, the door was opened by a short, fat middle-aged man. Seeing Luke and Selina, he looked at them in confusion. "Can I help you?" Luke and Selina showed him their badges. "Can we talk on the side?" The middle-aged man looked back into the ward before he walked out. He closed the door and followed Luke. "Detectives, are you here about Molly?" Luke nodded. "Mr. Richard Johnson, my name's Luke. This is my partner, Selina. We spoke on the phone this morning." Richard immediately stretched out his hand excitedly. "Thank you. Thank you for saving Molly." Luke didn't interrupt his expression of gratitude. Although he wanted to ask about Molly's situation at home, he understood the other man's excitement at finding his missing daughter. A moment later, he said, "Mr. Johnson, let's talk business." Richard said, "Just call me Richard, Detective Luke." Luke nodded. "It's like this, Molly's disappearance is suspicious, so I want to ask you about what happened before she went missing." Richard was agitated. "She's been active since she was little. She loves sports and is kind-hearted. She's a member of the student union and she does volunteer work during her school breaks. She's a little angel. I can't think of anyone who would hurt her." Luke nodded. "Richard, sometimes bad people catch us unaware. We can't stop what's already happened, but I want to find this man and stop him from hurting more innocent girls, all right?" Richard breathed heavily like a bull. "If I find out who the B**** is, I'll blow his head off with a gun." After a brief silence, Luke said, "Richard, you need to focus. Before Molly went missing, do you know if she met anyone strange or ran into anything unusual?" Looking at Luke's calm face, Richard finally controlled his rage and tried to remember. However, after more than 20 minutes, he couldn't give them many leads. Of course, the conversation wasn't entirely pointless. At least, it gave Luke and Selina a clear understanding of Molly's past. From this, they could eliminate many possibilities. For example, it was very unlikely that he was an acquaintance, or had attacked Molly through someone she knew. Given how much Richard loved his daughter, Molly's friends of the opposite sex would have more or less heard the talk. However, nothing happened to Molly before she came to New York. Richard had confirmed this with her classmates and teammates. As for how Molly sustained herself during this time, she had taken out a huge sum of money from the ATM herself. The card was under Molly's name, and contained her scholarship money, prize money from competitions and so on. There was roughly $12,000 on it. Richard ran a seafood business in Massachusetts, which included best-selling items like Maine lobsters. That was why Molly, an underage high school student, had so much money. Molly had a good family background, and she didn't have the habit of squandering money. In the beginning, Richard had called NYPD precisely because it was unusual for Molly, who had suddenly disappeared, to take out such a large sum of money. He suspected that his daughter had been kidnapped and had been coerced to withdraw the money. However, the bank's surveillance showed that Molly had gone to withdraw the money herself during the day, and no one nearby had been threatening her. Naturally, NYPD wouldn't file a case. It wasn't unusual for a girl to run away. After this incident, there had been no news of Molly, and the card had never been used again. Richard had gone to California because he suspected that his daughter might have been taken to San Francisco and murdered there. The couple went over, only to discover that the girl wasn't their daughter. As they rejoiced, they received a call from Luke and hurried back. Staring at Luke, Richard said fiercely, "Detective Luke, I don't have any other requests except that you tell me when you find that B*****. I want him in the electric chair." Luke nodded and smiled helplessly. The father was muddled by his anger. While New York still had the death penalty, it hadn't been used in a long time, while Massachusetts had abolished it completely. Thus, whether this lunatic attacked Molly in New York or Massachusetts, the possibility of him being sentenced to death was practically zero. But there was no need to mention that. Luke asked again, and Richard said that he would let Molly continue being treated at Metro General until her condition cleared up. It would take at least a week. After that, Luke gave Richard his detective name card and said that he could contact him if anything happened, before he left. Night had fallen, and the streetlights were on. After a busy day, Luke and Selena finally took Gold Nugget home. Luke had just heated up their roast meat leftovers from lunch, when his phone rang again. Seeing the number, he slapped his forehead and picked up the call. Good evening, Miss CEO. It seems you still remember you have a CEO who works for you. How difficult for you, said Jenny. Although she was mocking him, her tone wasn't mean. Luke chuckled. Never. Jenny said, all right, we can talk when we meet up. As the secretary, I need to report some work to the chairman. I wonder when I can make an appointment. After all, you've been in New York for 10 days, and didn't call even once. Luke sweated. Fine. I admit, it was my fault. I should have called you a few days ago. Most angry women didn't like to speak reason, not to mention that he had neglected her this time. Jenny nodded and waited for him to continue. Luke checked the time. It was 8:30. He said, if you have time tonight, can you meet me? Jenny snorted. You know the address. Come and see your secretary yourself. Then, she hung up. Lying over the table, Selena asked lazily, are you going out to meet the young miss? As Luke nodded, he took out the heated roast meat and placed it on a trolley. Gold Nugget immediately pushed it to the table. He took out a food box from the kitchen and quickly packed 2 pieces of roast goose before walking out. I haven't contacted her in almost half a month. I should go and find out how many shares we have in Stark Corporation. Selena was clearly in a much better mood as she ate the suckling pig, but she wasn't too interested in this topic. Okay. Luke didn't say anything else. He returned to his room and put on a new gray hoodie and a cap. He also brought the box of roast goose with him. Selena glanced at him. What? Are you delivering takeout to the young miss tonight? Luke said, what are you thinking? I'm going to eat this on the way over. There's nothing to eat at Jenny's except mineral water and wine. Selena sniffed. No wonder she's so flat. Isn't she starving? Luke was lost for words. With Selena's C+ abilities, she would only be crushed by a Class B player like Jenny. Also, Jenny controlled her diet, and didn't even have any snacks at home. To say that she was starving really wasn't unreasonable. You can rest early today. We'll probably be busy tomorrow. He waved goodbye and went downstairs. Instead of driving, he munched on his roast goose as he walked through a small black alley and out of the Clinton area. When he reached Times Square, the entire box of roast goose was in his stomach. Throwing the bones into a trash can, he entered an underground parking lot. A moment later, he drove a Toyota SUV out and headed straight for Whitestone Park in Queens. Jenny's new residence was a 3-story building near Whitestone Park. There were no high-rises nearby, and the house faced a wide bay. This place was close to the Titanium Phone Company's new headquarters in Nassau County. There basically wasn't any traffic here, so going to and from work every day was easy. When Luke got to the 3rd floor, he saw Jenny looking out at the bay. He went straight to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face, before he stood next to Jenny and gazed at the night view as well. After a long moment, Jenny finally said, "All right, I know you're busy. Let's get down to proper business." Luke hugged her and said, "Looking at the night view with you is also proper business." Leaning against him, Jenny said lazily, "That's right. To you, several $billion aren't important at all. We spent half the money to obtain a 7,000th of Stark Corporation's shares. The most optimistic estimate is that we'll have 1.5% shares by the time we spend all the money. That's a lot more than we expected." Luke hummed in acknowledgement and said, "That's enough. You spent so much money hiring that support team, you should let them do more. You can refocus on your phone company now." He knew that Jenny wasn't particularly interested in pure financial operations. Her mother had made a fortune in the science and tech industry, and had left that money to Jenny. Most of Jenny's talent in business came from her mother, not her father. Finally feeling better, Jenny glanced at him. "So you still remember our cell phone company?" Luke nodded solemnly. "The Stark Corporation shares are just to protect us. The cell phone company is our foundation. I'm looking forward to it becoming the largest cell phone company." Of course, that was just his hope. He didn't know if it was possible. After all, there was too much advanced technology here. Somebody might come out to steal a piece of the pie someday. Luke wasn't lying. He did value the titanium phone, because it would be the foundation of the growth of a multifaceted intelligence system. Once smartphones became mainstream, the multifaceted intelligence system would easily be able to gather information, whether or not titanium phones became the best in the industry. When people used smartphones in the future, whether it was the titanium brand or not, they would become Luke's eyes and ears. Sensing Luke's earnestness, Jenny sighed in satisfaction and leaned into his arms. "You always know how to coax me when I'm angry." Luke chuckled. "You're the CEO. Of course I have to coax you." Jenny hugged him. "No, I think it's better to be a secretary. Don't you think it's time for the chairman and the secretary to talk business?" Luke picked her up and said, "Then, I sincerely invite the CEO to take a bath and change before we discuss important matters." Laughing, Jenny leaned her head against his neck. "I washed a long time ago. Why are you so smelly?" As they walked, Luke said, "I just got home when you called. I was too busy to take a shower. Let's go together." A moment later, there was the sound of running water in the bathroom. In the middle of the night, Jenny, who couldn't open her eyes, was embracing Luke drowsily. Luke stroked her smooth back, and she almost couldn't keep her heavy eyelids open. Suddenly, she remembered something, and forced herself to open her eyes. "Your laboratory has already been set up, but we're still recruiting. It'll take a long time to hire suitable researchers." Luke nodded and said, "There's no need to rush. Just set up the framework first. It'll take some time to buy the equipment you want. We really can't go faster." Jenny struggled to pull herself together. "But most of the equipment you want are high-end products in the pharmaceutical industry. Are you sure about our company stepping into that business?" Luke said, "That has nothing to do with the cell phone company. It's just my personal research. Even if you're interested in branching out, it'll be years later. Just focus on the cell phone company." Her doubts answered, Jenny finally stopped forcing herself to stay awake and fell into a deep sleep. Luke, on the other hand, was in high spirits. He opened his eyes and looked at the night sky, his heart burning as he thought about the laboratory that was about to be completed. The lab wasn't under the name of the cell phone company, but under Cosmic Cube Technology. Beginning with this laboratory, Cosmic Cube Technology would become a genuine research company, and not an empty shell like before. Research companies could purchase equipment and raw materials through regular channels. It was perfectly normal for a company to buy these things. If Luke bought them under his personal name, he would draw too much attention. Although he was still the core of the company's research, the researchers he hired could cover for him. Even Selina knew that he had long been thinking about setting up a laboratory, and only now was it becoming a reality. He had waited too long for this day. Early the next morning, after Secretary Jenny pounded him on the back in fury, Luke took a shower and left. After he disappeared from the room, the secretary spat angrily and cursed him for talking business with her so early in the morning. Soon, she fell asleep again. Talking business with Luke was too exhausting. She needed to catch up on her sleep. When Luke got home, he rubbed Gold Nugget's head with a smile and washed his hands before he made breakfast. When he was done, Selina also finished her training, and came out of the bathroom. Sitting at the dining table, she picked up a soup dumpling with her chopsticks and stuffed it into her mouth before she slowed down slightly. What's the plan for today? Luke placed 2 steamers of buns on Gold Nugget's plate and said, Walter is coming to Clinton today to take a look at the scenes of the explosion. We'll meet him at Central Park. Selina drank a mouthful of soy milk. What about Molly's case? Luke said, analyze the files in the car when you're free. Haley also needs time to treat Molly and ask for more information on him. Let's do our own thing first. Looking at him, Selina asked, did Miss Jenny make money for you again? Luke chuckled. No, she's helping me spend money. Stumped for a moment, Selina thought for a moment, before she asked tentatively, spending money? Don't tell me it's for that laboratory you've been talking about. Luke nodded with a smile. Smart. Selina smiled as well. She also wanted the lab to be built sooner. According to Luke, the lab would greatly increase his efficiency. That meant that he would be able to upgrade their armor and equipment a lot faster. Thinking about how her armor had been getting increasingly more awesome recently, she looked forward to the creation of new armor. Both of them left in good spirits. The weather in New York was finally a little better today. Although there wasn't a lot of sun, the sky was high and the clouds were sparse. The cool autumn wind was refreshing. They caught up with Walter's car near Central Park. They didn't talk, and simply exchanged words over the radio before the 4 of them went to the scenes of the explosion. It only took them half an hour to finish checking the first location, before they headed over to the second location. Luke didn't have high hopes for Walter's investigation. If Kingpin had planned the explosions in advance, there wouldn't be much valuable evidence left behind. Because this was the Clinton area, where many things didn't make sense. But Walter was a seasoned veteran, after all, who knew what he might be able to find. Whether or not he obtained anything, however, Walter certainly wouldn't say anything to Dustin's loyal subordinates. Luke and Selina simply stood guard silently on the side and ate snacks to kill time. Just as the 4 of them left the second location, a patrol car drove over and stopped next to them. 2 patrol officers got out of the car, and when they saw the badges on Walter and Ricky's chests, they immediately walked over. Gentlemen, may I ask why you're here? Walter frowned. We're just looking around. The older police officer said, I'm sorry, but this is an important crime scene. Unrelated individuals aren't allowed to enter. Stunned, Ricky pointed at his badge. Excuse me? Unrelated individuals. This is the first time I've heard someone from the NYPD say that to me. The white patrol officer, however, wasn't embarrassed at all. That's right, just like how I can't run off into another department's jurisdiction and stick my nose into their case. We're about the same age. You should understand, right? Ricky was so angry he wanted to laugh, and was about to say something else. Walter waved his hand to stop him. I'm Lieutenant Walter Cobb from HQ, and I'm in charge of the serial explosion case. If you have any complaints about how HQ is giving the work out, tell me now, and I'll have HQ give you a response. The white patrol officer was silent for a moment before he nodded. My apologies, Officer Cobb. This is just business. Sorry for disturbing you. Then, the two officers got into the car and left. Watching the patrol car disappear around the corner, Luke said casually, the people of the 15th precinct have quite the character. Walter turned around to see a normal level of surprise on Luke's face. He sniffed. In the NYPD, the people from the 15th precinct aren't trustworthy at all. They're just a gang with badges. Hearing that, Luke smiled at Walter. Thank you for the reminder, sir. Walter waved his hand and got in the car. Let's go. We still have 2 more crime scenes to investigate. Luke and Selina followed him. Looking at Walter's car, Selina couldn't help but say, Walter really said it. We're on Dustin's side, after all. Luke said, but neither Dustin nor Walter have ever thought of killing each other, and will even do their best to protect each other. People from the 15th precinct. Hee. Thinking about the information she had gathered recently, Selina didn't have much to say. As Walter said, the 15th precinct was just a gang with badges. But this freak organization was protected by many people on both sides for various reasons. Even NYPD HQ couldn't clean it up. 5 minutes after they arrived at the 3rd location, Luke saw another police car drive by. However, the patrol officers didn't get out of the car this time. Nevertheless, Luke noticed that the officer in the front passenger seat had taken out his phone. He quickly took out his own fake phone. Not far from the patrol car, the sound collector in Luke's car was immediately activated and aimed at the officer who was talking. Blake, they're at the 3rd explosion site, said the officer in the passenger seat. Huh. Okay, we'll keep an eye on them and let you know if anything happens. Luke was delighted. Selina, who was listening in on the side, had a sure enough expression on her face. Looking at Walter and Ricky in the rundown factory, Luke sighed. I really believe now that Dustin wanted me to follow them purely to keep them alive, not to help them investigate the case. Selina was lost for words. Monitoring their own colleagues working a case like they were suspects, the people of the 15th precinct were indeed bizarre. When they arrived at the 4th location, another police car appeared nearby. However, the police car wasn't painted, it was just a regular-looking Ford. Although the 2 detectives in the car were cautious and observed them from a distance, they didn't escape the surveillance cameras on Luke's car. At the 3rd location, Luke had checked a list of police officers from the 15th precinct in the database. He found the officer who had reported them, and in passing searched for the surname Blake. He then found a Detective Blake, along with his partner, Detective Carl Hoffman. Blake was a 28-year-old Latin American, while his partner, Hoffman, was a 37-year-old black man. The reason why Luke was investigating them was because there was something wrong with the way they acted and operated. It was very likely that they were Kingpin's vanguard in the police force. It was common knowledge in NYPD that there were no good police officers in the 15th precinct. The truth was that among the 100 or so police officers in the 15th precinct, there should still be a few more capable officers. Most of the so-called bad cops were mediocre individuals who blindly went with the flow. These people weren't even dedicated enough as bad cops. They were absolutely the type of idiots who could only eat sh*t. This sort of small fry who could only run errands weren't of much use to Luke. He had to lock onto the more capable police officers for a better chance at finding out more about Kingpin. Detective Blake and Detective Hoffman, who had secretly come to monitor their HQ colleagues, were obviously capable people. Luke decisively committed their names to memory. After checking the fourth location, Luke followed Walter back to HQ. In the underground parking lot, Luke told Walter and Ricky about discovering Blake and Hoffman watching them. The two men weren't surprised at all. They simply nodded and said that they understood. Luke and Selena didn't follow them inside. After sending Walter and Ricky back to the police station, they could be considered to have finished their task. They still had a little time left over, so they had a late lunch. As they were enjoying their lunch by the river, Luke's phone rang. He picked up, and Christine's hurried and low tone rang out. "That private detective called Jessica is here again. I don't know what she told Molly's family, but her parents are preparing to take her home. I thought you should know about this." Luke said, "Thanks, Christine. I'll be right there." 15 minutes later, when Luke and Selena arrived at the ward, Christine was talking to the private detective called Jessica. "I'm not stopping Molly from leaving, but they can wait until the two detectives come and tell them. It's useless even if they come. They don't know what kind of danger they're facing," Jessica said impatiently. "They can't protect themselves or Molly. Trust me, it's best for Molly's family to leave New York. It's best that you pretend you never saw this family, so that you won't be implicated." Luke picked up his pace. "Miss Jones, we meet again." When Jessica saw him and Selena, her face darkened. "Detective, Molly isn't a criminal. She has the right to go home." Luke raised his hand, indicating that Christine shouldn't argue with Jessica, before he said, "You're right. We're not here to detain her. In fact, I'm here for you." Both Jessica and Christine were stumped. "What?" Luke said, "Molly's matter is over. Naturally, her parents will decide where she should recuperate. We won't force her to stay in New York just because it's convenient for us, but—" He paused for a moment before he continued, "Miss Jones, you've been in New York this whole time and have long been involved in this case. In order to find the criminal, you should be able to cooperate with us. After all, you seem to know something about Kilgrave." Jessica's face changed, and her eyes flickered between anxiety and fear. Luke simply waited. Jessica was silent for more than 10 seconds before she finally said, "No, I don't know anything." Luke smiled. "Miss Jones, I appreciate that you're protecting your clients and us detectives, but we'll continue investigating this case. If you really want us to avoid danger, why don't you tell us what you know about him? Molly might not be the first victim, and you don't want another one to appear, do you?" After a long silence, Jessica finally shook her head. "I don't know anything. I can't help you." The smile on Luke's face didn't change. He simply nodded and said, "All right, that's all for now." He looked at Christine and asked, "What about Richard and his family?" Christine said, "They went to handle the discharge procedure." Luke said, "You're currently working, we won't keep you. Just leave this to us." Looking at his calm face, Christine remembered what her friend Haley said. After a brief hesitation, she decided to trust Luke. The truth was that she had no choice but to trust him. Even the attending doctor couldn't reject Molly's discharge. After all, Molly wasn't a critical patient. In a situation like this, the hospital had no right or obligation to interfere with the patient's discharge. Christine just didn't want to see Molly leave with so much trauma. The thoughts flashed through her mind, but she simply said, "All right, thank you." After the nurse left, Luke and Selena stood at the door of the ward and sucked on a chocolate lollipop each. Jessica looked at them, a little baffled. "What are you doing?" Luke said, "I'm waiting for Richard." Looking at Jessica's face, he said casually, "Don't worry, Miss Jones, I'm not here to persuade them. You're right. Staying in New York really won't do them any good except increase the chance of encountering that lunatic again." Jessica was suspicious. It wasn't the first time she had dealt with the police. Using the victim as bait was absolutely one of the most common ways for the police to catch a suspect with a victim. But when she looked at Luke, she didn't really want to accept it. Because of her temper and profession, she had never had a good relationship with the police, but she had a good impression of Luke and Selena. If two young police officers were willing to investigate a case when there didn't seem to be anything in it for them, it could only be assumed that they had a professional attitude. A dedicated police officer was more respectable than a dirty one. After another 10 minutes, Richard returned after Molly was discharged. Seeing Luke, he hesitated, but still greeted him. Looking at his uncomfortable expression, Luke comforted him. "Richard, you've given us enough help. Take Molly home now. She needs to recuperate." Richard shook his hand. "I'm sorry. Thank you." He apologized because he had been so supportive of Luke before, but now he was running away. He was grateful for everything that Luke had done. Luke patted his shoulder and said, "Let's go. We'll escort you out of the city." Richard hurriedly shook his head. "No, it's fine." Luke said, "At least let me confirm that you leave New York safely, all right?" Richard smiled bitterly. "All right, thank you." A few minutes later, Molly and her mother walked out of the ward, clearly prepared to leave. When they reached the parking lot, Richard just got into the car before he came back out again and walked over to Luke. "Detective Luke, Molly said that she needs to go back to her place to get her documents and personal belongings, so we need to take a detour." Luke nodded. "No problem. I'll follow you." Watching Richard get back into the car, Selena said, "Molly never mentioned where she had been staying during this time. Maybe there are important clues there." Luke nodded. "Of course. So, good things always come to good people." Selena agreed. If Luke said later that he wanted to check Molly's place, Richard most likely wouldn't refuse such a small request. If the two of them had left just now, they might have missed this lead. After the two cars left the hospital, Selena looked in the rearview mirror and said thoughtfully, "The female detective is here too. It seems that she's worried about this family." Luke nodded. Nobody can be careless against a lunatic. 20 minutes later, 3 cars stopped outside an apartment building. Molly's family led the way, followed by Luke and Selena, and then the female private investigator, and they went to the 4th floor. After Molly opened the door and entered the apartment, Luke said to Richard in a low voice, "We need to check this place. There might be some clues. Is that okay?" After a brief hesitation, Richard nodded. "Yes, but the bedroom." Luke said, "Understood. We won't randomly touch anything here. You can ask your wife to help Molly clean up." Richard was worried that Molly's private affairs would be on display in the apartment. Molly had been taken away by a man for 3 months. It was possible that she had been living here the whole time. He was really scared that he would see something horrible, such as photos or videos. Receiving permission from Richard, Luke signaled to Selena, and they split up. Selena went to the bedroom, but didn't go in. She simply watched them pack. She had to make sure that the two of them didn't take away anything that could be evidence. Luke, on the other hand, walked around the apartment. In fact, even if he didn't move, Sharp Nose had already locked onto a rather unique man's scent. It seemed to be a heavier scent compared with an ordinary person's, but it didn't have the sort of specific scent which most people had. It was like the difference between umami and the other tastes. It was only because of Luke's keen sense of smell that he noticed the anomaly. The smell was so unique that he would definitely be able to confirm the man's identity the moment he saw him again. While analyzing the scent, his eyes didn't stop scanning the living room. There were no pictures or devices, including phones, cameras, or computers. He only paid a little more attention to some coffee and wine bottles in the living room. These weren't cheap, at the very least, only the middle class would frequently buy this. Furthermore, this was a mid to high-class apartment. That Kilgrave didn't have low living standards. He probably wouldn't live in a dirty and dilapidated slum, which narrowed Luke's search range. When Richard was summoned by his wife, Luke quickly checked the bathroom and the kitchen. There was nothing special in the kitchen. There were no male items in the bathroom, including a toothbrush. There were only female products and a set of lingerie on a hook. Luke had just learned a thing or two about these clothes not long ago, and immediately recognized that they were from ID Saryeri's newest range, which was the same as what Molly had been wearing when she was discovered. What they had in common was that they were thin, transparent, and patterned. They were more stimulating, which was very suited to their purpose. The clothes themselves weren't valuable, but the information they revealed was worth investigating. That lunatic liked to make his victims wear luxurious lingerie. As Luke pondered, he left the bathroom. Molly's family had already come out of the bedroom. Richard was pulling a suitcase behind him, and his wife, Novena, was carrying a large bag that contained Molly's belongings, while Molly was only carrying a lady's handbag. "There's still a lot of stuff. We'll take these down first," Richard said to Luke. Luke asked, "Do you need my help?" Richard hurriedly shook his head. "No, Luke, you've already helped us a lot." Luke was only being polite. After all, moving things wasn't a big deal. He didn't need to be too enthusiastic. Excessive enthusiasm would conversely make them uncomfortable. As they spoke, they walked to the elevator a few meters away. At that moment, Luke was standing next to the elevator doors, and Jessica was standing next to him with her head lowered. Molly and her mother, Novena, were standing together, but Novena kept an arm around her daughter and observed her expressions. Richard wanted to press the button for the elevator. He was holding the suitcase on one hand and his own briefcase in the other, and his movements were clumsy. Molly stepped forward and took the briefcase from under his arm. "I'll hold this for you, Dad." Richard smiled at his daughter. His little angel had always been so considerate and sensible. Even after what had happened to her, she still loved him. How good. A moment later, the elevator doors opened, and the three of them entered. Richard pressed the button for the first floor, and the doors slowly closed. Jessica, who had been keeping her head down, finally raised her head to see the faces of the family of three. She suddenly realized that Molly, who was standing at the far end of the elevator, was pulling her hand out of Richard's briefcase. In her hand was a revolver. "I have to do it." Molly looked at Jessica with a smile and pointed her revolver at Richard. "Molly." "No." Jessica cried out in shock. At that moment, there was only a gap in the elevator doors. Pa! The sound of a gunshot echoed in the building. Jessica's heart turned cold, and her face fell. It was over. It was all over. At that moment, she suddenly realized that Luke had at some point stepped forward and was holding the elevator doors open. What she didn't see was that he was currently putting the M686 back into its holster with his other hand. The elevator doors opened the last 2 centimeters to reveal the shocked couple and Molly, who was still smiling and murmuring, "I have to do this." Luke darted into the elevator and pushed the couple out. He grabbed Molly, who was bending down to pick up the revolver. He moved, and the revolver on the floor was kicked out of the elevator. At that moment, he pulled Molly out of the elevator. The elevator doors closed again as it went down to the first floor. Of the other 4 people present, Molly was still mumbling, "I have to do this," and struggling in Luke's grip to go and get the revolver that was on the floor. 2 seconds later, Selena swiftly came out of the apartment. After confirming the situation, she asked, "Clear?" Luke said, "Clear." Only then did Selena put her gun back into its holster and walk over. Luke looked at the couple and Jessica. "I think we should go back in first and talk." Without waiting for a reply, he said to Selena, "Find a bag and pick up the gun." Jessica's head was a mess. She looked at him blankly and asked, "How did you do it?" Molly had pulled out the gun too suddenly, and had only done so when the elevator doors were closing. Nobody knew that there was a revolver in the briefcase. Even if Jessica were to smash open the elevator doors, she wouldn't have been quick enough to stop Molly from pulling the trigger. But Luke had opened fire so quickly, plus his back had been to her, so Jessica hadn't seen anything at all. Looking at her, Luke smiled. Miss Jones, we're certainly capable of investigating this case. There are times when what I can do, you might not necessarily be able to. Jessica's lips moved. She had nothing to say. Just now, Luke had stopped Molly from firing the gun. Looking at the situation in the elevator, she might have killed herself or her parents, or even both. Luke had probably saved Molly's entire family. At that time, Jessica had only cried out in alarm. She had said before that Luke wouldn't be able to help, and now found her words a joke. In fact, Luke had always known that Richard had a gun in his bag, which couldn't be hidden from Sharp Nose. However, Richard's daughter had been hurt, and the lunatic who had hurt his daughter hadn't been caught yet. Carrying a gun for self-defense wasn't strange. Luke didn't poke his nose into other people's business. Just now, Jessica had helped a little. Her cry of, "Molly, don't," had alerted Luke to the situation. Moving sideways in a flash, he locked onto Molly, who was pointing the gun at Richard in the elevator. In the blink of an eye, Luke used quick draw. With his current stats, his quick draw speed and precision were similar to that of ace shooters in the movies within a 1 to 2 meter range. Thus, he drew the M68 from under his arm and accurately shot at the gun in Molly's hand through the 10 cm gap in the elevator doors. There were times when bullets were indeed more convenient. At the very least, they could pass through a 10 cm gap smoothly, but Luke couldn't do the same. A moment later, everybody returned to the apartment. Everybody shivered at the sight of Molly, who was still struggling on the couch and saying, "I have to do this," like a recorder. At that moment, Selena found something suitable in the apartment to hold Molly down with. Soon, Molly's 4 limbs were bound together as she lay on the couch. Even so, she was still struggling hard to get to the briefcase with the revolver that was on it. Luke, Richard's heart couldn't help but ache when he looked at his daughter. Luke raised his hand and said, "I won't keep her restrained. That's the only thing I can do for now. Also, I need to call a professional psychiatrist to check Molly's condition. She treated Molly before. Do you agree?" Richard and his wife, Novena, looked at their struggling daughter and the revolver on the table. After a brief silence, Richard nodded with great difficulty. "I agree. But, can she keep it a secret?" He couldn't help but look at the revolver again. Luke said, "She's a professional psychiatrist. She won't casually divulge patient information." He then left the room to call Haley. After Luke briefly explained what had happened, Haley immediately said that she would be there soon. It wasn't because she was warm-hearted, but because it sounded like Molly was under some high-level hypnotism. Not everyone could perform such advanced hypnosis. In fact, 99.99% of psychologists had never seen such advanced hypnosis. For them and regular people, these were products of the imagination that only existed in movies. Haley was an extremely knowledgeable woman with outstanding capability. She had only heard of something like this from some of the big shots in the circle by chance. Now, a real case had actually appeared before her eyes. How could she let it slip through her fingers? Just as she put on her coat and picked up her keys, a woman's voice came from behind her. "Haley, don't you have the day off today?" As she tidied up her clothes, Haley said quickly, "Margaret, I have good news for you. Do you remember Detective Luke from Los Angeles? He works under your friend, Elsa. He's looking for me." Margaret was stunned. "He's here on a work trip." Haley smiled. "No, he and his boss Elsa transferred to NYPD. Are you happy?" Margaret said, "What? Elsa's here?" Then, knowing what Margaret was thinking, Haley nodded. "You can talk to them. They're trustworthy people, and they'll keep your whereabouts a secret. Let's discuss this when I'm back tonight, okay?" Margaret said, "That's great. I've been cooped up for months. It feels like I'm in jail." Haley opened the door. "Didn't you make a new friend in school? Also, being in prison is better than being in a coffin. Hearing that, Margaret shivered, as if scared by an image of herself in a coffin. She only came back to herself after the door closed. No, you can't see anything if you're dead. But lying underground alone is really scary. She shivered again. Don't think about that. Let me think how to surprise Elsa instead. After the call, Luke entered the room and waved at Jessica. Miss Jones, please come out. Jessica raised her head in confusion. What? Luke said, I need to talk to you in private. After a brief pause, Jessica stood up and left, but her steps were hesitant. Standing in the corner where the building stairs were, Luke asked her directly, do you have anything to say about what just happened? Jessica bit her lip. What do you mean? The smile on Luke's face was gone. He said indifferently, I agreed with you before that letting Molly's family leave was a good choice, but it turns out that I was wrong and you were wrong. Running away won't solve the problem, and will only lead to more tragedy. So, I have to ask you this, Miss Jones, do you have any other leads on Kilgrave? Jessica's lips trembled, and she subconsciously wrapped her arms around herself, as if she were cold. Luke observed the young and beautiful woman in silence. She had curly, dark hair, fair skin, and red lips. She was a beauty that most people would appreciate. She was wearing a black sweater, a black leather jacket, a large gray scarf, and a pair of tight jeans. Coupled with the way she was trembling slightly, she looked even more pitiful and could easily trigger a man's desire to protect her. Luke, however, didn't feel anything. He had seen plenty of beautiful women, from famous stars like Jennifer Perry and Shira, to wealthy young ladies like Jenny and Karen Thompson, and finally to experienced female detectives like Elizabeth and Agent Palmer. Not to mention that there was Selina, whose physique and temperament continued to improve. He was very resistant to beautiful women, especially at work. The fact that Kilgrave had almost caused a family tragedy right under his nose made Luke even more pissed. He wouldn't vent his anger on the woman in front of him. She should be one of Kilgrave's victims, but he had to know what the lunatic was up to. Perhaps, he had done something like this before. Jessica didn't say anything for a long time. Luke continued pressing her. Miss Jones, you saw what happened just now. For Molly's family's sake, I believed you when you said that you didn't know anything. However, all of us have now personally experienced it for ourselves. It's more dangerous for us if we don't know anything about Kilgrave. Looking at the changes in Jessica's expression, he continued, I don't mean to force you to tell me everything, but at least tell me the clues you're willing to tell me. I won't ask anything else. Jessica lowered her head and leaned against the wall behind her, her toes subconsciously scuffing the floor. A moment later, she finally said, his name is Zebediah Kilgrave. He has a special ability to control other people and make them do whatever he wants them to do. She fell silent again. Pondering for a moment, Luke asked, how effective is this control? Does anyone remember what happened while they're under it? Jessica trembled again, and she suddenly chanted, Main Street, Birch Street, Higgins Drive, Colbart Lane. Luke frowned. Something wasn't right. But he didn't say anything. He simply waited for Jessica to finish chanting the street names before she slowly calmed down. However, he could sense that she wasn't truly calm. All kinds of intense emotions were temporarily suppressed by her mantra just now. Luke sighed and was ready to call it a day. He knew that there was something wrong with Jessica's mental state, which was why he hadn't asked her before. He was only testing her for now, but he could already feel that Jessica was depressed, and there was a sense of irritation spreading inside her, which wasn't a very good feeling. After Jessica calmed down, she said, I don't want to talk about it right now. She then walked back into the apartment. Thinking about what she said, Luke felt that there was still hope. She didn't want to talk about it now, but they might talk about it later. He was patient. The most important thing for a police officer was patience. Their conversation stopped there. Haley soon hurried over. After talking to Luke and Richard for a while, she had Selina bring Molly into the bedroom. Looking at the closed bedroom door, Richard asked nervously, "Luke, is this all right?" Luke said, "We can only trust Dr. Haley, she's the professional. However, you might need to cancel your trip home." Richard grew nervous. "No, I don't blame Molly. There's just something wrong with her mental state." Luke stopped her. "Richard, I don't plan to take you back to the police station, not now and not later. What I'm saying is that it's best if you find a place for Molly, and go home only after we've dealt with this." Relieved, Richard asked tentatively, "Where?" Luke said, "Ask Dr. Haley later. She may have a suitable recommendation." Richard's face fell. What recommendation would a psychiatrist have? Wouldn't it be a mental hospital? But it would be worse for his mentally ill daughter to be locked up in a detention center. Luke stopped comforting him. Given Molly's current condition, it would be best if she entered a mental hospital. He couldn't give the couple too much hope. Molly's treatment lasted for over an hour. When Haley came out, the couple immediately surrounded her and asked, "Dr. Haley, how's Molly?" Haley looked around the room, and her gaze finally landed on Jessica. "Miss Jones, I can't divulge the patient's condition to you, so can you excuse us?" Jessica, who had been sitting quietly in a corner, raised her head blankly. Haley repeated her words. Jessica stood up silently and left the room. Haley didn't talk to everyone for long. She only told the couple that Molly's condition was stable for now, but she needed to be treated at a specialist hospital immediately. That was the best choice for them and their daughter. The treatment would take some time. The couple had to be prepared. Then, after Luke asked, Haley suggested a specialist hospital, Kings Park Sanatorium. The sanatorium was on the west side of Brooklyn, which was where Haley worked. Haley assured the couple that Molly would undergo normal treatment inside, and they could visit her often. Flustered by what happened today, Richard and his wife quickly agreed to Haley's proposal. Luke's car was most suitable for escorting potentially dangerous individuals, so he would take Molly to the sanatorium. Richard and his wife would follow behind them. After everything was decided, everyone left. This time, both Luke and Selina helped bring Molly's belongings downstairs and put them in the couple's car. As they were leaving, Jessica suddenly ran after Luke. "Give me your number." As he walked with Molly, Luke gave her his business card. "I hope you won't make me wait too long, Miss Jones." Jessica didn't respond. She put the business card in her pocket and hurried away. Haley, who was following behind Luke, observed the scene with great interest. She certainly didn't think Jessica was interested in Luke, it was more likely that she had something to discuss with him in private. She was also interested in Jessica. However, she was focused on Molly, and wasn't in a hurry to approach Jessica. Half an hour later, Luke observed the sanatorium by the ocean. The environment seems pretty good, not like the ones in horror movies. Walking on the beach with him, Selina said casually, "You don't watch horror movies. How do you know what they look like?" Luke rolled his eyes. "I saw Jennifer Perry's famous work in high school. Back then, she was known as the Scream Queen. Would you dare say that wasn't a horror movie?" Selina was lost for words. That movie had contained the three classic ingredients for a horror film: Nightfall, a murderer in a mask, and a hysterical, gorgeous Jennifer in wet pajamas. How could it not be a horror movie? She could only change the subject. "How do we find that Kilgrave?" From the way he gave Molly away and implanted that "kill others or kill yourself" suggestion, I don't think he cares about this abandoned toy anymore. Luke sighed. Haley said that he didn't order Molly to keep silent before because of his arrogance. Now, it seems that he just wanted Molly to silence herself. If he hadn't been there, it would have been hard to say if one person or three people would have died in the elevator. "Let's look for surveillance cameras around Molly's apartment later and see if we can find any clues about Kilgrave," he said. After chatting for a while, someone walked out of a side door of the sanatorium. "Thank you, Haley," said Luke. Haley pushed up her black glasses and pressed down on her golden locks which were being messed up by the ocean breeze. "This is my case as well, right? What are you going to do?" Luke said, "Let us know if you get any more leads from Molly on Kilgrave. We'll focus on investigating Kilgrave's whereabouts, and try to solve this problem as soon as possible. Although I don't want to say it, it might not do Molly's condition any good unless she sees the man die with her own eyes." Luke chuckled. "I'm a detective. Guns are my specialty. You're a doctor. Treating patients is your specialty, right?" She was silent for a moment. "That's true. Then, I can only hope that everything goes well for you." Haley paused and suddenly asked, "You're not planning to kill Kilgrave, are you?" If it were any other policeman, she might not have such thoughts. However, when Luke and Selina saved her and her sister, Margaret, they had killed 4 armed bandits, and then enjoyed fishing and sunbathing next to the bodies. Putting it together with what Luke said about being good with a gun, Haley couldn't help what she was thinking. Luke grinned. "Do I have to detain him and send him to you?" "I really wish you would." Haley thought to herself. An extraordinary person like Kilgrave would be a great research subject. Haley was quite interested in him. Looking to die. In the professional field, anyone who didn't have the mentality of seeking death couldn't stand at the peak. For example, it wouldn't be easy for Luke to be promoted as a detective without risking being shot. If Luke knew what she was thinking, he would definitely categorize her as a lunatic. Of course, he would never give Kilgrave a chance to live. He was determined to obtain this guy's abilities. Even Jesus wouldn't be able to keep Kilgrave alive. After a brief conversation, the 3 of them went back. Haley was here to tell them that the paperwork had been sorted out. For now, they had completed their assignment. The couple was going to stay here a while longer. They wanted to make sure that their daughter would be treated well, so they had already gone with the staff to check the environment. Thus, 3 cars went to the sanatorium, but only 1 left. The 2 of them hurried to Molly's apartment and gathered whatever surveillance footage they could get their hands on before they returned home. After dinner, Luke turned the footage into a video file and gave it to Little Snail to analyze. He no longer had to stare at the surveillance footage for hours. In any case, they had Kilgrave as a clear target, so Little Snail was up to the task of finding a person. By 9 in the evening, Selina had completed the first stage of her training. As usual, Luke was working on Selina's new armor. At that moment, a call came in. Seeing that it was Dustin, Luke picked up the call. "Boss, what's wrong?" Dustin wasn't the type to make a courtesy call. He and Luke rarely spoke on the phone outside work hours. This meant that if he was calling, something had definitely happened. "The 2 of you, come to Metro General." Dustin's voice was cold. "Okay." Luke put away the things in his workshop and asked, "What happened?" After a brief silence, Dustin said, "Walter's in the ER." Luke couldn't help but say, "What?" Dustin said, "Earlier, he was attacked by a black mask at home. He's bleeding in his brain and has multiple fractures." WTF? Luke cursed. What if * king joke was this? The real Black Mask was Daredevil. Luke had personally operated on the man just a few days ago. It would be pretty good if he could even move and get up right now. Then, this Daredevil didn't get any rest and instead dragged his injured body out to attack Walter, who was investigating the explosions. This didn't benefit him at all. Walter was a police officer helping to clear him of suspicion in the explosions. It wouldn't be hard to investigate the case. Would Daredevil hurt his own teammate? Also, according to current information, Daredevil had never attacked the police before. The only police officer who claimed that he had been attacked by the Black Mask was from the 15th Precinct. Given the relationship between the 15th Precinct and Kingpin, only they knew exactly what the attack was about. Dustin said, "Yes. Reportedly, Walter's wife heard the noise and saw Black Mask injure Walter before taking off. But I think her words only prove that she saw a man in black head cover running away from her place. Luke said, "Then, I'll check on Walter first." Dustin said, "All right, I'm outside the ER's operating room." At that moment, Luke left the workshop and hung up. He called for Selena and Gold Nugget, and they left and headed straight for the hospital. When they arrived at the hospital, Luke found that quite a few people were already there, including John McClane. Walter's partner, Ricky, had run over early. His clothes were disheveled and his face angry as he did his best to speak to Dustin in a low voice. The middle-aged man, Joe, and Connie, the blonde police officer, were also here, and they surrounded Dustin with ugly expressions. Luke walked over, only to hear Ricky say angrily, "Why can't we issue a warrant? That guy has already attacked the police before this." Dustin said, "You're asking me to order the arrest of that particular Black Mask, but the Black Mask that hurt Walter tonight is only a man with a black head covering. Ricky, you've been a cop for so long, I don't need to remind you what a huge problem it'll be if we make assumptions beforehand about the target." Ricky said, "I know, but this definitely has something to do with the Black Mask. As long as we catch him, we'll be able to get information from him, whether he's the criminal or a rival." Dustin said, "A warrant was already issued earlier on for the Black Mask's arrest. Has anyone caught him? What's the point of me issuing another arrest warrant? To verify that we're the same kind of trash as the 15th precinct?" Ricky was stumped. It was the 15th precinct who had gotten that warrant issued, and everybody inwardly knew the problem with it. At that moment, Luke firmly interrupted this uncomfortable scene of internal conflict. "Boss, how's Walter?" Dustin shook his head. "He's still being treated. I was only able to ask the paramedics who sent him here. His condition isn't optimistic." Luke frowned. Not optimistic meant either retiring from light injuries or dying from serious ones. Thinking quickly, he said decisively, "Boss, can I go to Walter's house? That's the best place to start looking for clues." Dustin was relieved. He had already wanted to say that, but Ricky had been agitated to the point of madness by Walter's severe injuries. Everybody else used to work under Walter, and it wasn't appropriate for Dustin to say the words, or they would think that he was heartless. Only someone else could bring it up. Hearing that, Dustin nodded immediately. "Ricky, take Luke and Selena there and see if you can find any clues. Joe, go to the intelligence department and check the surveillance cameras around Walter's house. I'll give them a heads up. Connie, stay here and let me know as soon as there's any news on Walter. John, come with me to the police station and get your gun and badge back." Everybody traded looks for a moment, before Luke said, "We have to hurry. I don't trust the forensics team. They'll take days to confirm anything." He moved after that, taking Ricky, the most agitated person, with him, and everybody else also left. There was nothing wrong with Dustin's arrangements. Everybody hanging around here was useless. They were detectives with guns, not doctors with scalpels. They would only be wasting time here. Dustin picked up his pace and stopped Luke and Selena, who were about to get into the car. "This is tricky. The two of you, be very careful. Don't use too much force." He knew Luke's temper very well. He might seem methodical and very law-abiding normally, but he would never hold back in an emergency. He wasn't worried about those who dared to mess with Walter, but he was worried that Luke would be targeted by Kingpin's men if he was too heavy-handed. He was already upset about Walter's severe injuries. He didn't want to have to give Luke leave again in order to protect him. Luke smiled. "I know where the line is, boss." Then, he got into the car and closed the door. He drove out after Ricky, who had left the parking lot. Dustin smiled bitterly. "Given your line, in LA, how can I relax?" Soon, the two cars arrived in Brooklyn. This place was on the east side of the Brooklyn Bridge. It would take at most 20 minutes to reach HQ from here. Several patrol cars were parked here, and the yellow tape had been put up. The three of them flashed their badges and walked to the door. The forensics team was already at work. Ignoring them, Luke simply said, "Ricky, calm down. Everything has to be done according to procedure, right?" Ricky was blank. "You." Luke smiled, but it was cold. "We'll be the first ones to find the attacker. We'll definitely give Walter an explanation." Ricky nodded blankly. Luke patted him on the shoulder and gestured at the mother and daughter sitting in the open back of an SUV. "That's Walter's wife and daughter, right? You're probably the most familiar with them. Go comfort them and ask them what happened at the time." He and Selena then entered the house. A moment later, Luke confirmed his previous speculation that the attacker wasn't Daredevil. In fact, there were two attackers. However, Walter's wife only saw one guy with a black head covering. Judging from the scene inside the house, there hadn't been a fierce fight, it had been an ambush. It was unlikely that Walter's wife would have seen the attack happen from the living room and the kitchen. If she had been in the hallway, however, she could have also wound up in the hospital. After all, she was just an ordinary middle-aged woman. This setup also seemed deliberate. A police officer's family was a perfect tool for putting pressure on the police department. The attack on Walter had to be resolved in a few days. Otherwise, the people at the detective bureau and even the frontline officers would be dissatisfied with Dustin and HQ. The person who had set this trap hadn't done it on the spur of the moment. Dustin and NYPD didn't have a lot of time to solve this case. Thankfully, Luke didn't need much time. He quickly searched the house with his sharp nose, before he summoned Selena, and gave Elsa a call. They then went to say hello to Walter's family, then learned the details of what happened at the time from Ricky. 20 minutes later, Elsa called back. Luke immediately summoned Ricky, and they set off again. Ricky couldn't help but contact Luke over the comms. "Where are we going?" Luke said, "To arrest the suspects. Control yourself when you see him later. Don't take out your gun and kill him. It'll look bad in the report." "Ricky, what?" This time, the two cars didn't turn on their lights or sirens. They drove for 7 or 8 minutes before they stopped in front of an old apartment building. Luke got out of the car and gestured at Selena before he walked into the building. Ricky also got out of the car and looked at Selena. "What's he doing?" Selena said, "Making an arrest, but the process might be a little intense. Let's just wait here." Ricky, huh? A moment later, there was a bang on the 3rd floor. It wasn't a gunshot, but the sound of a door being knocked open. There was loud yelling, which was then followed by a burst of screams. The walkie-talkie in the car buzzed. "Selena, tell Ricky to call the forensics team over to check the place." Ricky, huh? Luke chuckled coldly. "Don't worry. As soon as I flashed my badge, they started taking out their guns. They won't be able to escape the charge of assaulting a police officer." When Ricky and Selena reached the 3rd floor, Selena immediately stepped forward and handcuffed the person Luke was holding. Luke handcuffed another person at the same time. Throwing the unconscious criminal to one side, Luke walked over to Ricky. He said in a low voice, "There's a set of black clothes inside, including a black hood. There are bloodstains on them." Ricky's face darkened. "That's them." Luke said, "Don't be hasty. Get the forensics team here first. Keep an eye on them or someone might tamper with the evidence. I'll let Joe handle the interrogation. He's good at dealing with criminals, right?" Ricky gritted his teeth and nodded. "Don't worry. Even if Joe can't do it, John absolutely can." Luke sweated. "You just want to outright kill them, don't you? If John lost his temper, both of these criminals would end up with minor fractures." Half an hour later, Joe looked at Luke and Selena in surprise, and at the two guys who had been dragged in. "How did you find them?" Luke explained, I had someone check the surveillance footage around the time of the attack. I noticed a black '98 Ford that happened to pass by Walter's house at the time. Using the car, I tracked these two down. Really? Joe was still suspicious. It was a very normal method for cracking a case, but to discover clues in such a short period of time really required extreme luck. Luke nodded. We didn't find a murder weapon in the apartment, but there was a black jacket and a hood with blood on them that had yet to be cleaned. I've already told Ricky to go to forensics and wait for the result. As long as it's confirmed that it's Walter's blood, there's no mistake. You need to find a few reliable guys to keep an eye on these two. Don't let them die inexplicably. I don't believe they're the masterminds. Joe nodded solemnly and took out his phone. John, come back and get to work. After Joe hung up, Luke said in a low voice, Are you really going to get John to come back? It'll be troublesome if they're killed. It's better to let them live for now. Joe looked at him blankly for a moment, and drew closer to say in a low voice, Don't tell me you do that often. How could the police lawfully kill a suspect in the interrogation room? Of course, it was the same trick that Luke had once used to lure a suspect into taking the gun. This method could be simplified significantly. He could stuff the gun into the suspect's hand himself, then, with the sound of a gunshot, the world would be at peace. The officer involved would at most be demoted after an investigation. As long as there were no recordings, and it was insisted that the hapless suspect went for the gun, any doubts would be buried. Luke said solemnly, We're law enforcement officers. Naturally, we have to strictly abide by the department's rules. I'm just reminding you. Joe, are you F***ing bragging? Do you think we're not familiar with this business? We just don't usually use it. Leaving with a face of disdain, Joe nevertheless muttered to himself, This guy isn't as naive as he seems. Recalling how this guy had killed more than 50 bandits along with John, Joe felt that it was only natural. If a freakish detective like this was hidebound by convention, they would have been killed by criminals long ago. John returned very quickly. He was shocked by the police station's efficiency. Most of the time, they still had to rely on him to dig out a suspect. This time, he had only beaten up a second hoodlum and had yet to get any useful information before he was told to come back to interrogate a suspect. Walking into the interrogation room, he glanced in the direction of the observation room. Who's over there? Joe said, Don't worry. It's Connie, Luke, and Selena. John asked, Where's the chief? He said he's reporting to the director, and won't appear next door for the next hour, said Joe. John clenched his fists and looked at the suspect. He's underestimating us, isn't he? Go with the old rules. Looking at John's sandbag-like fists, Joe gulped. Wait, do you need me to remind you that it was me last time? Stumped, John looked at him. Was it? Joe said, My face was F***ing swollen for a week. I had to have a liquid diet for several days, and lost 5 pounds. You actually forgot. John slapped his forehead. Sorry. Maybe I'm still hungover from last night. Joe said, Shut up. It's only midnight, and the night's not over yet. Stand here. Stand here, I said. John, easy. We still have to investigate the case. Joe said, Don't worry, your face will be swollen for 3 days at most. John said, Okay, 3 days then. With that, he closed his eyes and stood in front of Joe. Bang! F***ck. John cursed and stepped back until he hit the wall. You're definitely taking revenge. It'll definitely be swollen for more than 3 days. Joe slowly withdrew his fist. That's what you told me last time too. Rubbing his swollen cheek, John stood up and took out his gun. Okay, let's get to work. Joe took out a key from his pocket and walked over to the stupefied suspect. Aim properly. Don't hit me. John grinned. Don't worry. I'm good at this. The suspect looked at the key and suddenly realized what they were doing. He shouted in horror, "Don't! Don't come here! No, don't!" If it were any other time, he would have thought that they were acting. However, he had been arrested as a suspect for assaulting a police officer. Also, he had indeed knocked out a police officer with a stick, which meant that the man wasn't joking. Next door, Luke and Selena were sucking on a lollipop each, and they nodded at each other as they stood with their arms crossed in front of the mirror. Luke sighed in admiration. Look at how professional he is. Taking a punch and pinning it on the suspect, and then moving on to the next step. As expected of an experienced detective, he has solid moves. Selena, however, frowned. If we do the same, will you hit me, or will I hit you? I don't want my face to be swollen for a week. Luke shrugged. Just hit me. I'm more resistant. Selena nodded in satisfaction. All right, I'll train to control my strength and keep the swelling down to 2 days. I don't think we'll use this often though. Luke said casually, having another option isn't bad. It can't be too light, or you won't see the effect. Connie said, the two of you. Luke turned around and smiled at her. We'll improve faster if we learn from our seniors. Connie was lost for words. What happened next was simple. Already pinned with an assault charge and facing the possibility of being killed at any time, the suspect broke down. In fact, he had made the right decision. John had indeed planned to kill the guy, or injure him heavily. He was gambling on the fact that this was still a suspect, after all. The suspect had no such odds. But what the interrogation revealed wasn't good. They belonged to a gang called Blood Skull, and were professional fighters. Their boss was called Billy Jordan. Attacking Walter was an assignment which their boss, Billy, had given them. Blood Skull was just a bunch of hoodlums who lived in the Brooklyn area. There were 50 core members, and more than 100 thugs scattered around. There were at least 100 of such gangs in Brooklyn, and none of them were directly related to Kingpin. There was no way to catch Kingpin with their statements. Dustin had already appeared in the observation room, and he listened to the confessions of the two Blood Skulls with a dark face. Luke leaned over and said in a low voice, "The person who planned this is too careful and cleans up after himself well. Unless that Billy tells us who that person is, this will have nothing to do with him." Dustin certainly knew who Luke was referring to. After a brief silence, he said, "All detectives are now recalled from leave. Report to the police station immediately. Tell John to come out. He'll lead the operation. I want Blood Skull to disappear from New York by tomorrow morning." Luke said, "Yes, sir." Although he was the best fighter under Dustin, John was more suited to be the commander of such a large-scale operation. After all, he was familiar with the people of the Detective Bureau and could make them do their best. Dustin was also selling the wily old foxes a favor, so that they could avenge Walter with their own hands. After a busy night, the clerks at the police station worked overtime. They had to deal with a lot of phone calls, confessions, and arrest warrants. However, nobody complained. A veteran detective from the Detective Bureau had been severely injured. If the Detective Bureau didn't respond, none of the gang members in New York would take them seriously. This had to be done. The HQ director had to praise them for doing a good job, or the frontline officers would be hounding him for months. Once NYPD officers were mobilized, and had ironclad evidence, most New York gangs could only wait to be wiped out. The morning sun rose, but Dustin's face was even darker. "Mobilize your connections and do your best to flush this Billy Jordan out." Joe frowned. "Chief, there's no sign of him at all. I suspect that he's already been killed." Dustin said, "Then we have to find his body." John lit a cigarette, his expression no better than Dustin's. "Chief, this guy is probably already in a cement block at the bottom of the Hudson River. Those people are very familiar with this sort of thing. Dustin ignored the man who was smoking in his office. Then dig out the man who threw Billy into the river. At this moment, Connie knocked on the door. When Dustin said, "Come in," she opened the door and stuck her head in. "Director, Walter's out of surgery. He's now in the ICU." Dustin stood up. "How is he?" Connie sighed and said, "He's not out of danger yet. We'll have to wait until tomorrow at least to see if his condition stabilizes." Dustin nodded. "Did you send someone to look after his family?" Connie nodded. "Javier and Ryan are already there. They'll send the station a security signal every 10 minutes. Dustin nodded. "Tell them not to be careless." With that, he looked at the people in the room. "What are you still doing here? Waiting for me to give you lunch?" It was still early in the morning. Even if they ate, it would be breakfast. Dustin was clearly unhappy about this bunch being in his office, especially the guy who was smoking without the least bit of self-awareness. But this guy was probably the second or third best fighter under him. He could only hold back. Luke nudged Selena with his elbow, and they quickly left. Dustin was in a bad mood. Luke didn't want to be caught in the crossfire. Everybody scattered. Walking out of the room, John stopped Luke and patted his shoulder firmly. "Great work tonight. If you're doing anything else, however, remember to call me. At the very least, I'm good as backup." Luke nodded with a smile and punched John lightly in the shoulder. "Don't worry. I'll call you if there's a chance. If there isn't one or it's not a good time, I can only apologize," he added silently. John said, then, thanks." Luke said, "No need. Walter is my colleague, too." After saying goodbye to John, Luke and Selena went home. He and Selena had been working overtime last night, so they could take a nap. The Blood Skull members were all in HQ's detention center. There were plenty of newbies and veterans in the bureau, and all of them were waiting to collect experience and credit from this bunch of scum. These capable people didn't care about the interrogations. When they got home, Gold Nugget was watching TV in the living room. Seeing the two of them return, it began to whine. Luke said, "Okay, it just so happens we haven't had breakfast yet." "But didn't you have a snack last night?" Gold Nugget barked. Luke said, "All right, you've already digested it." Gold Nugget had come back on its own last night when Luke and Selena were working overtime. When it went out with them in the past, it would basically be home by midnight. After all, it was a dog, and would get twitchy if it didn't sleep. Luke and Selena also didn't need it to stay up all night. They washed up, had breakfast, and sorted out the files which they had brought back from the station. Selena was the first to pause in the work. There's no way to tie the case to Kingpin. The crime was committed in the Brooklyn area, and the boss who hired the attackers disappeared. Even if he was the one who ordered it, he cleaned up his tracks too well. Luke nodded. For him to be able to live more and more comfortably under the pressure of the FBI, DEA, and NYPD, of course the guy has to be capable. Otherwise, Rico would have long sent him and his accomplices to prison. Even though there were no less than 1.4 million gangsters in the United States, they weren't as glamorous as the movies in Luke's previous life made them out to be. Take LAPD and NYPD, for example. Only HQ had an organized crime investigation bureau, and it had less than 100 people. The Major Crimes Division was basically under the jurisdiction of the Organized Crime Investigation Bureau. After all, gangsters often committed robbery and murder. And their most common line of business was drug trafficking, which was under the DEA's purview. Furthermore, with the FBI's national coverage, any related department could also stick its nose in. Most of the time, the Organized Criminal Investigation Bureau just supplied extra aid to other departments, or carried out an investigation into a particularly nasty gang. Thus, the gangs didn't have much influence. Even though there were tens of thousands of gangsters in Los Angeles and New York, the police didn't attach too much importance to them. Ever since the RICO Act was launched in the 1970s, gang leaders who had been running amok for some time either ended up behind bars or stayed low and hid in the dark corners of society. It was impossible for a gang leader to openly enter the upper levels of society. That was because under the RICO Act, a person only needed to be shown to have connections to a gang member, including funds, activities, or even just contact, and didn't have to be proven to be directly involved in a crime, in order to be charged. From then on, gang leaders could still make a fortune through their illegal dealings, but they couldn't enter the influential circles of society. It was nothing like the mafia movies, where the mayor was the gang leader who was pulling strings behind the scenes. Most gangsters were on the bottom rung of society. It was only in exceptional circumstances, like the earthquake in California, when the police would pay attention to them in order to avoid mass riots. The rest of the time, they could only sink to the dark bottom of society, like mud in a pond, and die of rot. Even if there was the occasional gunfight or murder, they would quickly settle again like the mud at the bottom of the lake, and nobody would notice them anymore. In that sense, Kingpin's existence was extremely rare. This famous crime lord's reach had already extended into government bodies in many cities over the years, yet nobody knew how to deal with him. That was because nobody knew exactly who or where Kingpin was. Even though many executive police officers had heard of the name Wilson Grant Fisk, a search of this or similar names throughout the United States didn't produce a match for Kingpin. Clearly, the name Wilson Grant Fisk, like the Kingpin title, wasn't what this crime lord usually used in his daily operations. The reason why many gangsters called him Kingpin was because he was very clever. Nobody knew where this big brain was, and nobody could link his real identity to the gangs, so he was suppressed by the RICO bill. For almost a decade, the federal and local law enforcement agencies had searched for Kingpin and made multiple arrests. There were even a few instances where word spread of Kingpin's capture. But after those Kingpins were put behind bars, Kingpin's allies and forces never slowed down in their operations. This only proved that the real Kingpin was still expanding his underground empire from a safe place. It was impossible for a genius like him to be flushed out using a third-rate gang like the Blood Skull. Even the IRS, which was known as the toughest law enforcement agency in the United States, couldn't do anything about Kingpin. After all, nobody knew who he was. The law enforcement agencies could only ever cut off the branches when it came to Kingpin's operations. Soon, new gangs or core gang members would come out of prison and take over these vacant positions. Luke had been collecting intelligence on Kingpin since his fight with Bullseye, but hadn't learned much. It was clear that this mastermind was a tough opponent. For him, the biggest problem usually wasn't who the enemy was, but where he was. It just so happened that Kingpin was as good at hiding his identity as Luke was. Thinking about Kingpin, he said, "Rest early. We're going out tonight. Are we going to attack Kingpin's forces?" Selena was a little excited. She had been idle for too long. Luke said, "Although it's unlikely that we'll be able to flush him out, we have to cut off his tentacles and make him suffer a bit." NYPD had to be about the law, but V could discuss the meaning of life with the criminals. 5 days later, New York was as peaceful as ever. However, big things happened every night. From Manhattan to Brooklyn to Queens, dozens of major gangs were wiped out. Half of the nests were full of bodies, the number of people still alive could be counted on one hand. The other half was full of injured and crippled people. In just 3 days, even the NYPD was scared. If this went on, there might be gang riots. From the third day onward, all NYPD officers were recalled from leave, and the number of police cars patrolling key areas doubled. Unfortunately, it wasn't any damn use. In the next 2 days, gangsters were still dying and suffering left, right and center. NYPD's morgue was full, and the number of patients who went to the hospitals for broken bones increased dramatically. Even the Detective Bureau had to stop investigating Kingpin and start investigating the cause of the recent wave of bloody attacks. Like everybody else, Luke and Selena went to work every day, interviewing eyewitnesses, and checking surveillance footage. The truth was that while he and Selena were playing at public servants for the past few days, the eyewitness interviews and surveillance footage had all been for their search for that lunatic named Kilgrave. But for some reason, this guy suddenly disappeared recently. The last place that Luke and Selena tracked him to was the Hudson River, where Kilgrave left on a yacht. The trail went cold after that. The Hudson River was so big and cold winds blew from time to time, quickly washing away the scent. Sharp nose thus wasn't any use here. 6 days after Walter was attacked, Haley called and asked Luke to go to Kings Park Sanatorium. She had obtained some leads from Molly, which she wanted to give to Luke. Most importantly, there was a sketch of Kilgrave. Looking at the tiny M.K in the bottom right corner of the vivid sketch, Luke smiled. Did Margaret draw this? It seems she didn't learn to draw for nothing. Haley looked at him with a smile. Do you need me to pass on what you think of her drawing skills to her? Luke shrugged. Doesn't matter. I don't pretend to understand art. Haley was lost for words at how frank the officer was. Shane was hard to come with people who had a clear understanding of their shortcomings, and they were usually thick-skinned. She found Luke more and more interesting. He was handsome and gentle. Anyone would think that he was a cultured man. But this man admitted that he knew nothing about art. It was the opposite of how most men tried their best to act like they knew everything. Also, Luke never showed off in front of her. His attitude toward her wasn't much different from his attitude toward Richard and his wife. If it wasn't for the appreciation in his eyes when he looked at her, she would have thought that he was gay. Alright, she had already rejected that possibility earlier on. As a psychiatrist, she could easily tell that Luke had a normal orientation. That was obvious from his interactions with his gorgeous partner, Selena. It was just that their situation was very interesting. Some might think that they had been married for years. As Haley mulled over Luke's private life, her smile remained fixed on her face. I heard that the police department has been very busy recently. Do you have time to investigate Kilgrave? Luke said, all the police in New York are busy right now, not just me. This guy has gone into hiding, however, we can only wait for him to come out on his own. Haley nodded and suddenly said, there's going to be a small party at my place the day after tomorrow. Are you free? Stunned for a moment, Luke said, what party? Let me make it clear, if it's going to be a bunch of people holding wine glasses and discussing mental patients or some abstract artwork, I'm not going. Haley chuckled. Relax, apart from one of Margaret's foreign classmates from the Art Institute, there's only Elsa. Luke thought for a moment before he asked, can I bring a date? Haley glanced at his car. She couldn't see inside, but she knew that Selena was there. She nodded and said, if it's Selena, that's fine. You know, Margaret's been lying low in New York for several months now to avoid those crazy LA gangs who want her money. Although she has a new friend now, she definitely misses you two old friends. Stumped, Luke pointed at himself. Am I an old friend? Apart from working on a case, had he ever exchanged more than a few words with Margaret? It was probably just 2 hellos and 3 byes. Haley smiled. Her black glasses couldn't hide her captivating eyes, and her red lips curved up. Indeed, you don't know her well, but she knows a lot about her savior. Luke chuckled. That's just my job. As soon as he said that, Haley gave him a meaningful look. Helpless, Luke simply left. This big beauty was indeed a little irresistible. If it had been blatant flirting, he wouldn't have cared. With his current looks, he got hit on every now and then, and that was without him going to bars or entertainment venues. If he engaged in this nightlife more often, every now and then would become all the time. It was a pity that Haley was subtle in her behavior. A delusional man would definitely think that she was hinting at something. However, as a man who was highly vigilant and capable of telepathy, Luke was well aware that this was just what she was like. She was the so-called unconsciously enticing natural beauty in Chinese folklore. Coupled with her bright pink suit under the white coat, her black-rimmed glasses, and her identity as a psychiatrist, she was too lethal. If it had been the shut-in Luke in his previous life, his head would definitely be full of titles like Forbidden Ward and Special Psychiatric Treatment Records. Now, he didn't want anything to happen between them. After all, they were acquainted with each other now, and it would be awkward to make a move. At 7:30 p.m., when Luke and Selena were preparing for tonight's operation after dinner, Luke's phone rang. He picked up and saw an unfamiliar number. Who is this? This private number was for business matters, which he gave to parties involved in certain cases, witnesses, and informants. Thus, he often received calls from unknown numbers on this phone. After a brief silence, a woman said, "It's Jessica." Luke paused. "Good evening, Miss Jones. Can I help you?" Jessica said, "Don't you want to know about Kilgrave? Come to my agency now." Luke said, "Okay." Jessica hung up without saying anything else. Rubbing his chin, Luke pondered for a moment before he said to Selena, who was looking at the files on the side, "We'll suspend the operation tonight. Get a good night's rest." Without looking up, Selena asked, "Which woman is looking for you this time?" Luke said, "Jessica Jones, the private investigator who likes to beat people up." Selena finally raised her head. "She's come round?" Luke shrugged. "I don't know, but without any new leads, the information she has isn't important. After all, what Molly gave us is enough. I'll be back around 10 tonight." Selena glanced at him. "Are you sure?" Luke smiled. "I'm sure." A moment later, Luke left the house in a gray hoodie and a black cap. Watching him leave through the living room window on the second floor, Selena thought for a moment before she said, "Gold Nugget, let's go." Gold Nugget was lying lazily on the carpet in the living room with its head on a pillow as it watched HBO. Stumped, it turned its head. "Woof." Selena said, "He said we could rest, but he didn't say we had to." Gold Nugget's eyes lit up and it got to its feet. "Woof." Selena said, "On our solo op, it's the usual 50-50 of the profits, okay?" Looking at the excited dog, she couldn't help but complain, "It's been 3 months since Luke taught you the multiplication table, and you're still getting some wrong. I'm the one who has to calculate the portions each time. You can't even count money properly, so why do you need so much of it?" Gold Nugget lowered its head in shame and made a mournful sound. Selena chuckled and rubbed its head. "All right, I'm not saying that you're stupid. I'm just telling you not to worry so much about money. Because you're really stupid. It doesn't matter if I tell you or not." She silently stabbed it in the heart, then they went to the basement to gear up. On the other side, Luke jogged 4 blocks to the northeast and entered an old apartment building near Central Park. Having investigated Jessia, he of course knew that her alias investigations office was here. He didn't know what to say about the name of the agency. Was Miss Jones brazenly telling her clients that it was just a cover? He went up to the 4th floor and found an apartment at the end of the corridor with the door number he was looking for. Looking at the paper that had been put up in place of where the glass should have been in the door, he nodded in his heart. This was very much like Miss Jones's style. Luke knocked on the door, but nothing happened. He wasn't in a hurry. Jessica was inside, but she seemed to be in pretty, rotten condition. That was the only word to describe it. After a while, he knocked on the door again, but the person inside didn't seem to want to get up. Luke sighed and opened the door. Not only was the door broken, so was the lock. Miss Jones wasn't scared of being robbed in the middle of the night. In the living room that was used as an office, everything was in a mess. It was obvious that it hadn't been cleaned in a long time. The only good thing was that there was no leftover food, so there wasn't the most disgusting smell of rotting food. The most obvious smell in the place was of alcohol. The most garbage on the floor was empty bottles, and they were vodka. Luke shook his head. Looking at Jessica, who was sitting behind her desk and reading a notebook with a bottle of alcohol in her hand. Luke simply sat on the tabletop and said, "Miss Jones, your dinner doesn't seem to be very nutritious." Of course, his actions were very impolite. With someone he wasn't familiar with, it was very rude. But Luke felt that manners could be reserved for those who needed them, not this drunkard in front of him. Jessica looked at him blankly for a few seconds before she said, "Oh, you're here. Have a seat." Luke said, "Thank you, I'm already seated." "Let's get to the point, Miss Jones. What do you have to tell me about Kilgrave?" Hearing that, Jessica stopped breathing and she froze with the bottle in her hand. Jessica took a big gulp of vodka and gasped for breath several times before she said, "He's a psycho who likes to play with schoolgirls, especially those who are good at sports and have cheerful personalities." Luke simply nodded and didn't press her. She drank another mouthful of alcohol and belched. He has to explain things verbally in order to control them, and the distance can't be too far away. However, after being under his control for a long period of time, they'll become like Molly. Even if he's far away, they'll still act according to his instructions. Luke remained silent. He had already deduced this earlier from the information he got from Haley and his own understanding. At most, he just wasn't 100% certain. But given how cautious he was, he wouldn't give Kilgrave a chance to control him. Hence, Jessica's intelligence at most was just icing on the cake. Jessica gulped down another mouthful of wine. "You're conscious when you're under his control. You know what you're doing, but you can't resist and you'll do things you don't want to do. Even when he asks you to kill someone, you'll do it." She lowered her head and covered her face. Luke didn't say anything. Of course, with his keen ears, he could hear her sobs, but they were blocked by her hands and became muffled. A moment later, he sighed and patted her shoulder. "Jessica, look at me." Unconsciously, Jessica raised her head and met his icy blue eyes. "It's all in the past. Kilgrave will disappear from your world. He's nothing more than a black mark in your life," said Luke. His voice was gentle. To Jessica's senses, those beautiful icy blue eyes seemed to be glowing. However, her fear of Kilgrave was too deep. She shook her head subconsciously. "No, he's still alive. He came back for me. Molly is his message to me. He deliberately made Molly kill in front of me so that I would listen to him and return to him." Luke put his hands on her shoulders and said, "But I'll catch him and send him to wherever he needs to go. No matter how strong he is, he can't dodge a bullet from several meters away. He's not as strong as you think, understand? Jessica, don't let your fear control you. You have to face it, defeat it, and step on it." Jessica gradually calmed down. Stunned for a moment, she suddenly grabbed his clothes and leaned forward. Alarmed by that swiftly approaching mouth, Luke decisively turned his head and twisted his body. His excellent close combat skills played a major role in enabling him to dodge the surprise attack. Then, he pressed down on her shoulders from behind. "Jessica, rest well. You still have work tomorrow." Upset, Jessica shook her head. "No, I don't want to work tomorrow." Luke was lost for words. "So these are your true feelings? Then what's the point of opening this crappy agency?" He could only avoid talking about work and speak in an even and gentle voice as he continued to calm Jessica down. 10 minutes later, the woman finally fell asleep from a mix of alcohol and hypnosis. After that, Luke wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and murmured, "Big sis, shouldn't you brush your teeth first if you want to give me a passionate kiss? Your whole mouth smells like alcohol. I really can't take it." For a normal man, no matter how pretty a woman was, a mouth which smelled of alcohol and non-stop belching was still a turn-off. How big of a turn-off depended on whether it was just some alcohol fumes or vomit. As for Luke, who was a little OCD and misophobic, he chose to give his mouth a break. No matter how beautiful Jessica was, he couldn't let his mouth go through that torture. He put the woman on the couch and pulled a thin blanket over her, before he walked to the door. When he went out, he pulled the door close, but just as he was about to leave, the door stubbornly opened a crack. After taking 2 steps, Luke couldn't help but turn his head to stare at the door. Frowning, Luke thought for a moment, then sighed. Damn OCD. Forget it, just consider this the payment for your info. Saying that, he busied himself at the doorway. 20 minutes later, he looked at the new door and nodded in satisfaction. That's much safer. I'm really a good person. He hung a bunch of keys on the doorknob inside, sent a message to Jessica's phone, then turned around and left. Behind him was a brand spanking new door. Passing through a nearby alley, he soon found an old, empty building. Taking out a mat from his inventory, he stood on it as he put on his V equipment. It wasn't until he was interrupted by Jessica's call that he realized that a 5-day working week was the sanctioned law. As a law-abiding citizen, how could he deprive Selena of her days off? So, he gave Selena the night off. Luke. In his previous life, he spent years working 7-11-7, 7 a.m. to 11 p.m., 7 days a week, as a writer. It wasn't a problem to turn it into 22-7, 22 hours a day, 7 days a week. After all, he was in great shape. Thinking about the expression of a certain female detective when she woke up tomorrow and saw his gift for her put him in an inexplicably good mood. He was always happy to make others happy. He looked at the time and saw that it was only 8:50 p.m. He took out a big piece of chocolate and popped it into his mouth to replenish the calories he had used up while doing a good deed earlier. He wasn't in a hurry today. He was still thinking about the female detective and the cleanup operation later. If he did something more ruthless tonight, wouldn't Kingpin react? For Kingpin, losing a few gang nests was nothing. However, the people whom Luke and Selena had been dealing with over the past few days were all key people in the drug trafficking business, in areas like management, storage and finance. These places were destroyed, and the leaders, warehouse supervisors as well as private accountants were all dead or crippled. It was impossible for a business to continue when a large-scale organization lost leaders who could allocate the work and adjust the schedule, the warehouses weren't producing the goods, and the accountants who kept track of profits were lying in the hospital. In this sort of chaotic situation, continuing with the business would only benefit internal gang members who would seize the opportunity to line their own pockets. To fix this situation, new leaders were needed to calm the people down. In 5 days of purging, Luke and Selena targeted key gang members. These people were now either in the morgue or the ward. It was basically impossible for the gangs to promote people to take charge at the moment. If Luke persisted and continued working hard for another week to give Kingpin enough pressure for half a month, the man would probably react, right? This was also the most he could do. His NYPD colleagues were as nervous as the gang members. If this operation went on for any longer, both the gang members and NYPD senior executives might collapse. Luke deliberately didn't collect the bodies in the previous nests. The police found more than 50 bodies in the nests where everybody had been killed. In the nests after that, Luke deliberately left a few people alive to clean up the 100+ bodies. But after he struck fear into the gangsters, nobody would clean up the place for free anymore, and everyone would stay far away. When that happened, he would have to clean the place himself. It would be best for the Ghost Butcher's appearance to not overlap with Luke's arrival in New York. It would be better to do things low-key for a period of time. Having made up his mind, he put on his black Zorro hat and said, "Cheer for justice, villains." It was the same London accent as before, and V's heart of justice burned with impatience. System: Teammate Selena has completed the task of cleaning up drug gangs. Total experience, 2,000. Total credit, 2,000. Selena's contribution rate, 80%. Host has received 800 experience and 800 credit points. System: Teammate Selena has defeated Zebediah Kilgrave. Total experience, 3,000. Total credit, 3,000. Selena's contribution rate, 100%. Host has received 1,500 experience and 1,500 credit points. Host's experience, 91,500/100,000. Credit, 99,200. Luke, WTF. What was going on? As his mind raced, he opened the support program and sent a message to Selena. 10 minutes after Luke left, Selena and Gold Nugget left the house. Covering her tracks, Selena found a safe house which Luke had set up and put on the second-generation beast armor. Okay, Gold Nugget, let's go. Let's hunt down the enemies in the dark. Gold Nugget, woof. Selena tapped the dog's head and said, "Stupid, that's a line. Just say yes." Gold Nugget whined. Selena said, "Fine, I'll take that as a yes." As she spoke, she turned into a blurry, transparent figure and went out the window. Gold Nugget also turned on the optical camouflage of its second-generation Hellhound equipment and left through the window. Selena's target was in fact Luke's main target for tonight. In the past few days, Luke would take care of one primary target, and Selena would handle a secondary target. The two of them had to work together in order to damage the foundation of Kingpin's forces in 5 days. But since Luke was fooling around with a random woman today, Selena decisively seized the opportunity for herself. After all, she had Gold Nugget and the second-generation beast armor. There was no one in the gang that she had to fear, even if Bullseye showed up. They stopped outside a luxurious New Jersey manor next to the Hudson River. Selena sent the drone out and started reconnaissance. This was the safety rule which Luke had reminded her of repeatedly: look down on the enemy in terms of strategy, but focus on the enemy in terms of tactics. Even a lion would use its full strength when hunting a rabbit. If you want to ridicule your opponent, do it only after you've gotten rid of them. 20 minutes later, Selena used the results of the reconnaissance to mark the locations of all the guards inside and outside the manor, and pulled up their movements on her lenses. The cleanup plan was also completed. All she needed to do was follow the prescribed arrangement and make up for any small lapses in the operation. After all, the support program wasn't human. It couldn't fully predict the guards' actions. This was especially true of gang members like these, who didn't stick to patrol routes and rules, and could cause unexpected situations. They snuck into the manor through an underwater passage. On the way, Gold Nugget broke 2 steel grates, and 1 person and 1 dog emerged from the drain not far from the swimming pool. As Selena activated the water removal function, her armor trembled slightly, and the remaining water droplets on her body fell to the ground. The armor's invisibility effect, which had been greatly reduced after coming in contact with water, was fully restored. Finding an opportunity, Selena darted into the flower shrubs nearby. Gold Nugget was roughly 10 meters away, acting as backup and security. A moment later, the guards in the manor fell one by one. After knocking out the guards, Selena injected them with an anesthetic and broke their right legs and hands. The occasional exception were the left-handed gunmen, and she broke their left legs and both hands. After all, some left-handed gunmen only used their left hand when shooting, but handled knives and such with their right hand. It was unfair, but bad people had no right to demand fairness. In less than 10 minutes, the 8 guards inside the manor were dealt with. Only then did Selena go out and take down the 2 guards on the outermost perimeter. It took longer this time. Most of the time, the 2 guards were in the open where the other guards could see them. Selena was very patient. She waited until they turned a corner before she took them down. The remaining 3 guards were positioned in the most troublesome locations. From where they were standing on the patio at the entrance, they could see the large expanse of lawn in front of the manor. Hellhound, on my count, 3, 2, 1. After the countdown, Selena jumped out of the shadows and kicked the last 2 guards. Almost at the same time, a golden tentacle flew out from the shadows of the patio, holding a black object. Duong. 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 Seeing that Selena had knocked down two of their comrades, the three guards raised their guns. Suddenly, a golden shadow flew at them from the side. The three of them were stunned. Amidst crisp and dull thuds, they saw stars and fell to the ground. Gold Nugget quietly retracted its tentacle back into the shadows of the patio, and the multi-purpose baton it was holding was inserted back into the equipment on its back. It was Gold Nugget who had used a tentacle to knock out the three guards at the entrance with a baton. The multi-purpose baton was a weapon that could transform into a spear, a saber, a hammer, a hook, and a rope. Knocking people out with short sticks was more in line with human practice. Also, Gold Nugget could wear it as a support tool, which greatly reduced the number of times it used its tentacles and reduced the risk of exposure. By then, all the guards outside the manor were unconscious. Selena walked back into the main building. The two drones, which had been patrolling inside for a while, also locked onto the first target, which was the gang leader's office. A door nearby opened, and a middle-aged man walked out. Seeing the man, Selena attacked without hesitation. Whoosh! Duong! The middle-aged man fell to the ground as a huge bump appeared on his forehead. If a certain dog head could have a multi-purpose collapsible baton, so could Selena. A short stick had shot out to hit the middle-aged man in the head. It was only then that Selena cancelled her optical camouflage and revealed herself. The middle-aged man was the leader of the gang, Bias. She had seen his face in the files. As for why this person had come out of the room, she wasn't too surprised. This was Bias's house. He could go wherever he wanted. Gold Nugget confirmed by smell that Bias didn't have any weapons, and Selena dragged the boss into the office. Gold Nugget remained invisible. When it and Selena were out on a mission, it was basically invisible the whole time. It would launch one or two instant attacks at most to help resolve some minor problems. Walking into the office, Selena poured a glass of ice-cold whiskey on Bias's face. The cold alcohol woke him up. He opened his eyes and moaned. "Ah! Why do I have a headache?" Selena smiled and waved the baton in her hand. "If you refuse to help me clear up some of my doubts, not only will your head hurt, but so will your D***ck. Then, she stomped on his ankle. Bias screamed and rolled over the floor, roaring in his heart, "Shameless. How can you attack first? If you have questions, just ask them." This initial punishment swiftly weakened his resistance. He knew that the strange woman all in black in front of him wouldn't mind breaking his other foot, or even all his remaining limbs. After interrogating Bias for a few minutes, Selena got most of the information she wanted. For example, the location of the safe here, the relationship between Bias's gang and Kingpin, and clues on Kingpin's forces themselves. The reason why the interrogation was so fast was that Bias's gang was indeed part Kingpin's forces. There was no point denying it. Also, he really didn't know much about Kingpin. In the end, both his legs and hands were broken. Even with the last and most important part of his body remaining, he still couldn't provide more clues on Kingpin. Selena gave up. She didn't think that this tough boss would choose to not be a man for the rest of his life, so she could only believe him. Secondly, Boss Bias had a natural talent as his lips, which were as thick as sausages, spewed out his confession at 250% the speed of a normal person. As he confessed, he didn't forget to beg for mercy, hoping to save his last limb. Of course, he knew that broken bones could regrow, but broken balls couldn't. Given how cooperative Bias was, Selena finally didn't kick him between the legs. Bias's gang only sold drugs and wasn't involved in human trafficking. She kicked the leader away and walked to the wine cabinet, which had a secret door leading to the safe. She pressed a button on the wall, and the cabinet slid to the side to reveal a secret room. When Selena was about to step inside, Gold Nugget barked once over the internal comm as a warning that someone was there. The vent for this secret room was clearly far from the office, and the boss had told her that there was a surveillance camera at the entrance to the room. So, she hadn't sensed anyone inside, nor did she destroy the surveillance camera. She immediately stopped and readied her baton. Inside the secret room, a man with an English accent said, "Brilliant. Brilliant. I never thought you would actually reach this place. What should I call you? A female vigilante or a black cat?" Selina was about to attack with her baton. "Stop," the man shouted. Selina was suddenly stunned, and she actually stopped her attack. "Hee, your movements are indeed extraordinary, just like those ruffians said." "How fascinating," the man continued. The owner of the voice turned around in a chair and looked at Selina. "Take off your mask and show me how old you are." "I hope you're not too old," he said with great interest, and took a sip of wine. After he said that, Selina reached for the button to deactivate the mask on her armor. The man stared fixedly at the mask, waiting for an answer. But at that moment, he sensed that something wasn't right. The air at the feet of the woman in black seemed to shimmer, like an image distorting in hot air. Fortunately, he had a better constitution than most ordinary people, which was why he had noticed it. Unfortunately, it was too late. A few seconds ago, when he gave the order to stop, Selina felt herself lose control of her body. Shocked, she immediately said over the internal comm, "Gold Nugget, approach me stealthily and activate the complete symbiotic form right away. Don't let him notice you." Luke had told her that her top priority was to ensure her own safety first and that she shouldn't hesitate. She wasn't sure how the abnormality had happened, so the safest method was to combine with Gold Nugget. Gold Nugget could control her body during the symbiosis, it was just that it normally didn't have to. Now that Selina was in danger, it promptly took action, and swiftly and steadily made its way to Selina's side. At that moment, the man turned around and revealed his face. Only then did Selina see his face clearly. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Kilgrave." Her cry was blocked by the mask, and the person in front of her didn't hear it. However, in the next moment, a dazzling gold slime appeared before Kilgrave's eyes. The golden liquid object squeezed itself out of warped air and bounced on the ground before it hit Selina's calf. In the blink of an eye, golden liquid spread out from her calf to cover her entire back and lower body. Kilgrave was stunned. He murmured subconsciously, "What damn thing is that? Gold Nugget, just you wait. Nobody except the Fiend and Selina dares call me a damn thing." While Kilgrave was still in a daze, the golden liquid enveloped Selina, and a 2-meter-tall, dazzling humanoid creature appeared before him. Although the humanoid creature clearly had a female figure, he felt it definitely wasn't human. Its eyes were narrow and slanted, but it had no nose or mouth, which made it even less human. But this mouthless monster suddenly roared, "How dare you force me to use my ugliest appearance? Go to hell." Ah! Kilgrave, who was still sitting in the chair, realized that something was wrong. He hurriedly said, "Stop. Kneel." "What are you talking about?" In a fury, Selina cursed and grabbed his legs. Swoosh! Kilgrave was thrown against the wall. Bang! 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 With a series of dull thumps, Kilgrave turned into a shadow as he was smashed wildly into the walls and objects around him. "This is for being pretentious. This is for controlling me. This is for abusing women. This is for forcing me to be so ugly." The furious Selina cursed as she swung Kilgrave around. Gold Nugget was unhappy. This was the complete form, all right. How was it ugly? It looked cute. However, it had no intention of stopping Selina. The guy had said earlier that it was a damn thing. It wanted him to apologize for insulting its dignity. Suddenly, Selina's support system rang. V has sent a new message. Selina was stumped and her hands jerked. In her grip, Kilgrave's hands and head shook with the movement, but he was already unconscious. "Gold Nugget, don't worry, it's just serious injuries, he won't die that easily." Dropping Kilgrave, who was about to be bent in half, Selena kicked him in the crotch and flung him away before she checked Luke's message. Naturally, they had their own practice in their communication. If it wasn't an especially urgent matter, they could use a message first. The message was marked as important, which meant that she had to check it as soon as possible. Opening the message, there was only one simple sentence: leave Kilgrave alive if it's absolutely safe. Also, keep Gold Nugget with you the entire time. Selena tilted her head and looked at the pulp of a lunatic in the chair. Why didn't you say so earlier? It was a good thing she hadn't smashed the guy's head in just now. Maybe he could still be saved. She quickly replied to Luke, then gave Kilgrave an anesthetic. After checking that Kilgrave was indeed unconscious, she searched the secret room again. On the other side, after looking at the system notification, Luke left a message via the support system. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, I hope you're not affected by his control, Selena. The crux was that Selena was too beautiful. Fine, Kilgrave's power was indeed tempting. As long as Selena's safety wasn't at risk, Luke naturally wanted to deal the final blow himself. A moment later, he received Selena's message. Looking at the message, Luke heaved a sigh of relief and sent up a rare prayer, Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Selena. Kilgrave wasn't dead. Although he had more than 50 broken bones and internal bleeding, it would still be a short while before this scum died. He quickly got to his feet and flew to Selena's location. In fact, he and Selena were less than 2 kilometers apart right now. He reached the entrance of the manor in less than a minute. When he arrived at the office, he saw through the open door a humanoid creature rummaging through the room. Stunned, Luke observed the golden figure for a moment. He finally called out via the internal comm, Beast. Selena, who was happily carrying a strongbox, subconsciously turned around. Lou. Ah, V, you're here. Listening to the deep and hoarse voice, Luke didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Of course. It would be a waste if you killed Kilgrave. Selena nodded and pointed at the person on the side. He's over there, but he probably won't last for much longer. Entering the secret room, Luke checked Kilgrave's condition, then looked at Selena. Are you in the complete form that you've never shown me? Only then did Selena react. She yelled and darted out. Don't look. Luke shrugged helplessly. Actually, I think it's pretty, like a work of art. Selena asked, Really? Luke said, Really? Pausing for a moment, he said, Take dollar with you. Without Gold Nugget, it isn't used to the Hellhound armor. Stay away, I'm going to start work in a bit. Children shouldn't look. Selena snorted. She was rolling her eyes. Although her eyes were currently completely white, it didn't stop her from doing so. She whistled, and Dollar, who was still invisible, immediately ran out. It had been bored to death earlier. This was a strange place and an unfamiliar Selena. Only the familiar smell of Gold Nugget made it feel at ease. Hearing Selena's whistle, it followed her out without hesitation. Looking at Kilgrave, Luke grinned. I've heard a lot about you. Let's officially get to know each other today, Zebediah Kilgrave. As he spoke, he was already looking for something in the room. 10 minutes later, seeing the equipment that he had put together, Luke nodded a little unhappily. Forget it, let's just use this. If it really doesn't work, I can put together something new. With that, he sealed up the secret room which Kilgrave was in and moved 50 meters away from the office. He pressed a button, and 10 milliliters of a pale white liquid was injected by an automated mechanism into Kilgrave's body. With the help of the pale white liquid, Kilgrave, who was on the brink of death, slowly started to breathe more deeply. A minute later, he struggled to open his eyes. Where is this? What happened just now? Luke turned on his external microphone and said in the same English accent, Good evening, Mr. Zebediah Kilgrave. Congratulations on winning the grand prize of a one-way ticket to hell. You'll see wonderful sights along the way. In order to make your journey more enjoyable, I've also helped treat your minor wounds. You don't have to thank me. I'm just happy to help. Kilgrave subconsciously moved, only to discover that he was tied to the desk like a salted fish. Also, the desk was at an angle so that his feet were higher than his head. He couldn't move his head either, and could only look at his body. His arms and legs were twisted at strange angles, and didn't look like they had been treated at all. Luke, on the other hand, was treating Kilgrave as a test subject, and had injected him with a tiny amount of the medicinal bath made from the ingredients from the fraternity. As for the side effects of the injection, he didn't really care. If he really killed Kilgrave, he would happily receive his abilities. That was the most important thing. As for the information in Kilgrave's head, that was just a side benefit. Thus, he didn't set Kilgrave's bones. Now, more than 50 flesh wounds on the lunatic's body were slowly healing, creating deformities. The wounds that were slowly healing were extremely itchy, and the broken bones were being squeezed by the regenerating tissue. Kilgrave couldn't help but cry out in pain. Luke, however, didn't waste any time. Now, let's begin your infinite challenge, Mr. Kilgrave. He then pressed another button. Kilgrave, who was tied to the desk, saw an object being slowly lowered toward his face. Was this a basketball? A basketball that had been dug out covered his face like a mask. The basketball completely covered his face and it was pitch black. His face was wet and cold, it was a towel soaked in cold water, which made it hard for him to breathe fresh air. After 10 seconds, the mask was removed, and the robotic arm spoke again in that London accent. Mr. Kilgrave, congratulations on passing the first challenge round. The next breath-holding challenge will start in 5 seconds and will last for 30 seconds. Please be prepared. The basketball cover wasn't lifted again until 30 seconds later. Kilgrave gulped in fresh air like crazy. He wasn't someone who exercised regularly. Right now, his body was covered in internal and external injuries, and he couldn't hold his breath for even as long as a regular person. Luke said, "Next, we'll proceed with the infinite loop challenge. After every 30 seconds of holding your breath, you have 5 seconds, until you're willing to answer my questions." Kilgrave said, "What the F***ck do you want to ask, ugh?" Looking at Kilgrave, who was struggling like a fish on shore, Luke rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I seem to have forgotten something." "What is it?" "Forget it, I'll go check on my teammate first." In the shadows of the patio outside, he looked at Selena, who had returned to normal. "Why did you decide to come out tonight?" Selena tilted her head as she looked at the surveillance image on the tablet, and was silent for a moment. "Didn't you say that you had something to do?" Luke shrugged. "I finished and was going to go home." Selena said, "Well. Should I apologize?" Pondering for a moment, Luke shook his head and said, "We will always run into unexpected situations when we're out. Just be careful. After all, I can't be with you all the time. Using scum like him as practice is also good." New York was doomed to be chaotic in the future, and she needed the experience and methods for facing the unexpected alone. It was for that reason that he and Selena had been operating separately for the past few nights, with only Gold Nugget acting as her backup. In fact, with Gold Nugget and Luke's support, her combat ability was at least above average in the superhuman crowd, while her survival ability was first-rate. It was time for her to operate alone. He naturally wouldn't dampen her enthusiasm. He then asked about Selena's fight with Kilgrave. After Selena's account, Luke realized that the unlucky Kilgrave had only spoken 5 sentences before he was turned into a pile of meat. "Did Gold Nugget notice anything?" he asked. Selena said, "It said that I wasn't under any mental control, but there was an abnormal change in some of the hormones in my body. When we combined together, it fixed the hormonal balance." In fact, in the complete symbiotic form, Selena was no longer physiologically a human being. The abnormal hormonal increase in her body was automatically absorbed or metabolized. Even if the hormones weren't metabolized, they wouldn't have any effect on her in the complete symbiotic form. Luke rubbed his chin. This guy could control your movements without mental control. That's different from what we predicted. Selena nodded. Back then, my body was like a robot controlled by someone else. Although my mind was clear and I didn't plan to move, it moved on its own. Luke said, "Hee, we'll know the answer soon. It's only been 5 minutes and 20 seconds. Let me check the lucky guy's condition." On the monitor, all of Kilgrave's vitals were still within normal range, and the basketball was moved away from his face. "Mr. Kilgrave, are you willing to tell me everything now?" The English accent rang out from the robotic arm. Kilgrave said weakly, "What do you want to know?" "Let's start with your ability," said Luke. "Remember, if you lie, another infinite loop challenge awaits you." He looked at the sky outside the manor, and then at the time on his lenses, 9:20 p.m. It was going to be a long night for Kilgrave. When it was almost midnight, everything was ready for the finale. Bored, Selena and Gold Nugget had even had a few lollipops. Looking at Kilgrave, who was barely breathing, Luke sighed regretfully. "You should exercise more." In fact, with Luke's basketball torture, injection, and mental telepathy, Kilgrave lost his will to resist at 10 o'clock, and started to tell them everything. The information included the source of his abilities, the bad things he had done, and his connection to Kingpin. All his answers were cross-checked repeatedly, and any slip-ups, deliberate or otherwise, were uncovered. For the rest of the time, Luke simply had Kilgrave enjoy the basketball challenge every half an hour, and had Little Snail ask the questions for him. After 2.5 hours of happy basketball, the heavily wounded Kilgrave began to suffer organ failure. Apart from struggling feebly, he could no longer give any useful answers. Luke returned to the office, and the moment the door of the secret room opened, he whipped out his gun. The bullet pierced Kilgrave's forehead before it left a huge hole in the back of his head. If this Kilgrave was still alive after more than half of his brain was gone, Luke would be even happier. That would mean that Kilgrave had at least an intermediate or advanced healing ability. However, after reading the system notification, he gave up the unrealistic idea. System: kill Zebediah Kilgrave. Completed. Total experience: 1,000. Total credit: 1,000. Contribution rate: 100%. EXP plus 1,000. Credit plus 1,000. The host's experience is 92,500/100,000. Credit: 90,200. System: you have killed Zebediah Kilgrave and have received a list of his abilities. Kilgrave's abilities: Basic Psychology. Elementary Pheromone Control, Prerequisites, 40 Strength, 20 Mental Strength, 20,000 Credit, Partial Learning available. Luke scratched his head. Partial learning? That wasn't very reliable. Most of the abilities that could be learned were actually partly based on his body's capability. For example, after learning the female vampire Raquel's hibernation, Luke could only hibernate for around 10 days. According to the information he had tortured out of the vampires, true vampiric hibernation was more exaggerated than a bear's, and could easily span a decade. Some ancient vampires could even hibernate for more than a century with the use of certain methods to reduce the rate of decay to their bodies. Of course, Luke could control his hibernation. He wouldn't sleep like a vampire, and required certain preset methods in order to wake up. To put it simply, he couldn't hope that learning part of an ability would give him the same effect as the original ability. But when he thought of what Kilgrave could do, Luke was still tempted. If he had a full version of Kilgrave's power from the very beginning, he wouldn't have laid low in this world for so many years. Kilgrave's ability to control people was too perfect for doing dirty business as the boss behind the scenes. That had been one of Luke's countless dreams. It was a pity that a lunatic like Kilgrave used it to play with women. With this ability, would it be difficult to make a lot of money? With so much money, there would always be women willing to play with him. Why did he have to be so vile? Recalling what Kilgrave had told him, Luke shook his head again. It was true that the man had a mental problem, which was why he went down a dead end. But Luke wasn't a psychiatrist or a judge. According to Daddy's system, killing someone even when you were psychotic was still a crime. Kilgrave's defeat and death was worth 4,000 experience and credit points in total, which meant that he had done too many bad things. The system in fact judged him as guilty as those 3 demons from hell. A villain boss like this with a skill book should die a quick death. Kilgrave had only enjoyed 3 hours of pain, that had indeed too little. However, in order to wrap up the aftermath smoothly, Luke could only kill the lunatic at midnight. He went in and got Kilgrave out, and then threw him along with the dozen or so bodies of the other criminals onto the yacht next to the manor, before steering the yacht to the other side of the river. He used one of the criminals' phones to call the police. He simply said, dozens of people died on a yacht 500 meters southwest of Whitestone Park. Hurry over. Then, he threw the phone into the pile of corpses. Luke and Selina turned into transparent shadows in the night and left the river. After they returned home, they washed up and cleaned Gold Nugget carefully to make sure that they hadn't overlooked anything, before they went to the basement. Half an hour later, both Selina and Gold Nugget had undergone machine tests. The preliminary results didn't show any abnormalities, but Luke still had to confirm the details himself. But he probably wouldn't have much time tonight. When they returned to the living room, Luke's phone rang. It was Dustin. He said, there's a big case by the river 500 meters southwest of Fort Tryon Park. With her hands on her hips, Selina asked helplessly, do we really have to be so realistic in our acting? Luke pulled her upstairs and said, love what you do. Forget about becoming a leader if you can't even act a little. Selina shook her head. Walter has too much to worry about as a lieutenant. I'll just be a sergeant like John. A small pay rise is enough. Luke said, life is a play, and it's all about acting. If you can't act, it'll be hard to bluff your way out of something in front of your boss. Look at John. It's because he can't act that he's still a sergeant. Selina said, you call that bad acting? When he and Joe interrogated the criminal, he was like an Oscar-winning actor. Luke said, you call that acting? At most, he just smiles coldly, broadly, devilishly. Fine. In any case, he just smiles a little with that poker face. The two chatted on the way back to their rooms, and after changing into clean clothes, they left. Gold Nugget was taking a break tonight. Dollar was too tired to stay up all night. After all, Kilgrave was already dead, and Selina was with Luke. Luke deliberately drove at a slower speed so that it would seem like they had been woken up to work overtime. There were times when you should let your boss know how hard it was for you. That way, when he asked you to work overtime again, he might be a little more tactful. They drove for half an hour before they arrived at the bay in Whitestone Park. They got out of the car and walked to a small pier that had been blocked off by patrol cars and yellow tape. Luke walked over to Dustin and asked, Boss, what case is so urgent? Dustin grimaced. Go take a look. Luke took a few steps forward and observed the scene from the pier next to the river for a moment before he came back. Returning to Dustin, Luke said in a low voice, Boss, it seems the people who died are Kingpin's men. Dustin nodded and said in a low voice, according to the preliminary investigation, it's probably the work of those two mysterious new vigilantes. There are fractures and knife wounds on the bodies of the gang members. The blunt force trauma matches previous cases. Pondering for a moment, Luke said, it seems that Kingpin isn't the only one who has allies. Something flashed in Dustin's eyes. You mean? Luke said, in the previous explosions, the Black Mask was most likely framed by Kingpin's people. Then, two similarly masked vigilantes appeared and attacked Kingpin's forces. It's quite possible that they're teammates with the Black Mask. That's true. After a moment of silence, Dustin agreed with the hypothesis. He pointed at the other side of the river. Also, the gang's nest is right across the river. It seems the two vigilantes were worried that we wouldn't have jurisdiction over there, so they dragged the bodies to New York across the river and called our police department instead of 911. That's interesting. Luke asked in a low voice, are you saying that they're doing this for the Black Mask? That's right. Maybe they know that it was Kingpin's men who attacked Walter, since what he's doing can help clear the Black Mask's name. This may not be a small matter. Dustin rubbed his forehead helplessly. But these two have worse tempers than Mr. Black Mask. This time, they've killed 16 people. Are they trying to fill up the morgue in NYPD? Pretending to hesitate, Luke said after a moment, Boss, there's someone among the bodies who's related to a case I've been investigating recently. Dustin was stunned. Who? Luke said, the skinny man in the suit who's lying on the top. Dustin asked, what case? Luke said, he's suspected of abducting an underage high school girl. He uses the name Zebediah Kilgrave, but I didn't find any record of that name in the police database. It might be an alias. Dustin frowned. Is he part of a gang? Luke shook his head. I'm not sure. I don't know much about him. Even his profile was drawn by a professional artist based on the victim's description. Dustin made a sound of acknowledgement. Then make a note of it in this case. He then lowered his voice and said, if this person is indeed connected to Kingpin, tell me if you find any clues. Don't mention it to anyone else. Luke said, okay. However, he was sighing in his heart. There was a connection between the two, but Kilgrave didn't know Kingpin's real identity, nor had he ever seen Kingpin himself. For someone with such a formidable superpower, Kilgrave was truly mediocre. He had worked with Kingpin for a while, but had no interest in the latter's matters at all. Instead, he used his ability on innocent girls every day. It was inevitable that a brainless person like this would get himself killed. And that was indeed what happened. Although he wasn't brainless, there was indeed a literal hole in his head. After going over what needed to be done, Luke and Selena started investigating the scene. Although they knew the details of the case best, they still had to go through the necessary procedures. While the detectives were busy at the pier, in a room 100 meters away, a middle-aged man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses was looking at the scene. He made a call. Boss, something happened. What is it? A deep male voice rang out. Kill is dead. He and Bias, along with 15 of Bias's men from his New Jersey residence, showed up on a yacht in Whitestone Park. That yacht belongs to Bias, said the man in glasses. WTF. The person on the other end of the line cursed, but very quickly fell silent again, only the sound of his harsh breathing could be heard over the line. The man in glasses smiled bitterly and waited quietly. What happened? The expected question came from the other end. The man in glasses said, for now, I'm not sure about anything else. I just received an urgent message from the police station that Bias's body was found here. It wasn't until I saw photos of the scene that I realized that Kill's body was among them. There was a long silence on the other end of the line, before the other man continued, are you sure it's Kill? It's him. I'm not wrong. The man in glasses was certain. There was an even longer silence on the other end. A few minutes later, the man said, we can't afford to lose any more of our core. Have the people in charge of the area stop operating for now and go into hiding. Transfer the business arrangements to the external members. Also, find out who killed Kill. The man in glasses said, yes, boss. After a few more seconds of silence, the man said, Wesley, you also need to be more vigilant. Don't personally make an appearance. The middle-aged man in glasses said, got it, boss. After hanging up, Wesley let out a long breath. How can I not make an appearance? With the current situation, if he didn't solve this problem soon, the New York gangs might break away from their control and stuff their own pockets while they were at it. He had to find someone suitable to deal with that damn masked man. Thinking this, his eyes were still fixed on the Whitestone Park Pier. He couldn't help but feel depressed. How could Kilgrave be dead? Without Kill, his boss's plan had run into a huge problem. Kill, that idiot, was too incompetent. Why had he run over to Bias's nest when the masked man was attacking all the various bases? Luke and Selena spent an hour working earnestly at the Whitestone Park Pier before they drove off. Now that they had seen the crime scene, they needed to go home and analyze the details, which was a very reasonable thing to do. Once they got home, Selena washed up and went to bed. Luke went to the workshop and checked Selena and Gold Nugget's test results. In passing, he also learned Kilgrave's elementary pheromone control. His credit points were instantly reduced to 70,200. After testing this new ability, Luke felt a little strange. It was as if he had grown another limb. However, unlike elementary telekinesis, this limb couldn't move objects. Instead, it was like an illusory line which he could control within a 5-meter radius. Any further than that, and the line would collapse and disappear like bubbles in the wind. Since he didn't have a test subject, Luke didn't know how to use this illusory limb. But based on Kilgrave's ability, the line should be the method for controlling people. I can only wait until I find a suitable target, he thought. He then looked at the data for his own body exam, and nodded. As expected. When he activated the ability, his pheromones increased rapidly in a short period of time, and then dropped just as quickly. His body had clearly released these pheromones. Apart from his equipment, another way to detect it effectively was with sharp nose. It could sense the trajectory of the thin line in the air. The main part of the line was his own scent, and mixed into it was the indescribable scent of the pheromones, which turned it into a new scent. It was similar to the composition of Kilgrave's scent, but the specific scent was completely different. To put it simply, his and Kilgrave's scents were like two different types of perfumes, and sharp nose wouldn't get them mixed up. After analyzing the data on him, Selena, and Gold Nugget, he stored the data in a special laptop and put it back in his inventory. Now, all his research data were on special laptops and storage devices. Data could only be transferred through a USB interface, and traces of the transfer were destroyed every time after they were completed. Luke's constitution was already inhuman, Selena was at the level of a quasi-superhuman, and Gold Nugget was an alien. Anyone who knew a thing or two about data would be able to tell that something was wrong, so it was always right to be careful. Even Little Snail's database didn't have any data on him, Selena, or Gold Nugget. It was best to avoid being detected. Well, a certain tycoon was in the habit of secretly hacking into other people's computers to download information. After that, Luke washed up and went to bed. It was a rare sunny day in New York the next morning. On the 4th floor of an old apartment in Clinton, Jessica got out of bed with blurry eyes and ran her hands through her messy black hair. A moment later, she realized that something wasn't right. Huh. Why don't I have a headache today? Looking at the golden light pouring in through the window, she murmured, "It's dawn. I actually slept until dawn." She had to get drunk every night to numb her mind before she could sleep. Because of this, she always slept very late, but woke up very early. She wasn't completely immune to the side effects of alcohol, but she had to drink the strongest vodka. This morning, her head didn't hurt from the hangover and her mouth wasn't as dry. She felt comfortable and lazy after a restful sleep. She couldn't help but fall back on the couch and look at the changing light outside the window. After a while, Jessica suddenly sat up. Wait, that cop. Just now, memories of last night flashed through her head. She remembered asking Luke to come over last night, and there was an image of him standing before her. What happened next? She scratched her head. He seemed to have said something to her, and she kissed him. Jessica wasn't embarrassed at all. At the very least, the man was a handsome and charming boy. However, her face turned awkward when she thought about it. Her initiative. It seemed she was rejected. She could sense the horror on Luke's face, like he had escaped death. Am I that hideous? She thought for a moment and suddenly came back to herself. She put both hands to her mouth. Ha! Cough, cough, cough. She jerked her hands away, threw off the blanket, and rushed to the bathroom. Why is it so smelly? She finally understood the detective's expression from last night. After brushing her teeth and taking a shower, Jessica felt refreshed and relaxed, as if a huge weight had been lifted off her chest. She walked lazily to the living room. Suddenly, a silver light flashed in her eyes. Stunned, she stopped and slowly turned around. Was this a door? Stunned, Jessica stared at the door for a moment before she reached out to touch it. The cold touch told her that it wasn't an illusion, but real. W. T. F. She couldn't help but curse. A thick silver metal door had replaced the original glass window and wooden door. The sun coming in through the window made it shine with a dazzling silver light. In gaming terms, it was like +9 glowing equipment. The door wasn't fully embedded in the wall, but was positioned inward a little. 8 identical silver metal bars had been used to set it into the wall, making it look like a weird metal spider. It wasn't that ugly, but Jessica felt that something was wrong. Pondering for a moment, she pulled on something that was slightly below her eye level to reveal a small observation window. What was even crazier was that there was a silver metal grid on the observation window. She stepped back and examined the metal door. Suddenly, she cursed again. F***CK. Isn't this just a prison door? No wonder she found it familiar. No matter how she looked at it, she felt that the door was similar to something used in a special prison or a mental hospital. Which lunatic secretly made this thing in front of her place? Was he trying to imprison her? She couldn't help but look at the windows. They were still the ordinary sliding glass windows, and one of them was even half open. She had forgotten to close it last night. So, the door hadn't been modified to imprison her. She stepped forward again and punched it. The cold metal door merely trembled and stood there without any damage. Jessica couldn't help but increase her strength. Boom! The walls shook and groaned. A woman suddenly screamed from upstairs. Are you crazy? If you're crazy, go to a mental hospital. Mind your own sh*tty mouth, you be *tch. Jessica stuck out her middle finger in a warm greeting to her neighbor. Jessica picked up the bunch of 5 keys that were hanging from the door handle and tested them. They were indeed the keys to the metal door. So, someone had secretly changed the door for her last night and even considerately left the keys behind. She suddenly thought of something and rushed to the sofa. She took out her phone and was about to make a call, when she saw a new message. She subconsciously opened it, only to see a short message. She was speechless. Miss Jones, in order to thank you for the leads, I helped you switch to a safer door. Don't thank me, you deserve it. High school detective. That was the contact name that Jessica had given Luke. Her deepest impression of the young detective was his handsome but young face. Of course, she now felt that her impression of him had to change a little. What do you mean I deserve it? Is what I deserve a rotten prison door? Are you crazy? The female detective suddenly roared. The woman above her said, You're the crazy one. You're crazy every day. B***tch, do you think I won't break down your door? The female detective roared. The world suddenly seemed full of life. Luke and Selena went out early after breakfast, and headed to Metro General Hospital first to visit Walter, whose condition was now stable. A week ago, the dutiful lieutenant had been attacked by 2 Blood Skull gangsters and was heavily injured. The worst thing was that the 2 thugs had told him that they were actually only supposed to break one of Walter's legs. In the end, Walter, who was on high alert, resisted at the last moment. The two hitmen impulsively hit him in the head, which got him sent to the ICU. Thankfully, Walter was recovering well, and Luke's conjecture that he might have to retire early wouldn't happen. Walter's doctor said that the patient could be discharged in 2 to 3 weeks, and could start moving around in a month. This also meant that Walter's career wasn't over yet. The 41-year-old could work for another 20 years. Walter was recovering well, but he had been hit in the head, after all. Luke and Selina simply said a few words in greeting, then told him he didn't have to worry about the follow-up investigation. Walter shook hands with Luke and said in a low voice, "Thank you." He had learned from Rick that Luke and Selina had arrested the two attackers less than an hour after the incident. The next day, Dustin wiped out the gang which they belonged to. His new boss and his new colleague had done all they could, and hadn't gone about it in a half-hearted way. It was one thing for Walter to compete with Dustin, and another for his colleagues to stand up for him. He had to thank Luke, Selina, and even Dustin. Luke and Selina spent a rare afternoon in the department hall as they went through the files. They wanted to verify that NYPD hadn't made any mistakes with the case last night, as well as see the reaction from Kingpin's side. So far, it seemed that they had done a good job last night, and there was no sign of Kingpin's forces. At 3 in the afternoon, Luke and Selina got off work early. They had been invited to Haley's private party tonight. It was at 6 o'clock. They had to finish their daily training before they went to the party. Fun and relaxation were fine, but they had to finish what they were supposed to do. This was a habit they had developed over the past year. At 5 in the afternoon, Luke took a shower and changed his clothes. When he saw Gold Nugget, who was enjoying a chocolate ball and watching a drama, he slapped his forehead. He took out his phone and called Haley. "So, are you allergic to dog fur?" Haley thought for a moment, then smiled. "You want to bring that precious golden retriever with you, right?" Luke said, "Yes. If it knew we went out to have fun without it, it'll sulk for a long time." The smile in Haley's voice was obvious. "Okay. I don't keep any pets here, but you can bring it with you." Luke said, "Thank you." Gold Nugget's ears perked up when it heard that. After Luke hung up, it sat up and whined. Luke said, "All right, she's not allergic to dog fur and has said that you can come with us, but you have to control your appetite. They definitely won't be able to accept a dog eating dozens of pounds of food." Gold Nugget whined. Luke said, "All right, you can ask Selina to bring along some candy for you." Gold Nugget considered for a moment, then accepted the suggestion. As long as it didn't chew on the candy, it would last Gold Nugget for a while. While Luke was chatting with Gold Nugget, Selina came downstairs. She had dressed up today. She wasn't wearing her usual white shirt and jeans, but the bohemian dress which Luke had bought for her. She even had a matching orange and red shawl on her shoulders. Her hair, which was usually tied up, now fell in natural waves over her shoulders. "How is it?" She turned around and showed him how she was dressed tonight. Luke said, "Very pretty and casual." Selina was satisfied, but she looked at him. "You're going in just that?" Luke shrugged. "I'm a man, I don't have to compete with women in what I'm wearing." Thinking that it made sense, Selina stopped criticizing his laziness. Most of the guests would be women. He wasn't going to pick up girls, so there was no need to dress too handsomely. His outdoor windbreaker and casual work pants were no different from the clothes he usually wore at work. But because of his figure and appearance, he often received phone numbers from enthusiastic girls on the street who expressed that they would be happy to get to know him, whether in the short or long term. 5 minutes before 6, Luke and Selina arrived at a high-class apartment in the Upper East Side. The rent for such a luxurious apartment was more than $100,000 a year. It was completely different from an ordinary apartment. In order to enter an apartment like this, one either had to have a pass or had to be personally verified by the resident before the doorman would let them in. They gave him Haley's apartment number, and the doorman didn't let them in until after he contacted her. They took the elevator upstairs. Luke rang the bell, and the door soon opened to reveal Haley. "We're not late, are we?" he said with a smile. Haley said, "You're on time. Come on in." The two of them and the dog entered the place, and indicated the boxes in their hands. "Homemade desserts. Where should we put them?" Looking at the boxes in Luke and Selena's hands, she asked doubtfully, "Both of them?" Haley felt that these looked like two birthday cake boxes, but it wasn't hers or Margaret's birthday. Luke and Selena both nodded. How could it be enough to eat? Gold Nugget looked at the woman disdainfully. "Humph. Small chest, little understanding. I would finish these small things in less than 10 minutes. After putting the dessert on the open-plan kitchen table, Luke and Selena greeted the people in the living room. In fact, Elsa was the only one in the living room, leisurely sipping red wine on the couch. She simply nodded at their greetings. "You're here. Have a seat." Selena sat next to her on the couch and they started chatting. Luke sat in an armchair, but his sharp senses told him that something was wrong with Elsa. She looked back and forth between him and the door repeatedly, as if expecting something. Generally speaking, this expression meant that something unexpected had happened. Luke didn't think too much of it. Before he entered the apartment, he had completely restrained his sharp nose. He didn't like to use sharp nose during casual gatherings. If he did, life would be tedious and boring, like an ordinary person who remembered every passerby's face on the street. As long as he was resting, he would try his best to be like a normal person and enjoy the pleasures of a normal life, including some small surprises. They sat on the couch for a few minutes and chatted casually with Elsa and Haley. The topic soon shifted to law and order in Manhattan. Haley talked mostly about the previous explosions and the Black Mask. Elsa indeed spoke about the attack on Kingpin's forces, as well as the body dump at the pier in Whitestone Park last night. Neither of them talked about the details, and just discussed how these would affect law and order in Manhattan. Luke and Selena exchanged helpless glances. They were familiar with the topic of conversation. However, they couldn't reveal the truth, and could only watch Elsa and Haley criticize NYPD's incompetence. That was right, these two ladies were on the same side as they criticized NYPD, especially the frontline operators. Luke and Selena looked at each other again. Were they talking about them? Looking at Luke and Selena, Elsa took a sip of wine and said, "This has nothing to do with you. You're not the only field officers in NYPD." Luke could only nod. He wouldn't let the 15th Precinct's *T be pinned on him. At that moment, the door opened. The four of them looked over and saw two girls coming out of the room. They were still talking. No, I don't think that's right. If you use regular colors for everything else, the contrast will come out better. But I think that's enough, the mysterious and powerful Dark Knight." Elsa looked at the two girls, and then at Luke, as if she were enjoying a show. A thoughtful look appeared on Selena's face. Luke, on the other hand, immediately realized what was going on. He gave Elsa a look which said, "You did that on purpose." Elsa shrugged, feeling no guilt. She was already giving him face by remaining quiet. Selena recalled what Luke had said about the guests tonight. Foreign plus art student plus young girl. Vague memories from almost a year ago floated up, especially of those very stylistic pictures. Thinking that, she also glanced at Luke. Luke shrugged, indicating that he hadn't known. Then, he stood up and said with a smile, "Hello, Margaret, Elena. It's been a long time." The two girls stopped talking and looked at him. "Luke, you're here." It was Margaret. "Luke." Elena was shocked. "Why are you here?" Luke smiled and said, "Shouldn't that be my line?" He hugged Elena affectionately and then stretched out a hand to Margaret. Stunned for a moment, Margaret shook his hand and said, "I'm glad you're here, Luke. Do you know each other?" Elsa looked at Selena in the living room. Haley, on the other hand, looked at Elsa, Selena, and Luke with great interest. Luke said, "Elena is a good friend of mine. We've known each other for a long time." Margaret nodded and observed the blushing Elena. "You're not the American boy that Elena mentioned, are you?" Luke looked at Elena and smiled. "If I'm that unmatched in her heart, that should be me." Elsa immediately turned around, and so did Haley. However, they found that Selena didn't seem surprised at all. Then, Selena stood up and stretched out her hand to Elena. "Hi, I'm Selena, Luke's partner." Elena shook her hand. "Nice to meet you, Selena." Seeing that, Elsa and Haley looked at Luke, only to discover that he was still smiling. This guy, was he so good? This was okay. Elsa was suspicious. Haley, on the other hand, clicked her tongue secretly. A certain someone wasn't the least bit startled at the arrival of this foreign friend. How suave of her. Selena glanced at Elsa and Haley, and gave them a cryptic smile. Her current sense of perception wasn't bad, either. She was aware that Elsa and Haley weren't deliberately hiding their expressions. What they didn't know was that she had seen all of Elena's pictures. In this world, she was the one who knew Luke's private life the best. She wouldn't let anyone else unrelated enjoy a free show. After this unexpected meeting, they sat down, each with their own thoughts. The atmosphere was no different from any other party. Elsa would just watch the show at most, and didn't really care about Luke's private life. It was just like how Luke sometimes joked about her boyfriend in private, but wouldn't bring it up in front of other people. Haley preferred to observe the subtle expressions of these people, and she wouldn't ruin her own party. Margaret and Elena were the most innocent. They didn't notice the subtle changes in everyone else's expressions at all. Unperturbed, Selena poured herself a cup of juice and gave some cookies to Gold Nugget, who was at her feet. Dinner officially began not long after that. Looking at the beautiful dishes on the table, Luke and Selena exchanged a look and smiled. Yet another woman who ordered from a restaurant. It seemed that Dr. Haley's cooking skills needed work. The plates were quickly polished off. Luke, who didn't want to drink, could only bring the 2 boxes of dessert over. He opened it under everyone's gazes to reveal yogurt mousse and chocolate mousse. Elsa couldn't help but swallow. "Are you trying to make me fat again?" Luke pointed at the yogurt mousse and said, "This one has very little calories. You won't gain weight if you eat this." After hesitating for 2 seconds, Elsa looked at the chocolate mousse and said, "I'll have this." Luke said, "Okay." This one was bursting with calories. Obviously, Elsa wasn't as determined to lose weight as she claimed. Between losing weight and delicious food, she chose delicious food. She wasn't fat now, and after coming to New York, she had to familiarize herself with the environment. She often forgot to eat at work, and didn't get any snacks from Luke or Selena. That was why she was so bold as to enjoy the food now. Apart from Elsa, Elena also chose the chocolate mousse. She had never been skinny, and she liked sweet things. Margaret chose the yogurt mousse. She was clearly controlling her diet. Haley, on the other hand, asked for a small piece of each, and didn't ask for more after she finished them. It was obvious that she just wanted a taste, and she wondered which dessert store this was made from. She didn't believe that Luke and Selena personally made these. Few detectives she had ever met liked to cook, let alone make such troublesome desserts. If she had the money to solve this small problem, she couldn't be bothered to make them herself. As they ate dessert, the conversation centered around Margaret and Elena. It was the 2 most innocent girls who enjoyed the party tonight. Although Margaret had been married 2 years ago, it hadn't affected her pure and simple mindset. Perhaps it was her innocent and beautiful appearance, as well as her outstanding temperament, which attracted the attention of her ex-husband, a deceased gang boss. Elena was a little more mature than Margaret, but she was still young and innocent. She was both happy and excited to meet Luke. The 2 girls talked the most. And nobody wanted to dampen their happiness. The other four people came in contact with mostly negative things in their daily lives. They were happy to share the happiness of the two girls and relax. The party lasted until 8:40 p.m., when Elsa got up to take her leave. She was very busy with work. It was only because she hadn't seen Margaret in a long time and had heard that Luke and Selina were coming, that she had taken the time out to come. But work continued as always tomorrow, and she still chose to go home in a timely manner. Elsa left, and so did Luke and Selina. Elena then hurried to say that she was busy as well. Margaret sent them to the door reluctantly. Seeing the four of them enter the elevator, she sighed. I still want to talk to them. Haley chuckled and rapped her sister on the head with her knuckles. Are you an idiot? Didn't you see the way your classmate looked at Luke? She's not in the mood to talk to you tonight. Taken aback, Margaret thought for a moment before she slapped her forehead in frustration. That's right. She then asked in a gossipy tone, so, the person that Elena likes is Lou, huh? Haley covered her mouth and pushed her into the apartment. Don't talk about other people's private business outside. After the door closed, Haley dragged her sister to the couch in the living room. After they were holding a cup of red wine each, she said, Now, tell me about Elena and Luke. Margaret hesitated. Didn't you just say not to talk about other people's private business? Haley tapped her silly sister on the head again. I'm telling you not to talk outside. This is home. Margaret only mentioned what Elena had told her. Of course, it wasn't anything private. Elena wouldn't really tell Margaret, who was a new acquaintance, about her private life. However, Haley listened with interest. The four people who had come downstairs stopped on the roadside. Knowing that there would be drinks tonight, Elsa didn't drive. Luke and Selina rarely drank outside, and today was no exception. Looking at Elena, who was following Luke closely, Selina snorted. I'll drive Elsa home. You can do whatever you want. Luke nodded. All right. Rest early today. There won't be any overtime tonight. Selina rolled her eyes, knowing that he was hinting that she shouldn't go out to beat people up tonight. Got it. I'll sleep at Elsa's tonight. Elsa smiled. Ah, sure. Luke said, that works too. Selina gave him a look that said, I know what you're up to tonight. She got into the car and left with Elsa. Watching the car drive away, Elena finally stepped forward and grabbed Luke's hand. Where are we going? Luke said, let's take a look at Manhattan's night lights. How about it? Stumped for a moment, Elena immediately agreed. All right. 10 minutes later, Elena looked at the splendid night view of Manhattan through the floor-to-ceiling windows and murmured, Is this how you look at the night view? Luke chuckled. That's right. Don't you like the night view? Elena grabbed his arm hard. I love it. If you like it, look at it for a while longer. Luke hugged her, and they enjoyed the beautiful night through the window. At 7 the next morning, Selina was woken up by a soft beep from her phone. She checked and saw that it was Luke's number. Luke said, Come back for breakfast. Selina thought it was strange and took the phone away from her ear to check the time. You're home. Luke said, I came back at 5. Selina said, Okay. She quickly put on her clothes and left Elsa's guest room. She sent a message to Elsa's phone and then took Gold Nugget home in the car. After she got home, she washed up before she returned to the second floor. Luke was reading the news. You're back so early. Selina sat down, picked up a big bun with her chopsticks, and took a big bite. Luke put down the tablet and gave Gold Nugget a bunch of fist-sized buns. Slacking off for one night is extravagant enough. We can't be too self-indulgent. Selina was too lazy to deal with his nonsense. She glanced at him and asked, Why is Elena in America? On holiday? Luke picked up a bun and said casually, She's an exchange student now. Selina nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Luke had never been an ascetic. He would go out at night in Los Angeles. Most of the time, he went to look for Jenny, and also spent the occasional night with Jimena. There were 2 other women, but she didn't ask who they were. He didn't see them often. Given Luke's age, background, and physique, this was already a very low number of women. Unlike some college basketball players, for example, who simply partied every night and refused no one. Also, Jenny had been very busy recently. After coming to New York, Luke had only seen Jenny once. Elena's appearance simply restored the rhythm of Luke's life from LA. Selena was too lazy to say anything. It was still a busy day, but Luke and Selena were idle. They naturally wouldn't investigate the body dump at Whitestone Park, and Kilgrave, the target of their real investigation, was already dead. At noon, the 2 of them went out in the name of looking for clues in the afternoon, then came home to train and work. But later in the afternoon, someone knocked on Luke's door. Luke, who was working on the first floor, wiped his hands and opened the door. Outside the door were 2 familiar faces. He greeted them with a smile. "Foggy, Matt, why are you here today?" Foggy said, "I heard from Charlie that you were back, so I came to take a look." Seeing the look on his face, Luke simply opened the door and let them in. "Come in. You're definitely not here to visit a new neighbor, or you would have at least brought some fruit or snacks." Both Foggy and Matt were embarrassed when they realized that they had indeed forgotten. It was their first time visiting their new neighbor, but they had come empty-handed, which usually implied that they weren't on very good terms. Luke waited for them to enter before he closed the door. He turned around and smiled. "All right, it was just a joke. Don't take it to heart." On the second floor, Luke served them coffee. After they sat down, he said, "If there's something on your mind, just say it. Also, your business is booming. You must be busy." When they heard that and remembered their business, they smiled bitterly. A moment later, Foggy said, "Here's the thing, we heard that a police officer was attacked recently." Luke nodded. The police had been very active in recent days, and even uprooted the Blood Skull Gang. It wasn't a secret at all. Foggy hesitated and lowered his voice. "I also heard that it was Lieutenant Walter who was injured." Luke nodded again. "It's him." "Was he badly hurt?" asked Foggy. Luke said, "He'll be out of commission for about a month. However, he almost died from his injuries on the night of the attack. He was very lucky to survive. I hope he recovers." Foggy frowned. "Do you think it has anything to do with his investigation of the explosions?" Pondering for a moment, Luke looked at the 2 of them and nodded. "That should be the case." Foggy looked awful. "Was it really the Black Mask?" Luke shook his head. "We found the attackers. They're part of a gang, it wasn't that Mr. Black Mask." He didn't look at Matt at all. Looking at Foggy's face, he smiled. "Foggy, the Detective Bureau isn't focused on capturing the Black Mask." Foggy was puzzled. Why? He knew that the police had issued a warrant for the Black Mask, accusing him of assault and a terrorist attack. Luke shrugged and said, "I've heard a lot about the Black Mask from the temples. Most of the negative comments about him come from the 15th precinct. A few of my colleagues warned me that the 15th precinct isn't trustworthy." Foggy was lost for words. Luke took a sip of coffee and played with the cup. Even the Detective Bureau doesn't believe the 15th precinct's nonsense. Also, when Walter was investigating the explosions, someone in a black hood beat him up. You're familiar with this operation, right? As lawyers, Foggy and Matt certainly had more experience with it than the police. "A setup," said Foggy through gritted teeth. He had quite a close connection to this case. He had also been a victim of the explosions that night, but he was lucky that he wasn't seriously injured. Some of the other innocent victims were heavily wounded, and a lot of them had lost their possessions, such as old lady Elena. If it wasn't the Black Mask who had caused those explosions, then his hostility all this time had been misplaced. Do you have any preliminary conclusions? Foggy couldn't help but ask. Luke took a sip of his coffee and said, "That depends on whether you're here as a lawyer or as a friend." Foggy was stunned, but Matt understood. As friends, this was inside information. As lawyers, Luke had no comment. "I guarantee that this is just a conversation between friends," Matt, who had been quiet, suddenly interjected. Luke raised an eyebrow and looked at Foggy. "What do you think?" Foggy nodded decisively. "This is just a chat. Only the three of us know the details." Luke nodded and put down his coffee before picking up a slice of cake and taking a bite. On the surface, all the evidence points to a gang called Blood Skull in Brooklyn. Almost all the members of the gang have been thrown into custody, except for the missing boss, Billy Wharton. Foggy and Matt listened attentively. Luke took another bite of the cake. According to the two attackers, this Billy Wharton was the mastermind. Both Foggy and Matt frowned. The Blood Skull was only one of the smaller gangs in Brooklyn. If Billy Wharton had really planned the explosions, then this missing person hadn't gained much from it. Looking at their expressions, Luke continued, "However, we believe that Billy was only the hired hand, and the mastermind behind the explosions should be one of Kingpin's men." "Kingpin," repeated Foggy blankly. He clearly didn't know this name. Matt's expression didn't change, but he leaned forward slightly, and was clearly very interested in the name. "It's said that Kingpin's real name is Wilson Grant Fisk, but the police haven't found any leads on this name. His real identity is still a mystery," Luke said unhurriedly. "But from Clinton to New York, and even more than half of America, he's in control of everything. He's probably the source of the corruption in NYPD's 15th precinct." Foggy was surprised. "Are you kidding? How could there be such a terrifying underworld existence?" Luke nodded. "No, I'm not. The Black Mask has been fighting Kingpin's forces recently, which have suffered significant losses. That's why the 15th precinct reported it as an assault on the police, and the explosions happened. It's also why my colleague Walter ended up in the hospital." Looking at the two people in front of him, he thought for a moment before he said, "If I were you, it would be best to stay out of this. The possibility of getting damage compensation out of Kingpin is no different from trying to revive the dead." Foggy fell silent. Matt didn't say anything, but he slowly rubbed his cane. Suddenly, Foggy's phone rang. He apologized and picked up the call. Karen's voice rang out. "Didn't you say that you would be back soon? The lady from property management is here. She said that she'll sue us for delayed payments." Foggy said, "Have her wait and to calm down, we'll be there soon." If her anger had substance, our law firm would already be dust. Karen lowered her voice. "Maybe I'm making her feel her age. It looks like she gets angry as soon as she looks at me. I really can't do anything." "We'll be right back, that's it," said Foggy, and hung up. "That's all I know." Luke stood up. "You must be busy. I won't keep you any longer." In the face of his understanding, Foggy and Matt took their leave. Luke had already divulged enough information, and there really was no need for them to waste any more time. Look for trouble with Kingpin. They naturally couldn't expect a minor detective to do that. Thinking that, Matt stretched out his hand. "Thank you, Luke." Luke shook hands with him and Foggy. "Our department has been very busy recently, let's talk again once we're free." "How does that sound?" Foggy nodded quickly. "Yes, that's great." Luke picked up a plate of cakes from the table. "Take this back for Karen as a snack." "Of course, you can have it too." Seeing that they were about to refuse, Luke said with a smile, "This is just being polite. You can give me something next time." Foggy and Matt smiled wryly. Luke was a nice guy, but why did he always say such awkward things? Foggy had no choice but to accept the cake. Fine, we'll buy you a drink when we're free. You know Josie's bar at the end of the street, right? Luke nodded with a smile. Foggy and Matt couldn't refuse his friendship. These two had just established a law firm, and what they needed most was connections. A contact in the NYPD was definitely the most important. The first department that lawyers had to deal with was the police, followed by the DA, though most of those cases would have been transferred from the police system. Although Luke was only a detective, he was very well informed and was willing to divulge information to them. Both parties found each other pleasing to the eye. Although a certain young detective's words were often cutting, it was best to have as many friends as possible. The thing about real friends was that it was about what they did, not what they said. A moment later, Luke rubbed his chin as he watched the two law enforcement officers go to the law firm diagonally across the street. Hee, this guy's physique is pretty good. He was talking about Lawyer Matt. He had been willing to talk to them for so long because of Lawyer Matt. Just like how Tony would definitely welcome Batman into his villa, Luke also welcomed Lawyer Matt as a guest. When Lawyer Matt was standing at the door, Luke activated a variety of test equipment. Lawyer Matt had sat inside for more than 20 minutes, and more than half a full-body exam had been carried out. Except for things like a blood test, he had done everything else that was possible. The data on Lawyer Matt's body was also backed up to Little Snail. It would analyze and evaluate the data to determine Lawyer Matt's true level. Lawyer Matt was the only blind person Luke knew since coming to New York. It was very easy to figure out his identity. By day, he was a struggling rookie lawyer. By night, he wore a black hood to beat up the bad guys and called himself Daredevil. When it came to what they did in their spare time, Lawyer Matt and Detective Luke were in the same field. A few days ago, Lawyer Matt was almost killed by ninjas from the Hand, but he was now back to work as usual. This could only mean that this Lawyer Matt had an extraordinary physique. If it was an ordinary person, they would only be able to get out of bed and walk around after 2 weeks. It would be impossible for them to go to work. Naturally, Luke wouldn't let go of this old patient, who had delivered himself to his door. He gave him a free follow-up, and confirmed that he could resume writing the legend of the vigilante, Black Mask. Unfortunately, it seemed that Lawyer Matt's day job was in trouble. For the two rookie lawyers, the fact that their business was going under wasn't a good thing. Maybe he should test them out. Thinking to himself, Luke returned to his workshop. On the other side, Foggy and Matt arrived at the law firm in a hurry, only to be grabbed by a fat woman who threw a series of complaints and warnings at them. It took them 20 minutes to persuade the woman to leave. But it was more likely that after bellowing in anger for half an hour, the middle-aged woman no longer had the stamina to keep going, so she left. In the office, the three senior members of the law firm looked at each other. Lawyer Matt couldn't see the other two's expressions, but he knew that they definitely didn't look too good. He comforted them. "I'll think of something. Don't worry." Foggy managed to pull himself together. "Yes, we'll get through this. We just need a big client to help us pay the bills for the next 2 months. Karen, if you hadn't mentioned the word big, I might still be able to believe you a little." At that point, Foggy suddenly thought of something. He picked up the cake that he had casually put on the table and gave it to her. "It's from Luke. Have a taste." "Huh. It looks beautiful and smells great." Karen took it and examined it. Suddenly, she came back to herself. "You went there empty-handed, didn't you?" Foggy and Matt were lost for words. After this meaningless conversation, the three of them got to work. No matter how many bills that had yet to be paid, it was still business as usual. After sending off the lawyer duo in the afternoon, Luke threw himself into work. At 8 in the evening, he and Selina went to their respective destinations. 20 minutes later, Luke stood on a high building in Upper Manhattan and looked at another building not far away. It was the headquarters of Frank D'Amico, a New York drug lord. This Frank D'Amico was Damon's greatest enemy. 80% of the father and daughter's targets in New York belonged to this big shot's forces. At that moment, there was a notification from the support system. Big Daddy and Hit Girl have arrived at the designated location. Luke looked at the tablet and sent a communication request to the father and daughter. The request was immediately accepted, and Damon's voice rang out over the communication channel. We're here. Luke nodded and said, I've done further reconnaissance and adjusted the operation plan. You have 10 minutes to look at the modified plan before you start. Is that okay? No problem, Damon agreed. But after a pause, he couldn't help but ask, can you leave Frank D'Amico to me? Luke said, of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let you know about working together tonight. Damon's breathing picked up. Thank you. Luke said, we can talk after tonight's operation. Focus on ensuring that the operation is carried out smoothly. Damon said, okay. After explaining the situation to Damon and Mindy, Luke sent Selena a message. You can start now. Roger. Operation Bait will start in 10 seconds, replied Selena. Luke stood quietly on the edge of the roof with his arms crossed. He looked south and counted down in his heart. 10 seconds later, a fire suddenly burst out in a low building on the south side, which was particularly eye-catching in the dark. On the drone's surveillance feed, the people in the nearby building ran around and started to receive calls. Less than 10 minutes later, cars drove out of the building's underground garage and headed straight for the fire in the south. The system quickly calculated the number of people in the cars, 52. According to previous intelligence, there were usually 100 to 150 criminals in this building. So, there were only 50 to 100 criminals left now. The fire in the south was at Frank D'Amico's largest warehouse in Harlem. The goods stored there amounted to at least a month's worth of sales. It was impossible for the D'Amico gang to stay put when an important warehouse was on fire. Naturally, it was Selena who had attacked the warehouse. With the technical support Luke gave her, she only needed to make prior preparations, and when the time came, she started a huge fire with a flick of her finger. In any case, the warehouse was by the river and there were no other buildings nearby, so no innocent passers-by would be hurt. Luke had Selena lead people away not because he was afraid that there were too many of them, but because the more people there were, the more chaos there would be, and the more likely it would be for Frank to escape. As the saying went, one couldn't have both the fish and the bear. Over the past year, Luke had provided Damon and Mindy with equipment to protect themselves. It was Frank's turn now to find himself in a tight spot. After being constantly harassed by Damon and Mindy, this big shot no longer dared to brazenly declare his precise location like before. Even Luke knew that the guy was probably in the building tonight, but he wasn't sure exactly where he was. D'Amico wanted to beat Damon and Mindy to death for their non-stop harassment, but he couldn't find them, and was unwilling to give up by abandoning his territory and business. In the end, he had no choice but to cut a deal with Kingpin's forces and become half a subordinate, half an ally. But Kingpin wasn't planning on swallowing up Frank's gang, which gave Frank hope. He might be able to find Damon and Mindy through Kingpin's network. Then, everything would be over. But Damon and Mindy became more and more cautious, and there were fewer and fewer leads, so Frank's wish never came true. Today, Damon and Mindy finally came to him. After the 20 or so cars drove off, Luke checked the time and then contacted Damon and Mindy via the comms. Any questions? Damon said, no. Luke said, okay, attack in 10 seconds. Mindy, follow me. Damon, pay attention to the helicopter on the roof and don't let D'Amico escape. No problem. Damon was excited. V was going to beat the grass to scare the snake, then give Damon the chance to get his revenge himself. After giving the order, Luke jumped off the roof and landed lightly on the 5th floor. He pushed lightly off of a wall and immediately moved sideways toward the main entrance of D'Amico's nest. 2 guards were smoking on either side of the glass doors. Of course, these gang members didn't stand strict guard, not running around was already pretty diligent of them. As they smoked and talked about the fire in the warehouse, and whether they would have to take a pay cut this month, Luke and Selena didn't notice the dark shadow swiftly approaching them. Boom! The tempered glass doors instantly shattered, and a strong wind swept past. Bang! Bang! 2 close-range shots sent them flying with holes in their chests. Bang! 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 Luke switched targets twice with his long and short revolvers, and the 2 criminals who were watching surveillance at the front desk collapsed. The other 2 criminals, who had been drinking on a couch in the lounge, dropped their bottles and were shot in the head. The 6 guards in the hall were instantly taken down, and Luke put his guns back at his waist. Mindy then ran in through the broken door and followed Luke to the elevator. Luke kicked the elevator doors before they fully opened and they got stuck. He jumped up and punched the top of the elevator. He then flipped upward, then lowered his short rod to pull Mindy up. He took out 2 auto-rope climbers and gave one to Mindy. Both of them fixed the devices to the elevator cable and activated them with one hand. One after another, they flew up the cable without making a sound. 10 seconds later, they reached the 27th floor. Luke stopped slightly above the elevator doors, and poked his toes into the gap. As he put away the rope climber, he leaned against the elevator doors and opened them. Mindy swayed in the elevator shaft and stretched out her leg like Luke. Since she was short, Luke could only grab her foot and pull her into the hallway. Both of them moved smoothly and without any hesitation. When Mindy's foot hit the floor, a few criminals in the hallway noticed them and subconsciously shouted, "What?" They reached for their guns. Bang! 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 Luke shot again and killed the 4 nearest criminals, before he slid behind a pillar. Bang! Bang! He fired the last 2 bullets at the 2 criminals who had just rushed out from a side corridor before he unhurriedly reloaded. Mindy also took out a Uzi and AP-239. Gunshots rang out one after another, and several criminals who had just run over screamed and fell to the ground. She took the opportunity to hide behind another pillar 10 meters away and split up with Luke to avoid being attacked by the criminals. Looking at Luke unhurriedly reloading the 2 revolvers, Mindy finally couldn't help but ask over the comms, "Why are you using revolvers this time?" Luke said, "Life won't end. They'll continue in another form. That's the cycle of life." Mindy, huh? At that moment, Luke finished reloading and casually flipped the cylinder back into place. "That's why I like to use revolvers to send them to the next cycle." Mindy, what the hell are you talking about? Why don't I understand anything? Aren't these bad guys being killed with the bullets? Luke talked nonsense and befuddled the innocent girl, but he mumbled inwardly, "There are up to 100 criminals here. If I bring an M249 with me and kill all of D'Amico's subordinates, I won't need to change clips. But that would ruin V's mysterious image. The revolver is still cooler." He didn't feel guilty about killing these criminals. The real purpose of tonight's operation was to increase Damon and Mindy's good impression of him. If he did it all on his own, what was the point of Damon and Mindy's revenge operation all these years? A child's game? Damon and Mindy's blood, sweat and deep grudge which had accumulated for over a decade could only be vented through their own hard work. That was why he didn't sneak in to kill Frank D'Amico. This big shot's greatest value was only as a mission tool to obtain Damon and Mindy's good impression of him. Luke didn't care about anything else, not the money, goods, or lives. Fine, he was always interested in experience and credit points, so he didn't mind killing a whole bunch of Damon's subordinates, he would just leave D'Amico for Damon. Thinking that, he exerted strength in his legs and charged at the wall behind him. The moment he left the pillar, he stepped onto the wall and ran parallel to the floor. He raised the revolvers in his hands and aimed at the 8 criminals hiding behind the couch and chairs. Relying on his high vantage point and his quick movements over the wall, he successfully created a better battle advantage. Bang! 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 The 6 criminals fell without a sound before they could react. The criminals who were shot in the chest and stomach were all hit by the Colt python. The criminals who had been shot in the head were treated better. The 9mm bullets from the Colt King Cobra didn't blow up their heads, so they were left with intact corpses. Mindy had been paying attention to Luke's movements. When he started moving, she rolled out from behind the pillar and fired at the 2 criminals on her side. By then, Luke had reached the corner of the wall. Pushing off of his feet, he slid into a corridor on the side. He raised his guns above his head. Bang! Bang! Before the 2 criminals who had come as backup could leave the corridor, they saw a black shadow slide past them and they were both killed. Luke landed lightly and gestured at Mindy, who was staring at him blankly. "Don't just stand there. Guard the stairs over there." As he spoke, he entered the corridor and killed his way into several rooms. With the sound of several broken doors and gunshots, all 12 criminals on this floor were killed. After confirming that there was no secret room, Luke went to the stairs. Mindy was reloading in the corner. Scouting with his sharp nose, Luke said with a smile, "There are quite a lot of people." Mindy reloaded and took out a smoke grenade. "Use this, or it'll be hard for us to move forward." Luke waved his hand. "No need. The smoke will block our view." With that, he suddenly jumped up and stuck to the ceiling with his hands and feet as he went up the stairs to face the criminals. Shifting the suction force to his feet, Luke drew out his revolvers again. Pa! Pa! 2 criminals who were aiming at the bottom of the stairs were instantly shot in the head. Bang! 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 He simply stuck out the Colt python in his right hand and fired 3 times at a corner. The 3 criminals who were about to shoot were sent flying and crashed into their comrades. At that moment, Luke's head and hands had already appeared in the criminal's line of sight, followed by the muzzle of the Colt King Cobra. Bang! 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 Chaotic gunshots rang out, and the criminals who were hindered by their comrades' bodies fired wildly. Bullets flew around Luke, but none got close. Bang! 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 At a distance of less than 10 meters, Luke fired his revolver and took down the criminals one by one. His feet paused, and the suction force disappeared. He landed lightly on the stairs that led to the 28th floor and reloaded unhurriedly. Mindy's eyes lit up at the sight of Luke's movements. But when she saw him reload, she couldn't help but roll her eyes and curse fiercely in her heart. "What a poser, you ran out of bullets again." She rushed over and stood in front of Luke. She craned her neck and quickly surveyed the situation on the 28th floor. Bang! 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 Several gunshots rang out from a few corners on the 28th floor. They were from the surviving criminals who had retreated from the stairs. This time, however, their aim was even worse. The closest the bullets got to Mindy was 5 meters away. Terrified by Luke's frightening marksmanship, they didn't dare aim at him at all. As soon as they saw a shadow flicker, they subconsciously opened fire. Mindy didn't raise her head. She simply raised her hands high and fired 2 shots to continue putting pressure on the opposite side. At the same time, she didn't forget to mock Luke over the comms. "Can you please use a weapon with a higher capacity next time?" She still remembered how V had used an M4A1 to drive Bullseye away. So, it wasn't that V didn't know how to use a rifle, however, the feeling he gave off this time had changed a lot. In the past, V felt more normal, but now, V was a little weird.